is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. They cannot relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him astray, then tip him off axis. I was in a better get a beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking over lit, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like organs. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realised all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way I had to grow, get it together whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head that the crown sees soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Shaking on relay, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
From beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the call? Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. So we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody you fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't wanna see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim, now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take us serious, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on,
dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe.
You start to think you're all alone, counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need a little something from me. You got spirit, baby, you got heart. Hands are bad, but we can fix that part. Time for you to know what you could be. Push through it, cleanse through it. No limits, you can do this. You want it, just take it. You're on the edge of infinity. Push through the pain, you can go all night. Breaking limits, set the world alight.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Choked it down, left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel
And welcome everyone to LEC Summer Week 2, kicking off here in the Berlin studio. Look, we were in Paris last week. Big contrast today. It's just going to be us here cheering the players on. But frankly, I'm just really excited to see what unfolds. I'm Dracos, of course, joined by Finn and Odawamne. But before we talk about more about what we're going to see behind us on stage today, let's talk about what we saw last week.
Oh, where can we even start? Because the fans were absolutely insane. It's been 5 or 6 days and I still have the chants in the back of my head. Now, I don't understand much from what they were saying, but the beat is still there and it's still ringing. And now that I'm thinking about it, it's already back in my head.
I mean, casting that series was so crazy because I felt like I was always competing, not against my co-caster, but against the crowd. It was so loud in the arena.
Look, we were all shouting ourselves hoarse. It was an incredibly good time. And I don't think you have to understand French. I just hope they weren't being mean, because I was ready to chant along. Like, I'll just try to my best to rinse and repeat. If they were flaming, I never would have known. But there's one victory that really surprised me, and it was Vitality. They looked done, they looked out, they faced MKOI, and they managed to find a win due to no small part from Lindsay.
I mean, Lindsay's had an absolutely fantastic game on that Fury. I think his development is still ongoing, but the fact that he can step up and deliver these performances when the team is struggling on a carry champion like Fury is still a good sign.
And it was an especially important victory because Vitality, leading up to that game, were really not doing well. And honestly, I was ready to count them out. I thought they were there just to have fun in Paris, enjoy the vibes, enjoy the games, but they came out and surprised me incredibly hard.
And they also had a lot of fun. So there are still some questions for Vitality. Before we talk more about Vitality, let's take a look at the upcoming week schedule. Now, it's a little bit different than what we saw in spring. We're going to show you a picture on screen of the schedule. Screenshot it, screen clip it, go on Twitter, find a copy of it, or check out lolesports.com. But it is 4-day weeks now, Friday to Monday, returning to 2 days and 3 days once we get into the playoffs. And, of course, getting excited for that Madrid road trip not too far away yet. But that does bring us to today's schedule. Seeing a couple teams that we have not seen yet this season. Team Heretics playing up against Vitality, and MKOI playing up against Shifters. But Finn, I think we have to go right back to Vitality, and I think we need to talk about that man in the mid lane.
Yeah, let's address the elephant that's standing here. I mean, Fiesta, I think, had a really bad first weekend. I'm sorry, Fiesta. That wasn't it wasn't the debut you wanted. A very volatile player. I think he has a lot of weird solo queue habits still, and he didn't really deliver a performance that led up to, I think, the standard that was set by Humanoid. Okay, this is a roster change that they made, and I think Fiesta needs to show more.
It's all about the perspective, because you say that he didn't deliver to your expectations, but if you expect him to be like Hylissang of mid lane, because for me that's exactly what he is.
That was not my bingo card.
He was on par and on course to being my Hylissang of the split of mid lane, because he's a player who takes incredible risks. And honestly, last week there were a lot of bad plays that he had, admittedly, because there were times where he was couple of K ahead in the game, 2 kills, 3 kills, but he just ended up being the reason why they're losing. But I want to show a play where he actually was the main reason they were winning the game.
Sell me this pen, Odawamne.
Okay, I will sell you this pen. Okay, now just to preface, Vitality find themselves 2.4k goal behind in their game against MKOI. Fiesta is 0-4-0, so he's obviously not having a bad game, a good game, rather. So MKOI is preparing an invade over here. And now, when the camera will pan to the mid lane, you're going to see Fiesta having a typical 0-4-0 game. He's getting pushed in consistently, and he's not having a great time at all. But he's about to do something that not a lot of mid laners do. He's about to involve himself in a play as a 0-4-0 Orianna. Finds this pocket of vision. Now, Finn, if you're on the side of MKOI, what do you think he's doing here? He is in this pocket of vision. He's in fog. Jojo Pyun as Prio. Are you first to display as Jojo Pyun?
I mean, from playing with mid laners, usually they just sit under tower and wait for the wave.
Okay, but that's not Fiesta. Fiesta will somehow find this inside track to the bot lane, because this fight is still ongoing on the bot side. They're still playing, and just like that, Fiesta is first to the play. All of a sudden, the 0-4-0 Orianna that everyone was discounting from the play walks over here, finds the shockwave, brings Vitality back in the game. Before that, remember, Finn, they were 2.5k gold down. He is cleaning up. He stole the spotlight from Jojo Pyun in this play. He is the main reason why this play goes so well for Vitality, and they find this avenue back in the game, because at the end of it all, Vitality will be only 500 gold down.
I mean, honestly, when you started with saying he's 0-4, I was not really seeing how you would make that work, but honestly, I see what you're saying. he does have a lot of these tendencies that I think he's looking for angles that no one really wants to take either. He wants to be in the play, and I can appreciate that.
And I just like that we have a potential new Hylissang. I don't know if that title's a compliment. I think it should be, but it means we're always going to be looking at the mid lane when we talk about Vitality. On the opposite side, their opponents, Team Heretics, we have to introduce their new bottom lane. One half of a duo that we've seen a lot of times now finally joining us in the LEC.
Yeah, I mean, Hype and Wei have played together for so long. They played together in Korea, they played together in Turkey, and now they're playing together here in the LEC studio. And I think it's cool that this is just one of those duos that want to play with each other no matter what. And in this meta, I want to see how they tackle it, because it's not a very conventional meta.
Did they win when they played together?
They've won in Turkey, I'm 90% sure.
Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough, because this gives me a little bit of signs of life when it comes to Team Heretics, because it felt like beforehand, when I was looking at this team, I felt like they were lacking individual firepower. It felt like the top lane was alright, Seren was still finding his footing, but I really wanted to see a lot more from the bot lane, because Stand and Ice at some point, because they went through so many iterations of this roster and we ended up here, they just simply lack the firepower.
I hope that they can be that powerhouse bot lane, because yeah, to what you said, it does feel like Team Heretics, we saw in little glimpses here and there, it's starting to fall apart. Is this kind of the shift, maybe the honeymoon miracle we frequently talk about? Does this inject some faith into the Team Heretics fans out there?
I mean, I think at least it injects some firepower. And I think for a team that was in the bottom half of the standings, they need firepower. They need some lane that can provide pressure.
And if they don't have firepower on the map, they might have it in the support staff, because in today's Finterview, Finn caught up with an old friend. Let's hear what they had to say.
And thank you, Dracos. I'm standing here together with an old teammate of mine and friend, Nukeduck. Welcome back to Europe.
Yeah, thank you, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, you're coaching Team Heretics now, right? You've been coaching FlyQuest over in NA, had some pretty good results there. But I think this Heretics project, it's quite different expectations, I imagine. And I mean, just tell me, what are your expectations this split?
This split, our expectations, or like my expectations for like what I want to do for the team is to at least make them competitive and show a lot of improvement, and then just see how far we can go. It's obviously very short notice and very little like maneuverability in any kind of things really. So yeah, just showing like a upward trajectory will already be like pretty good for us.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. One of the people that you picked up now was Hype. He came now finally reunited with in the bot lane with his old teammates. How does he fare in this meta? Because this meta is quite undefined, let's say. What should we look out for when it comes to Hype?
Hype is a very good mechanical player, but he's like a kind of like an instinct player, as many of the best ADCs are. So like picking up different like style of champions isn't like that natural for them. So I would say, yeah, he has good mechanics and he is not scared to play aggressives. And together with Wei, they're very like they have very good synergy together. They love to play aggressive. When it comes to the new meta and everything, I feel like he may int or may not int. You know, like it depends. Like I don't really know how it's gonna look.
Really.
Yeah, I don't really know how it's gonna go. But
okay.
like, yeah.
All right. Well, one final question, and I had to ask this contractually: is it the year of the duck?
yeah, for sure. Yeah, year of the duck. Yeah.
All right. Go. Thank you very much, Nukeduck. Now, Team Heretics coming right up.
I think that's the least enthusiastic I've ever seen someone about it being their year.
I mean, I think really Team Heretics has leveled up their coaching staff now with having another Norwegian in the league. I'm really glad, very happy. And I think you can see the enthusiasm from us Norwegians here.
Incredible enthusiasm all round from Nukeduck as he does join Heretics. He said he wanted to level them up. He said he wanted to improve them. They went 1-8 last split.
Pretty easy.
You can't really go down from there,
You
Jack.
could go 0-9. So, but yeah, pretty easy record to improve. And I think as we're going to head into draft, that's pretty much the prime area where a coach can come in and help the team out, especially since he hasn't been able to make much roster changes. Of course, they're bringing in Hype, but that feels like kind of it was a foregone conclusion already when they brought in Wei earlier in the year.
Yeah, it felt like a duo that they wanted to have back together. They brought in Wei for Spring Split, and now Hype coming up for Misa, where he did play with Stend and they did top the TCL.
Pretty fun that they like swapped places, yeah.
Little switcheroo. I mean, that's often how trades work.
That is true.
In computer games.
But usually in League, there's very rarely trades. It's
Often,
usually
yeah,
like one
you're
person gets kicked and then
you're very right there, Jack, as we are about to get into draft for the first series here for Heretics and the fourth for Vitality. You'll be happy to know that we don't have a team playing 7 series in their first 3 weeks of the split and then not playing again. The schedule is a lot more balanced, but we are here every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for the foreseeable future, so we hope to see you here as well.
And I'm curious to see how Hype slots into this roster, because it felt like in winter and in spring, the only real way that Team Heretics was able to pick up wins was through ice. I think he had like 4 pentakills, some crazy stat. He was just the pentakill demon and was really the only way that Team Heretics could win. And they decided to replace him with Hype, so big shoes for him to fill in there to try to kind of bring this team together and take down a Vitality that's been a lot weaker than we anticipated. So this is a good time for Team Heretics to try to show some of that strength.
Yeah, that it is. We're getting to the draft. Vitality had right of first selection. They decided to be second pick. And Heretics, thankfully for all of us draft purists out here, chose blue side, which means they'll be first pick. They're going to get rid of Poppy, Vi, and Ezreal. And Vitality are going to remove Nocturne, Jarvan, and Camille to kick us off.
I'm also thinking that probably Team Heretics will not play a mage. Just from what Nukduk said, that Hype takes a little bit of time to pick up champions, that he's an instinctual player. That makes me think that they want to go for the more traditional ADC and set him up for success with Wei. Camille also being out makes it so that you don't necessarily want to play that super roam-heavy style on the support role.
It makes a lot of sense. There are a few mage bot lane games from Hype. He's played Ziggs, he's played Syndra. I think he's got about 10 games on them across his career. So it's not like it's entirely out of his wheelhouse, but I very much agree. I think if you're going to bring a bot lane duo up from a different team, you kind of want them duoing. You don't really want Wei on the other side of the map. Jace, the first lock for Heretics. It's going to be a Syndra answer. Can be flexed down towards that bottom lane, of course. We are seeing a rife, a plague of mages in bot lane over the last few weeks.
Yeah, for sure. And with the Syndra locked in and the Astral being banned, there's not a whole lot of ADCs that you can pick that is comfortable into the Syndra bot lane. Her Scatter the Weak range is so long that it can be really difficult to farm. The Pantheon locked in for Linces as well. A pick that we haven't seen much recently after it got nerfed, but a pick that Linces was really comfortable on earlier, and that allows him to have a lot of agency into the later stages with that ultimate.
Also, one of the picks he played against Mkoy last week, where they managed to pick up those 2 wins to win that best of 3, went unkilled on it 5-0-13. So something, as you say, Linces incredibly comfortable on. It looks like it's going to be Xinxiao and Leona locked for Heretics. They've prioritized jungle, likely top lane in Jace, although we have seen it flex to AD carry or bot lane, and then their support for this first rotation.
Yeah, really strong support jungle from Team Heretics here. A lot of skirmishing power, and we'll have to see what Vitality respond. I think they'll go for the support, otherwise they, with Team Heretics getting 2 bans to take out those supports, that can really hurt Vitality. So probably like either the Alistar or, ooh, they're going into the Jace instead, locking in the Jace counter pick in the Yorick.
Yeah, deciding that they want to make sure Naknako has a good time into this Jace top lane, which makes sense. Naknako so often the star for Vitality, giving him a good matchup is always going to lean you towards victory. I want to come back to that support point though, because as you say, into Leona, she's probably the best utilitarian support at the moment. She answers Camille really well, but she also just does what supports do really well. Lots of CC, some good tankiness, hard to kill in fights. Where are you going now if you're Vitality in terms of support?
I mean, you have a lot of options. You can either go Rel, Nautilus, Alistar, Rakan. Those are the 4 picks that I think about. And I think when you have the Pantheon, the Rakan is a little bit squishy, but you can get away with it. I think Nautilus is maybe the least option, or the worst option that you'd like to go for, just because you want more like area CC in the Vitality team comp, but I think really any of those options will be fine for them. So maybe Team Heretics decide to ban out the ADCs or the mid laners instead. The only thing is with the Syndra flex pick, that allows you to flex that around and ruin that potential.
You could even still look for something like the Shen, which has been banned away by Heretics, saying, well, if you're going to all in on someone with the Solar Flare, with good damage from the Jace, then we'll just have a Stand United to try and follow that up. Vitality getting rid of some mid laners. They've taken the Orianna out. No surprises that that's been banned. Probably the star mid laner of the current patch if you are in a position where you're not going to get hard ganks or hard camped by the enemy jungle and support.
Yeah, it's a surprise that it even made it this far.
Yeah.
As we'll see what Team Heretics wants to do as their final ban. Do they want to continue targeting out the support role? Cassio, the other ban for Vitality, which is a little bit of a surprise when you already have the Syndra, which really likes to play into the Cassio, but we've also been seeing that Cassio is just this really strong power pick that a lot of teams like to play no matter what and no matter the matchup. As Team Heretics decided to ban out the Alistar as their last ban, so taking away one of those picks from Vitality. I think Rel, that's what Fleshy really, like, I think of Rel as his best champ, and champ that he often favors. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for it. I think the Rakan is also fine. The only thing is if you misplay, you can easily get one shot. Yeah.
You're just immediately dead into a Xin Zhao and a Leona. You miss that grand entrance, you don't find that knockup, you're stunned where you land and dead as a dodo. Vitality here, we'll see what they decide to pick, and they're going to likely leave AD carry or mid for last with that Rel locked in. Good call there, Jack.
Yeah, I'm really curious if Team Heretics wants to pivot into more of a poke comp, or if they want to go for the all-in, because you have the Jace, so you could choose to pick something like the Ziggs and go really long range and just be like, okay, if enemy team doesn't find the engage, then we'll poke them out. Or you can just pick a more traditional ADC, say we're going to play the front to back, we have the Leona, the Xin Zhao can buy so much time, as they choose to lock in the K'Sante. So this Jace is going either mid lane or bot lane. We'll have to see what the last pick is.
I had a look through, I couldn't see any games from Hype for Jace. Obviously, 7
I think there's very few people
mid.
that have played Jace bot lane before these last few weeks.
That does make sense.
There could be a Silas bot as well.
It could be. I think the Ziggs makes more sense. Like, looking at this comp, you have beefy front line, you've got the Crescent Guard, which makes Xin Zhao basically a tank as well, and then you have great poke with the Jace and the Ziggs. My concern is lack of damage from this Heretics comp.
Very little DPS, a lot of poke and a lot of front line, and you really want these long, slow, extended fights. I think if Vitality are able to get onto the carries of Team Heretics, their team comp can very easily break apart. So there's a lot of pressure on Seren and Hype here to position well, because if they die early in a fight, the rest of the squad is not going to do any damage. As Carsey decides to lock in the Sivir here, and really good pick into this tanky front line. I think if Carsey can get 3, 4, 5 items, he can be the one melting the team and be the carry that Vitality needs.
Yeah, if you can get to that late game, it can be incredibly powerful. But he does have to get there, and we talked about the power of skirmishing for Heretics. I feel that kind of falls... When they had the Leona and the Xin Zhao, I was thinking early game they can make a lot of action happen, and they can still do that. But you don't have as consistent follow-up DPS in those fights as perhaps Vitality would have. Like, if there's a Pantheon and a Syndra, I think I'd take that over Xin Zhao and a Jace early doors.
Yeah, I think the support jungle 2v2 is a lot stronger, the Xin Zhao and the Leona, but once the mid laners get involved, then suddenly the Syndra, the Pantheon, the chain CC is so strong from Vitality that I think that's pretty scary for Team Heretics to engage with.
So it's kind of a one and done for Heretics. If they want to skirmish in the early game, they need to look for these
I think it's playing about
fights.
The invades and playing around Douglas, and he wants to have winning lanes that are pushing so that he can invade, but I think as long as once the lanes get involved, especially Fiesta on the Syndra, I think he can be a huge difference maker in the fights, because then you actually have the CC chain to kill somebody, while if it's just the Pantheon and Rel on their own, that's not enough damage.
Makes a lot of sense there, Jack, as we get on to Summoner's Rift for the first time in summer for Heretics, and the fourth time, well, it's the fourth series for Vitality. I can't remember exactly how many games they played, guys. It was 2, 4, 7, it's their eighth game, okay? I can't believe you guys would pull me up on that immediately, straight into a cast. It's a Friday afternoon. I'm tired, okay? Anyway.
We're sorry.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Minions have already coming out onto the map, unlike Classic, where we'd be waiting another 30 seconds or so before we see any real action happening.
That did feel really weird when you play Classic, how slow it is. But I think when it comes to, if we talk a little bit about the scaling of the two comps, I think it's interesting because in the mid game, I really, really like Team Heretics' comp. But I think as the game goes into really late game and you get arm penetration on Carsey, Magic Pen on Fiesta, then I think you start to really favor Vitality. And I think also the side lane is really nice for Vitality with the split pushing Yorick and the Pantheon side lane threat. As some trades on bot lane here.
And nice little trade back onto Fleshy. So the important thing there was actually Heretics waited for Aftershock to time out on Fleshy after he went for the crash down, and then shielded Daybreak for the stun, were able to get the extra damage down and actually traded effectively back into that rel. Tracing and Nako just meeting up in the top side. Cassante, neutralizer, the great neutralizer, can survive any lane pretty well. Yorick, if he hits him with the Morning Mist, can chase him down with a few ghouls, but for the moment, Tracing should be just able to do this. Pathmaker in, hit the Q3. Nako, you're much more about using your ghouls and using your maiden effectively to get these trades in.
Yeah, I mean, Cassante is a really safe blind pick because he has such fine matchups. Even when he gets counterpicked, he's not really gonna lose too much, and usually he's gonna get pushed in the first few levels as well. We have a trade on mid lane here. Ooh, nice sidestep from Saren.
Gonna trade back onto Fiesta, looking for the knockback. For a second there, you could see Saren thinking about it. Step past him. Good sidestep from Fiesta, who has shown us in his first few series here in the LEC that this is where he likes to play. This is how he likes to dance. Low HP on either side, just looking for that outplay potential.
But it's Fleshy that's roaming on this rel, but Team Heretics, they have the ward. I'm not sure if Fleshy got spotted by it. I think he avoided it. Yeah, he didn't get spotted by it, but has to run back towards that bot side anyways, as both junglers are just completing their full clear. The question that needs to be answered is who can get this bot side crap. Currently, Team Heretics have a bit of pressure in the bot lane. I think both junglers would like to play for this crap, but it looks like Lince is going to finish his clear first and just be able to rush out.
And you can see Kazi using the Ricochet as well to try and get the wave pushed in to make sure that Fleshy and he can move if there is a fight over the crabs. But Douglas is going to back out, so it will be an easy enough crab for Linces. And we'll see Douglas likely just pathing straight towards that top side. Linces might look for a gank down in bot lane. Hype coming across. Flashy flash shadowing and strike. Good shoulder direct from Wei, but Hype does have to flash. Summoner's Burn on either side.
Yeah, Hype predicts the flash there from Fleshy, but he walks up despite, I think, kind of knowing that Linces is there, so a bit of a mistake from him. Has to cost the flash, but at least it's traded 1-for-1 as Saren is really bullying Fiesta in this mid lane matchup. And Fiesta already having used the teleport as well means that this damage will really stick in the mid lane.
Both of them have TP back into the lane. Good scout of the week. We'll get some damage back down onto 7, but Fiesta has to be so safe. His jungler is not on the map right now. Currently going up towards the Krugs. You can see Douglas pops the Scryer's Bloom, and that means Vitality know exactly where he is.
I was thinking Douglas might go for the invade, but I think he thinks it takes up a bit too much time, so he just goes for his own jungle camps. Both double Ruby Crystal for both junglers. Neither of them want to die. Very tanky start here from both of them, but that also does mean that their clear is not the fastest.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because often you do see the longsword Ruby Crystal. If you were playing jungle, which I know you don't do too often, why would you decide to go double Ruby Crystal over getting a longsword?
I think their idea is just that whoever doesn't get one-shot in the skirmishes is going to win the fights, because both team comps have very high DPS but quite low damage. Like, the Leona will go in. If they one-shot on that, they win. The Pantheon will go in. If they one-shot on that, then Vitality will win. So whoever's tankier, I think, can actually come out on top, and that's why they decided to go for this instead of that.
It's a burst fight, basically. Whoever gets
Double
burst
shotgun.
first loses. Yes. 2 barrels, see who wins out on the fight. But while we have a moment, as it looks like neither team is going to take too much of a battle, let's talk a little bit about some of the patch changes that happened. We are on the 26.15 patch here in the LEC, and I can't seem to get the graphic to come up, so we're not going to talk about that, because I'm going to press the button again here, Jack. I have done this for 10 years.
Well, the good thing is that I don't think any of those items will actually be built. Because Karsi is going Essence Reaver, so he's not going the buffed Yuntal. And I don't think anybody will go Terminus this game.
True.
And nobody will go Bastion Breaker this game.
So no Yuntal either.
No, Yuntal because he's already going Essence Reaver.
Sorry, I was already talking to production while you started that sentence. That's on me. That's entirely on me right there. Oh, they came up now. Well, we've talked about them. And then you can production, you can take it down. Take it down, production. We don't need to see that anymore. Jack's already elucidated.
Then we can see Terminus, I think. That's the only one I can really think of.
Okay, so what are we fighting over here? Well, Topside Scuttle is coming up in less than a minute's time, and Linces wants it, because if he gets it, gets his upgraded Smite, which Douglas already has, importantly, but also will get towards that level 6. Douglas looking to steal.
The mid-prio is what you want to fight over to get access to this crap, but both teams kind of scared to walk up. Fiesta used to scatter the weak, though.
Seven's quite low on mana here. He needs to be careful on how much he expends, because Fiesta still has half a bar, and Seven's sitting on about a 10th. Wei steps in. Shielded daybreak onto Fleshy. That's aftershocks exchanged between the two supports. Zenith plays to the backline. Seven looks for the accelerated shock blast as the flash away from Lince's Fleshy. Now in for a world of hurt as Douglas lands the Q3 knockup. That 3-talon strike. Fleshy has no flash, no escape. First blood, Heretics.
A really nice aggression there by Douglas. He flash cancels Fleshy's dash, and that sets him up for the first blood. He's gonna get the top grab, gonna get that level 6, and start a potential snowball for himself as he starts off with a kill in this game.
A real nice start. We talked about skirmishing from Heretics, and they showed, even though perhaps they might be a little bit outnumbered with how well Seven has been playing, and at these sorts of moments, they can take the 3v3.
I think whoever pulls the trigger in this fight is always going to be winning. It needs to be, if Vitality wants to win, then it needs to be the Pantheon stun with Scatter the Weak and just a full one-shot. But as soon as Leona goes in, Vitality can't really go on the Leona. Leona's too tanky. So with that, Wei gets the engage, they get the kill, and it shows some good awareness from Team Heretics that they know if as long as they start the fight, they can win.
Yeah, really good early start here for Heretics. Naka was also coming down from the top side, but wasn't able to get there in time to make it an outnumbered fight for Vitality. So Heretics now about 400 gold ahead. That's all sitting on Douglas's shoulders, so we'll see what he can do with it. Naka doing what you do on the Yorick in a side lane, puts the Maiden down, gets himself a plate with the last rites. Went Phage first, which is often what you see in these matchups. You can also go for the Sheen if you really think you're winning out, but actually looks like Trayson might be able to chase the Maiden out. That's a big loss for Nako if that goes down.
And now we'll have to see if Team Heretics can try to convert this lead into an early Dragon, as that would be the main objective for them. Grubs as well, spawning in 15 seconds. Maybe you want to put Hype up towards the top lane. I think a swap would be really, really comfortable for Team Heretics, and I would like to see it because Cassandra is so nice laning into the 1v2. 6 takes towers so fast. And I think it could be good now. I mean, actually, it's Vitality that are deciding to go for the swap first, with Carsey opening up towards top. We'll see if Trayson sniffs it out here, or maybe he's forced to burn the
flash. Oh, he's gone all out. He's definitely going to have to burn the flash as the On The Hunt comes out from Carsey. They're looking for the chase. Trayson flashes out. No risk of a Dark Possession. That wall from the Yorick had already been used, but I don't blame him for wanting to make sure he gets the hell out of there.
And a mistake from Team Heretics. They don't expect the swap from Carsey. And Nako, really clever. He had the teleport. He can just TP back Bob. So Hype only ends up getting 1 plate, and his 3 grubs picked up by Linces.
Yeah, nice move all around from Vitality, finding those small victories. And Hype now hit by the Morning Mist. Satchel's out, but Fleshy's on the chase, still has the flash. Hype flashes early away from the Shadowing Strike to make sure that he is not caught in the clutches of Vitality.
Team Heretics, they're not able to get anything off the cross map. They lose the grubs. So feeling a bit bad there. We'll have to see if Douglas can maybe get a chunk on Fiesta and convert that into a dragon. He misses.
Yeah, Wind becomes lightning going wide there. Really spells the end of any play. Linces also has the Grand Starfall, so he can react pretty quickly to any threat that is coming out from Heretics. Because of that, we're unlikely to see a Drake taken too soon. Gold now basically even between the two teams. Still a lead for Douglas, as here's the Grand Starfall, and Hype has no flash. The shield bolt into the spear is enough. Nako survives the couple of tower shots that he took.
And it's a continuation of the earlier play. Hype loses the flash, he's chunked, he has no mana. Vitality, they punish. And Team Heretics support jungle. They're not able to find leeway anywhere, any lane to really play around. As Carsey is forced to base on top, but you're not getting plates, you're not getting gold anywhere else on the map.
I'd be really interested in what Wei's been doing over the last few moments. He's now a full level behind Fleshy, who just ticked over to 6. And as much as Leona is great with just 3 abilities, her 4th, when you unlock that ultimate, you have so much more playmaking possibilities, especially into low mobility carries. Like, there's a Syndra on the other side. Pantheon doesn't have a huge amount of mobility. He can put up the Aegis Assault, but if you solo play him, he uses Aegis Assault, and then you Zenith play it in. There's not really many ways for the Pantheon to get it out.
I mean, what looked like it happened was that Wei wanted to rotate for the grubs, and then Vitality made their play, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna go bot now, but then Hype had to burn his flash and get tracked.
Always just
so
10 seconds too late to stuff. Yeah.
But that's the danger when you play support in this meta. You kind of need to be everywhere at the right time, because if you misplay and you open at the wrong place, then you kind of always behind the enemy support's tempo, and you can fall behind like this.
Which is why things like the Camille are so good in the current meta, because you have so much mobility. You can just get across the map incredibly fast and close gaps really well. Vitality done a good job of closing the gap that was extended on them in the early game. It's Fiesta with a 400 gold lead in mid. Douglas spotted on Vision. And actually has some really good Vitality wards, just superficially lining the jungle for Heretics. As we're seeing all out from Trayson here. Now Nako still has Flash. Trayson dashes in the Morning Mist and a Maiden hit. With the extra ghouls to help, Trayson should be able to just walk this one out. Nako having to burn that Summoner.
Well played by Trayson. Gets the Flash. as Lince is here, but there is a ward. I think Tracer...
No, but he's got Aegis Assault movement speed here. That's what he's going to use. See, immediately just sprints towards Tracing. Oh, I was expecting they'd go for that, I'll be honest.
He already has the Pathmaker back up, so then he just Pathmakers the Lince's stun.
Yeah, but if you Dark Procession as Lince's jumps in,
okay, I don't know what's Dark Procession? I don't know that one.
It's the cage, dude.
He's already used it.
Yeah, but he could have waited, is my
then
point.
he could have done, yeah. It's a fight now with the Fleshy.
Yep. Heretics trying to make a cross map happen as Fleshy uses the heal to walk out. Will be able to escape. Fiesta once again moving first from the mid lane. Scatter of the Weak doesn't hit, but the on-hunt comes out from Kazi. And Douglas eats about half his health bar worth of damage.
There's nothing for Douglas to get. They're not really able... They zone Vitality off of one minion wave on bot, but Douglas, with the fact that he had the Sundered Sky so early, had the early game lead, the fact that he hasn't gotten the grubs, hasn't got the dragon, didn't even get an invade there because Lince had already done his bot side camps. Feels pretty bad for this Sin out.
Yeah, all those steps we set up for them after they got that lead, even in draft we were talking about the skirmishing potential of the Leona and the Sin, just haven't materialized. Yeah. Right? Heretics have struggled to find inroads, and credit to Vitality, they've closed any doors that they may have left open.
Yeah, and also like we saw in mid lane, that Fiesta was consistently losing the trades, but overall in the CS department, he's been out-farming Saren, he's gotten a plate in mid lane, so he's the one now actually sitting on a completed item, while Saren still doesn't have his.
Yeah, I was also interested in Saren not going tier. I don't know the modern Jace mid builds, but he has been running low on mana quite often. Went for the Serrated Dirk and Roadtrips combination. You should never have to say that item name in the ever as a League of Legends caster, but...
We could have a Sekka situation. Do you remember that? Where he played Ryze and he didn't buy tier until like 25 minutes?
Do you think he's forgotten? Or do you think there's a build that we're just not aware of? Because that does happen from time to time.
I mean, to be fair, we spoke about Classic earlier. A lot of champions you just don't care about mana anymore. As long as you get a blue buff as well.
True.
I do think that the tier makes a lot of sense on Jace because you want to poke and you have a lot of mana. But I kind of refuse to believe that in his first LEC games here in summer that he forgot to buy tier. I hope not. I hope he has some plan.
I hope he has a plan too. But no plan survives first meeting with the enemy, it seems. And here Fiesta has got almost 1,000 gold as his advantage. Hype's been doing a good job in the bot lane as well. We haven't talked too much about him because he's playing Ziggs, and so you don't really get to talk much about anything he's doing apart from when he has to satchel away. But he was... I
mean, he's got...
Did I get Roll Quest baited? I did. He was 500 gold ahead, and then I look back and he's only 200 gold ahead, and that's a Roll Quest moment right there.
I mean, I think the biggest reason he got a little bit ahead in the first place, even though he's down in CS, is just from the swaps that Carsey did. He was able to get a few plates off of that and deny a little bit of waves from Carsey, as Carsey now picks up the Essence River. First items across the board for Vitality. And Drake spawning in 1 minute, Herald as well. So you want to talk about Hype and Wave?
I do, yeah. I was trying to lead into it, but then my production thing didn't work again. Hype and Wave actually been together quite a few times in the past. Played on KT Rolster together in the Challengers League over in the LCK, and then on Misa, where they won kickoff for in the TCL earlier this year. The question is whether this combination will be enough to bring Heretics out of the doldrums that they were in spring at that 1-8 scoreline. They only beat SK, which is an accomplishment many teams did manage in spring.
That is true.
Yeah.
20 seconds until Dragon. Vitality are the ones with control, but Lince wants to go for the topside trap, so then Team Heretics can get control back for themselves and chunk down Fleshy.
So is this Vitality kind of saying, well, we're not really going to contest, or are they saying, well, Pantheon has Grand Starfall, so even if Heretics are first on the play, we can still look to contest the Drake if it starts?
I think Vitality can always contest it as long as Team Heretics has started it. As now, Wei has no Aftershock and the Leona W is timing out. I think this is a really good time for Vitality to engage.
There we go, Grand Starfall on towards the backline, Magnustorm as well on Wei, and there's no way out for the Heretics support.
And he used his Aftershock, he used his W. He has no tankiness, he's so squishy, so easy for Vitality to take down, and they recognize it really nicely. And that does mean that the second Dragon now is going over to Vitality.
The only saving grace for Heretics is the fact that Fiesta used this TP when he really didn't need to. It was a cherry on the top of the cake, but the cake was already gâteau. It was no longer gâteau, you know? Gatgon, I guess that's a great joke. That's top tier humor.
I don't know any of them.
Well, a gâteau is another name for cake.
Oh,
and so if the
French,
cake was already Gatgon, than
Yeah.
Sargasso anymore. It was awful, okay? I'm going to be honest. That was a 31-degree sort of joke right there. The heat getting to my head as Heretics try and get the Rift out as a recompense for the fact they lost their support and the Dragon. They do manage to pick it up. Nako continued to put some damage down onto this bot lane tower. Seven caught in the walls of the Dark Procession. That is called Jack as he tries to trade back onto Nako. Does have the flash. The Maiden, well, it will die in the end. Lynx is on his way across. Meanwhile, on the top side, Wei looks for the Solar Flare. Only lands the slow. Fiesta low mana, though, has to flash away from the Intofo.
Team Heretics getting some pressure across the map here. Douglas is walking around as well. He wants to go onto Fiesta, chunks him down. They can look for a dive here.
Yeah, I think it's a full dive angle. Where are we in terms of TP as well? Nako does not have his. And Heretics have one to spare. They'll walk to Fiesta, flash Shadow Daybreak to get the CC. Tracing tanking it. Mega Inferno Bomb clips onto the edge of the Syndra, and that's enough. And now, I mean, Flesh is going to try and walk away, but no real escape for him. Heretics, 2 on the top side, a tower. They'll lose a couple of plates on mid tower, but they still have Tracing's TP, so he can TP in. This is really nice stuff from Heretics.
They can go for more. Maybe Hype can even get this tier 2 here with the Satchel.
Needs about 1 plate on the Satchel these days, and it looks like they are just going to back away, not count their chickens before they're hatched.
Yeah, fair enough. I think he needed very little damage to be able to get the Satchel, but doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to waste that time and potentially get TP'd behind or any sort of shenanigans that Vitality could look for. But a really good proactive play by Team Heretics there. They recognized that Vitality stuck around a little bit too long on the bot side, and with the chunk onto Fiesta, they could go for that dive. As now Wei is in the bot side, but Nako knows he's here, so it's just going to be fine.
And I want to give credit to Heretics there, because it was all leaning Vitality.
Yeah.
It was all looking like Vitality, where you got the Drake, you got the kill on Wei, everything is going their way. And then Heretics with a really smart play, overloading topside, knowing that Nako doesn't have TP, and even if he does, Seven's trading on him in bot, and now Fiesta has no flash. All out goes Tracing, and all down goes Fiesta. Magnetstorm going on to 7 as well. He flashes across the wall. Nako's already dead. Kazi on the chase, flashes in, gets one, and now he's going to try and open up on Douglas when becomes Lightning as he dashes away. Mega Inferno Bomb only going to clip onto Linces there as Wei goes back. Protoplasm Harness healing him up. 3 Talon Strike. Kazi went too deep. They get him. Douglas falls, but now Hype's here to join the party, and Linces feels the pain. A Shield of Daybreak for the stun. A Satchel as well as Hype will chase Linces down, and Heretics clean it up. Never mind. The Sunlit Skies for Linces. Heretics clean it up in the end. Messier than it should have been, but they get there.
Oh my god, it's an absolute fist fight as 5 members end up falling for Vitality. It looked so good for Vitality in the beginning. It looked so favored for them as it starts off with Nako getting engaged on by Seren. Let's see this. It starts off with Wei. Actually, Seren engages, and they're able to one-shot Nako, and Seren flashes away, and Karsi flashes after him. But then I think Karsi gets a little bit too hype. He goes like
way too hype.
He's like really melee range here, and he continues clicking forward. And I think if he's able to get a little bit more range, then he could kite this fight out and play it a little bit better for Vitality. But with that, then it's Linces left 1v2, and heroic effort here. I mean, the Sundered Sky procs, he nearly clutches it. I think if Hype doesn't flash, probably he kills him with this with the spear.
It's the Aegis Assault into double Sundered Sky. I agree. I think he does just kill Hype if that spear connects. But in the end, Hype able to flash away. Now 2-1-2 on this Ziggs. 800 gold ahead. And look at the leads that Heretics have.
That's a 4,000 gold lead all of a sudden.
Because Sante is 1,000 gold ahead of Yorick, dude. Like, that's not meant to happen. And I will give all kudos to Nako. Tracing didn't get the lead in that 1v1.
No, he got it against Fiesta,
when
bro.
Fiesta has been top, it has gone well for Tracing. The question is now, how do Vitality come back? Because I do think in the late game, they have the advantage. They scale really well in this game, Jack.
Yeah. For sure, the Vitality win con is the late game team fights with the Sivir. Syndra as well can provide so much utility. The problem now, I don't think Vitality should fight this Drake, but they're fighting. Okay, let's see.
It's Vitality. They love to fight. On the hunt goes Kazi, looking to chase in. Using the spell shield on the one becomes Lightning. Wei goes very deep. The Shield of Daybreak will get the stun onto Linces. He was able to walk away, and the Solar Flare doesn't find any connections, meaning Vitality are now 1-0 up. Scatter the Weak back onto Douglas and Hype as well. Will force them away. Jack, I'm afraid Vitality should have fought that Drake.
But Wei goes way too deep. His teammates aren't there yet, but he goes in and just dies. And that's going to mean that the Dragon is free for Vitality, even though Team Heretics were the one with a 4,000 gold lead with better items. So Fiesta, whoa.
He's good.
He's fine.
He's fine, man. This guy knows how to party.
That he does.
He knows right, just the edge.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys who's like, okay, any more and I'm out.
Also,
But this
Seren's
is
still
enough.
not tier, so at this point it has to be intentional.
Apparently in Solo queue he has been playing a build without tier, but with Bastion Breaker in it. So we'll see if the Bastion Breaker does rear its head. For now, he is the only player on his team behind in gold. I think part of that is because he's been relegated
But
to
see, if he bought the
side-laning.
tier, he would be an extra 400 gold behind. So he'd be nearly 1,000.
Yes, because tier,
Costs money.
as we know, costs money and gives you nothing out of it. No stats, no mana, none of those good things
No, but
that
it
you
sets
need.
your build behind.
No, well, not if it's part of your build.
Yeah, but it sets
It's not like he's buying 4 control wards, you know?
He could be doing that.
Yeah, that would be bad. Or just a random elixir every now and again. It's like, hey, we might fight this next fight. I'll just grab an elixir.
That was Jojo, no? That bunch of elixirs and pink wards.
I mean, there was a support meta.
That is true as
well. Where after first item, your whole goal was elixir of iron plus control wards. And the problem is, as soon as you buy one, you put yourself behind for the rest of the game. And so you just have to keep buying them to keep up in terms of stats.
Little sunk cost fallacy.
Well, the question is, do Vitality feel they've lost any of this early game via, you know?
Team Heretics are vying this potential Nasher, or at least control around it, so as Vitality is able to pick up the top tower. Team Heretics, their Nash damage is quite low, but since Tracen is so far ahead, and they have a Leona as well, they can tank the Nash for a really, really long time.
Yeah.
So I feel like I would love to see Tracen push out this bot wave, move towards the Nash, and then they just start the Nash, and they just tank it and force a fight that way. As long as Wei is able to find some sort of flank or find a good solar flare, I think that can be a really good way of just turning the game on its head and not fighting the dragon. I think the worst thing that Team Heretics could do is just wait until 3 minutes and then fight when the dragon spawns. Because all Vitality need is a 50-50 or one person on Team Heretics to make a mistake, and then suddenly they have soul and the game is just pretty much won for them.
Yeah, Ocean Soul, really nice as well. When you're looking for sort of extended fights against Poke, the ability just to heal up through it all.
Yeah.
Doing damage with that Ocean Soul. It's still a 2k lead for Heretics as they vie for pressure around this bot side Scuttle Crab. Fiesta, okay, Rocket Bolts tries to find the steal and does manage to do it.
Yeah.
Nice little force of will, pulls back the Crab.
He likes to party.
Okay, we can't keep using the same joke. I'm just glad neither of us made a hype joke so far. As Wade caught in the dark possession, but is able to shield a Daybreak and kill off those ghouls in time. The Maiden has been relegated to the bot lane. Nutko, enforced separation, I believe this is called.
I mean, why split push when your Maiden can split push for you?
We could get the marriage annulled. It's like, hey, no, I will summon you. Nah, I'm good. Off you go. Down towards the bottom side. Tracen's going to answer that pressure, though. Some good vision from Vitality towards this red buff side of Heretics, who have slowed down pretty much on the pace of this game. 2 items on Tracen, on Douglas, on Seren, on Hype as well, maybe. That's the moment they think they have enough hope.
Realistically, Team Heretics now, they get one more opportunity where Tracen could push out this bot side and rotate towards the Nash. He's actually choosing to not push this bot wave and just rotate to mid immediately. I think that doesn't really generate the pressure that Team Heretics needs, though. So they're not going to really leverage this into anything. Hype is basing. See if he has any sort of, just a needlessly large rod.
Just. That's 1,200 gold
okay, but it's
worth
not a
of
Rabadon, you know?
investment.
We were
true.
thinking it could be a Rabadon.
It's not a full Rabadon's as of yet. He doesn't have the hat on. He has picked himself up a nice little injection of AP. On the other side, Kazi has enough swords to make General Grievous jealous. So he's got himself 6 of them and some boots.
Yeah.
I don't know if the General likes boots, but I feel like he could use them to make his metal legs not wear down as quickly.
You're going deep in this. Okay, Drake's
It's game
funny.
we're 25 minutes in, they've been 13 kills, and neither team has done much for the last few minutes.
That's true. I mean, both teams are waiting for this dragon.
Yes.
That's what both teams are planning for. I do think it really favors Vitality. I mean, kind of obviously, they have to be dragons. But we'll have to see. Team Heretics should be the ones with position, at least, as Vitality are now basing. And I think Team Heretics should just be able to stay on the map. Wei still has 4 wards, put down 1 now. But as long as they can just hold this position, let Hype and Seren poke, they can have a really good chance of fighting this dragon. I think the biggest worry is we've seen Wei now go a little bit too deep 2 times. So that's the player that I'm really looking at. I think if he's able to land a good solar flare, play it really slow with his carries, then Team Heretics can win this fight.
So it's a poke on entry sort of idea. Like, make it so that Vitality can't walk through these gated off regions very easily. That's what Douglas is trying to do with the Wind Becomes Lightning. That's his small modicum of poke. Fleshy stepping forward as well. Another wind onto Linsus as the Scuttlecrab has respawned. Shattering Strike from Fleshy on way. Douglas still looking for more. Scatter the Weak coming out. Heretics starting to get a little bit split. Now they regroup. All 5 members under one banner, it seems, as Douglas will get the Scuttlecrab. Tracing stepping forward, takes a third of his HP from Fiesta. The poke not really poking as of yet. Vitality much healthier than Heretics. Another Morning Mist comes across the side. Kazi looking to see how he can get into this fight. Has the Ghost, has the Flash. The Drake has been begun as Tracing dashes away with the Pathmaker. Now the question is, can Vitality get in here? The poke's still not really poking.
The poke is not poking, Medic.
Wind Becomes Lightning across the wall. Scatter Weak is down as well as Douglas sticks on the Drake for now. That's a good shock blast. Takes a little bit off as Linsus now begins to step further forward. Pathmaker in as Tracing tries to separate them. There's the Drake, but Tracing falls the Magnet Storm. Crescent Guard out from Douglas to split up the fight, but now Naka with a satchel charge. Mega Inferno Bomb and double flash out from Naka and Linsus. Way gets the Protoplasm rocked onto him. Douglas in the middle of the pit has no flash. He's sacrificed. The rest of Heretics just trying to get away. A couple of pings towards the Baron from Vitality.
Can Vitality do Nash? That's the big question. 2 members down from Team Heretics, but Team Heretics got the Dragon. They avoided the Soul, but with 5 men alive from Vitality, they should be able to break the Nash.
They should be able to. Nako has TP as he puts the Maiden down towards the bottom side. Grand Starfall in as well. Hype TP to the mid lane tower as he has got his Rabadons complete. If he can get there, he can poke down a little bit, but it looks like Heretics have given up any idea of fighting this one. As Vitality will secure the Baron, those 3 Drakes they got earlier, really helping them out around that fight. They knew they didn't have to secure the Drake. It was much more about finding a fight on their terms.
Now let's watch this fight back here. As it starts off with the poke was not poking. I think none of the 6 bombs landed. There were a few shock blasts here and there, but it was not the start of the fight that Team Heretics was looking for. So Tracing recognizes this, sacrifices his life to make it so it's not a 50-50, but then a really good satchel from Hype made it so that the fight was actually playable, forcing 2 sums from Vitality, but Douglas already used the flash. He's stuck in the pit, so he ends up falling as well. And I will have to see how Vitality use this Nash. I think since they're up against the 6, frankly, it's going to be hard for them to get a whole much more than just tier 2s. I think a tier 2 bot, a tier 2 mid, that's the most they can realistically ask for and get a few thousand gold. But there's so much wave clear on the side of Team Heretics that they should be able to hold.
Especially with the Rabadons already for Hype. He is 3 items strong. Lord Dominic's regards finished though for Kazi now, so he will begin to melt through Tracing and Way.
Nako has a huge wave in that bot side. And if he summons the Maiden as well, Team Heretics...
Well, is that triple cannon? Double cannon. Okay. A few ghouls here.
They could try to force the inhib here. Team Heretics are very slow to rotate towards this bot side.
Mega Inferno Bomb is a possibility. Hype now moving across, but it's already down to 2 plates. Solar Flare, Mega Inferno Bomb, more for damage than on the wave, and doesn't really do too much. Yes, they're still pretty healthy. Pathmaker out from Tracing, 1 plate left on the tower. Meanwhile, a TP away from Nuknuko might actually make Heretics want to go for this play. Douglas looking for the long flank. Saren can look for a Shock Blast as well, but in the end, Vitality are able to walk away. They're on the hunt from Kazi, giving them that extra little bit of movement speed they needed at the start of it. Scatter the Weak on Saren. Fiesta with this 2,000 gold lead he's accumulated, now really making Saren hurt. It feels like Vitality's poke actually stronger than Heretics now.
Is solo out-poking the Jace and the 6 in this one. As they're able to get the bot lane inhibitor, I think Hype overstayed a little bit on mid lane. He wasn't using the 6 wave clear to try to help out that bot side, as I don't think that Vitality can get the inhib as well, but with this they can now play 3 lanes, really separate Team Heretics out, because realistically it's only the 6 that can really get the inhibitor as well. Wow.
Yeah. This is really nicely done from Vitality. Heretics, as you say, a little bit slow on the play overall, but they're just playing these 3 lanes. The TP away from Nuknuko means that Tracing has got his hands full trying to deal with this Yorick and with the Maiden. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Kazi and Fleshy just waiting. It's like, okay, we'll pop down the hunt if we need to run away. We can step back in. You don't have the easiest of engage tools. Meanwhile, in the mid wave, well, it looks like they are going to back away now. In the end, Vitality got quite a bit out of that Baron. Not as much as they'd like. They didn't break an inhib, and they only broke 1 inhib tower, but they still took a ton and developed about a 3,000 gold lead out of that Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, and now for me, Vitality have outscaled.
Yeah, they've scaled.
Carsey is at 4 items, Fiesta is at 3, and the rest of the Vitality lineup just have so much damage that I think it's really hard for Wei and Tracen to buy so much time in the front line. They will just get melted so fast. So it needs to be, I think, a great Solar Flare or just a fantastic Shock Blast into a Mega Inferno Bomb. Like, the poke needs to poke like we've never seen it before.
And unfortunately, they just haven't been poking that way.
Haven't been poking.
There's been a lack of pokage, really, overall. Drake up in 30 seconds, though. Another chance for Vitality to get that Ocean Soul, or another chance for Heretics to rebut them. But that rebuttal is going to be tricky. Lincess has a Guardian Angel. And although Heretics do have first positioning on the play, there's a Naknako in the side lane who has other ideas as to how this is going to end up going down.
Yeah, I mean, Naknako really smart here, because even if Team Heretics pick up this Dragon, it's just a second for them. So if they can trade it for an inhibitor and pressure on Nash, spawning in 2 minutes, that's really nice for them. He doesn't have his TP, though.
Good poke onto Fiesta this time, and onto Lincess. Douglas actually in a great position. Solar Flare, heck, the Rocket Belt away. Mega Inferno Bomb takes Fiesta down. He's going to have to recall, no TP. Will Vitality take this fight? It looks like they will. Fiesta staying around, the Drake already down. So about half health, 5k on it. Fiesta still stepping forward. Now Naku in the mid lane is going to take down the inhibitor tower. That will be the Drake to Heretics.
And the poke poked. Team Heretics, they were able to poke them out, so there's no fight to be had. Although Naknako forcing the flash from Tracen, I think he can probably get the inhibitor.
Yeah, last strikes with the Triforce.
Very fast,
gets through it very quickly. That will be the inhib. And because Vitality have opened up the base, looks like we have a small pause. I don't actually think that's the reasoning. Yeah, because of that. Hey, he can't take the inhib
Trace
like
is
this.
like, there's no balance.
Oh, what's going on?
Like you just killed my inhibitor.
Yorick doing Yorick things. Yeah, it does feel like Vitality have very much outscaled at this point.
I like how we say that when we just saw them lose the fight.
They only lost the fight because Fiesta kind of got caught when he shouldn't have got caught.
And then,
really.
Yeah, they got really poked out. I mean, but that shows you, like, even in the state, as long as the poke lands, you can always win. And Carsey still doesn't have any lifesteal. Fiesta, if he gets chunked, has no way of healing it back up. So I do think that if Team Heretics has the position and they can land that, but at the same time, was a big mistake from Fiesta. I don't think it's going to happen again.
You say that. You were there last week. I watched a lot of Fiesta. It might happen again. It might happen again. Both these teams have a few foibles, a few failures to work out so far, I would say. And we'll see if either team can do it. As it is quite quiet in this arena at the moment. We have no fans here today.
Yeah,
which
it
makes
does
me
feel weird.
It feels a little... I mean, fans are the lifeblood of esports, and so I feel like I'm missing them a little bit as we get our photos taken for the Flickr. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Look, okay, the game, we've kind of hit all of the points that you'd expect us to hit, right? We've talked about scaling, we've talked about which team will play, which team should be able to win fights now, and thankfully, we're going to be able to talk about more stuff. There was a monitor issue as Heretics initiated a pause, but we're going to get back into the game, and then we're going to pause it again. So...
Yeah, because we can see some things that you guys can't. And we saw that they unpaused and then paused back again. So, monitor issue, maybe still monitor issue.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. It's, hey, guys, my monitor has this gray effect on it the entire game. I was so confused.
Strange.
Now, on my monitor, I see my Leona on the other side of the fight. I don't understand what's going on.
On my monitor, I'm playing really good, but we're losing. What's happening?
That's every game of solo queue I play, dude. Yeah. The problem is, right, like, it's I think I'm playing really well.
Yeah.
But my expectation of what a support should do in my elo is all jacked up. You know, I should be playing a lot better than I am. But I just have these rose-tinted glasses on. All right, there was a slight bug with a camera issue after the pause resumed, which is a known bug, so we're playing on. That's what's happening here. We're back on into the action.
Okay,
nice. Summoner's Rift again.
So 1 minute for the Nasher here. It's still Vitality in full control of this topside jungle. Douglas smites away the wolves. So Vitality, they want to set up the Nash, have a really easy turn, maybe Fleshy on the flank. He has the flash on the Rel. So a really easy way to start the fight, just flash Magnet Storm, pull them all in. Although all the carries from Team Heretics has flash as well in response, so it's not going to be easy for Fleshy to find that sort of
I have seen many a Magnet Storm not flashed away.
That is true.
Many. As we do see some poke coming out from Seven, who's still only sitting on those 2 items. Hype almost has his Void Staff complete with the Blighting Jewel and the Blasting One. as you say, the next major objective has to be that Baron in 30 seconds, but you can see Vitality just trying to get 3 waves pushed in.
Yeah.
Make sure that Heretics cannot get out of their base, so they can just walk back and take this Baron at a leisurely pace.
And Carsey picked up the Vamp Scepter, so he has some lifesteal for himself.
And Douglas picked up that Boomerang, so he's losing some life for himself.
Yeah.
So the Boomerang Blade comes out from Kazi. Again, Kazi kind of just walks straight into that bouncing bomb, even taking the Mega Inferno bomb as well into the minefield. Okay, like, Hype does damage.
Yeah.
Hype does some damage.
Definitely does a lot of damage, but now with 2 inhibitors down, I think Vitality can probably just walk over to this Nash, and they can let the minions do the work. Team Heretics does have 3 teleports though, so they should be able to send someone down towards the spot line and be able to answer with the TP if Vitality wants to start this match right now.
Saren gets Edge of Night as his 3rd item. It's as strong as he's going to be, quite possibly for the rest of the game, unless Heretics really slow this one down.
I think what Vitality can do now is they can just put Naknako in the bot lane, and he should win 1v1 against anyone. And then he can pressure ending the game. And then if Team Heretics put 2 or more people, that's when Vitality should start this Nash.
Yeah, and it's not like Vitality don't have go buttons of their own. As you say, Flash Magnet Storm, a massive, right? A good scat of the week. A Flash Shield Vault, in fact, from Lintus will start a fight. So if you see 2 people on the bottom side...
But Douglas is recognizing it. He's just started this Nash. He knows that they need to fight right now, or Naknako can pressure to end the game.
Kazi's running through mid. Kazi and Naknako are looking to pressure together to end the game as Douglas dashes away from Vitality, way on that front line. The Nexus is the target for Vitality. First Nexus tower already down to half HP. It's gonna fall. Kazi here, the TP's in from Heretics as they try and defend Grand Starfall as well. As it looks like Wei, he's lost it. Lost his way in the jungle, no escape. No path with sweets on it, no Hansel and Gretel way out of this one. Wei dies to the unleashed power, while Douglas looks for the engage. Crescent Guard down, tracing from the Q3 onto Kazi, can't land it. Heretics lose their support, lose their jungler, and really lose any hope of closing out this game. Lince's still on the chase. Tracing uses the Pathmaker, but Seren's forced away by Fiesta. Lince's low, but he still has a Guardian Angel, as Tracing will die to Kazi, who flashes the wall to make sure he secures it. Fiesta dies to 7 and Hype, but I don't think that's really gonna matter. The Nexus Tower's the target for Vitality as they call Heretics bluff around the Baron and take down game 1.
A great macro sequence from Vitality. They recognize we don't need the Baron Nasher, we can just threaten the end, and Team Heretics, they don't have a response. Vitality taking game 1 against Team Heretics.
Not really anything Heretics could do when they put themselves into that position. There were some signs of life from them. That good play after the second Drake where they went top side, were able to get that fight around top tier 1.
Yep.
Finding a couple of picks, but then again, it just felt a little disjointed. They weren't always on the same page, and when the poke wasn't poking, they just couldn't pick up the win. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back with game 2 of this series after that.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. outplay the world. It's time to express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
There we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, we ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in the belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, that method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing, never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relief, walking down this road. We ain't the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in a coat, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the
Just tower with six, we can play slow. We don't need to play fast.
Yeah, we will kill them both,
F knock up.
Yeah. Good job, Ives. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Nice.
Well, does that end the game?
Yeah, I'll pressure six.
Okay, good macro.
It was macro of some kind, most certainly. Welcome back after a very bizarre game one, if I'm completely honest, between Vitality and Team Heretics. I wasn't really ready for the game to end that way.
Yeah.
We're Team Heretics, it would seem. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, because it was already shaping up to just be this, oh, come fight me at the Drake. Oh, it's Nasher time, let's fight at Nasher. But no, Nagnako is like, hey, there's a whole different universe out there.
I mean, it's just such a luxury when you're playing Yorick. You can split push side lane constantly the entire game. Why? Because Vitality started the game with 3 dragons. Now, okay, never mind. Let's just talk about the split pushing, because the ending was maddening. Yeah, because all of Team Heretics are just completely tunneling on the fight, and Nagnako, he's right there!
Pause
he's
right
just pushing your base!
Pause right now. Okay, you are doing this Nasher with these 4 boys over here. On the other side of the map, yeah, I mean, we already saw Nagnako, but we see Karzi over here and Nagnako pushing. Who is your damage dealer on this Nasher? because for Team Heretics, while you're doing it, we can roll out the clip. We can roll out the clip. But
we're doing Nash. They're showing in your base. They're hitting your buildings.
They're realizing they can back off. But the problem with this Nash is it takes an hour to finish it because your only damage dealer is Ziggs. And now let's pause it again. The reinforcement came in, but all of these guys that really need to go to their base over here, now you're being flanked from your own base by Vitality, who can easily just take this pathing over here. So this world of chaos that we know Vitality and we love them for, I mean, we loved them before, but now with Fiesta being there, we love them even more. They seem to thrive in it, and it was very weird. It was extremely bizarre, but I really liked it because they just threw that boring game script out the window and they just made it all about this. Let's just fight everywhere. Let's just drag you around the map.
What? Okay. You guys have both been in pro team atmospheres. What do you say? You're Nuke Duck and Mithy, you're heat on, you're backstage, you're like, all right, we got to say something to the boys out of this game, clearly, because that was a disastrous ending. But do you just say go next? Like, is there a lesson to be learned?
Look, if you are playing Ziggs into Sivir, you should be getting some damn Drakes. Like, we should get a few of them Drakes. You have push.
So you would criticize them for not getting Drakes enough?
I mean, they definitely need to get some more Drakes early game if they're pushing lanes. I've been reading on social media, on Twitter, on Reddit, on MSN Messenger. AD carries are complaining about playing as mages. They're telling me, Finn, I cannot play an AD carry against mage because it's unplayable. Carsey was completely fine this game. He was playing Sivir, going even, getting push against Ziggs. That can't happen. If you're playing a mage bot, you need to push, you need to snowball, you need to get some towers, dragons, something, because Heretics are just sitting there.
I will say that Nuke Duck said at the start of the day that Hype was going to be this polarizing player. He was going to be really instinctual and it was going to be this big explosive performance. It was pretty quiet. I felt like it was solid from him, but you're definitely right that they never did get a Drake, which feels like you should just expect free lane prio, no? At the very least?
I mean, Sivir Ziggs is kind of whatever. They just trade prio. He wasn't really set up for success, I feel like, because, okay, it was his first game. He was playing Ziggs, and it was a little bit all over the place. But going into the next game, I really want them to just play on Drakes a little bit. Get them a little bit more tools, because if you can bring out the draft, I had a couple of issues with what happened. I felt like it was a pretty good draft from the side of Vitality, and it felt like this whole identity of the supports had in week one got taken a little bit too serious, because the Team Heretics was sitting at home and was like, okay, boys, Camille is in the meta, we're roaming supports, we're going everywhere, let's just copy all of that. But the problem was that the Leona this game, which we all touted in Paris, it was the best support in the meta and it was completely OP, just had nowhere to go to. It felt like we're making this game about 3v3 mids, but you're already losing mid.
I disagree. I think
that's why you're not the coach.
I think Team Heretics draft is so simple. You have pushing bot lane. All Leona has to do is walk mid. They don't need to kill mid. Only thing they need to do is get Jason push. Now you're pushing bot, you're pushing mid, you do dragon number 1, reset the map, easy. We do it once again, get dragon number 2. Now suddenly it's Vitality staring into a Jace, into a Ziggs, and have to walk in to an area that Team Heretics is controlling, and they are under threat. If you don't get those early dragons, this comp makes no sense.
So what you're saying is that they just went mid because they went mid a couple of times and Seren just didn't carry the game, or what?
No, but they didn't set up the dragons. They were looking for kills. They were looking to get the grub. Okay, let's not even talk about the grubs.
Let's just take a breath. Because despite all of that, the Drake advantage did belong to Team Vitality, but we still hit a mid-game point where Team Heretics were up like 4,000 gold. They found winning team fights. They found good angles. So is it still that just because they didn't get Drake's early game that this all fell apart, or did something else go awry?
I mean, when you play a poke comp against a split push comp, you need to have threat on the dragons, because otherwise the Yorick doesn't have to care that you lose team fights. He can just go on that side lane. We saw how the game ended. He was completely flourishing in the side lane.
It was a little bit bizarre, because I agree with that, what Drake was saying. There were a couple of times where they could have went there and they could have been first, but they just chose not to. There was a huge discrepancy between what they did and what they should have done given the resources they had, and that's what I feel like we really need them to level up in the next game.
Adaptations, just want to see them simple, straightforward comp. Feels like the story across the board. We're going to send it over to our casters. Draft a comp, play for the comp you drafted. That's what we're, fingers crossed, that's what we're hoping to see.
Wow. It's top tier analysis from the coach of Fnatic.
That's why Dracos is a host.
Yeah. I mean, Dracos, he just summed it up. Odo said, hey, pick champions that do the thing you want to do. That's the Fnatic level coaching that we expect.
That's true.
I'm
going to say something crazy. I think Team Heretics needs to play better.
Oh.
They're going to win this.
I
know.
Are you in Nuke Duck's ear right now? It's like, hey,
Might be whispering.
Mr. Duck, have you thought about playing better?
If you want this to be your year.
Man, I think they'd be happy if they just get a day instead of a year. Right, let's start small. Let's start small. We're going to start small as we get into draft as well with Vitality on the blue side. This time, Heretics with first pick, I believe. Maybe, no, Heretics second pick. They chose second pick. So we'll see what's open. We're going to have Poppy and Viband out, unsurprisingly, to kick things off. I wonder if we will have the Orianna sneak her way through.
We'll have to see. But I do like a lot what our analyst was saying about the Dragons. I think both of these teams are kind of down in the mud right now, and Dragons is really going to be the name of the game. And to get Dragons, you want strong early laners and a strong skirmishing jungler. Both teams kind of had it last game, and we'll see how they draft in this one, as the Ezreal is now taken out by Vitality as well. We're kind of seeing Ezreal as this premier ADC that most teams are either willing to pick incredibly early or ban away.
It's because he's kind of a mage.
He's kind of a mage.
He's basically an AD mage.
That is true.
AD caster, you know. Camille will be the final ban from Vitality. As you like, it gives you push. It's nice and it gets banned out.
It is weird though that last game the Orianna was pretty much completely ignored.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's been a really high priority pick. We'll have to see if it changes in this game. It wasn't like the Jarvan is still up and available, so that's a threat to the Orianna. I would be probably anticipating a potential Jarvan first pick now, especially with the Nocturne being taken out as well. We'll see what Vitality want to go for though.
So if Vitality go for the Jarvan first pick, then for Heretics you're looking for someone that can skirmish, you're looking for dashes as well to get away from that Jarvan. At the moment they're not looking towards it, they're thinking, well, we can take a mage and it could be mid, it could be bot, we can flex that around wherever we want. Cassio is the one we've seen Kazi bring out already this split alongside that Ziggs.
But the Victor has been growing a lot in priority as well. A lot of teams wanting to flex that. We'll see if that's what they decide to lock in. I'm surprised though that they decide to go for this sort of direction instead of either going for the Orianna or the Jarvan.
But Victor, oh, it's Cassio instead. I was going to make a joke about Victor having...
You can make it, bro. Make it.
No, it has a lot of similar letters with Vitality. You know.
Yeah.
It's like Vic or Vit. So it makes sense for them to... It's
wow, that was...
It was not a good joke, dude.
That was worse than your other one, I think.
Yeah, the other one was really bad. The Gascon one, that was super awful. As the Orianna is locked in here, that is a mage that we do not see in the bot lane. So that will be likely going over, well, 99% sure.
Yeah.
That will be going over to 7, and there's the Jarvan.
A really strong start from Team Heretics. Getting Orianna and Jarvan on the same team, very rare that teams are able to get this. We'll see if Vitality can match up and have a really strong jungler of their own. The Xin Zhao is out, Pantheon's out, Neferi is out, and Nocturne's out, and Poppy is out. So a lot of junglers taken off the board here.
You still have things like the Wukong.
Yeah, Wukong is an option.
Yeah. Instead, they're going to look towards the Akali. So Cassio, Akali, likely seeing the Cassio go down towards Kazi. The Akali going into the hands of Fiesta in mid lane, although we haven't seen either of them bring out Akali as of yet. Alongside that, they're hovering Darius, but it's not going to be. More likely Elite.
Lee Sin, yeah, this is a good... we've seen this quite a bit into the Jarvan. I wasn't sure if either jungler really wanted to play the Lee Sin since they didn't play it last game. And it's kind of funny because like Jarvan Lee Sin has been the most high priority junglers, but both junglers ignored it last game, so I kind of thought they didn't want to play it. But now in the second game, they're like, we'll play it.
We do actually like the best picks in the meta, Orianna and then the Jarvan. Galio the lock here for Heretics. Let's see.
So where is...
So
where's the Galio going?
Are you trying to match the Akali? I guess is my question.
Yeah, but is a team going to play Orianna bot? Because that I don't think I've seen in...
Or is a team going to play Galio bot?
That's a good question.
Right, because the Akali, we've seen Super already bring out Akali bot lane. So could also go top, right? You can put Galio top, although that's usually just as a rumble answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're trying to play Galio into any AD bruiser in top lane, you're not going to have a good time whatsoever. So I'd be surprised if they do that.
I would be. I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised if the Orianna goes bot. I'm surprised if the Galio goes bot. So overall, I'm already surprised. Good job, Heretics. Good job, Nuke Duck. You have surprised us. I was going to say they're building a very strong team fighting comp, which is what they are doing. Like, Galio still fits into that. Jarvan goes in, Hero's Entrance, Orianna Shockwave. Lots and lots of circles that you have to avoid in team fights.
Yeah.
But the problem is now, unless the Galio goes top, where's your consistent DPS? You want an AD carry.
I think
in this situation.
A Gnar would be really nice for Team Heretics, because that kind of provides that DPS. And that's kind of the only pick. I mean, you can also try to search for like a Vayne top or something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Vayne top.
Yeah, if you can get that last pick. Are they last pick?
They are last pick because they went second.
Okay, then I think a range top here for tracing could be really nice.
Vitality could also read that and just ban out the Vayne.
That's true, but you could also go Varus.
Sure. We don't
Varus or
see as
Gnar?
much Varus top these days.
It was played, Genji played it today.
Against T1, they lost that game.
They did
so-
lose that game, but Keen was very fed up.
I'm going to say, Heretics, if Genji can lose with Varus top, maybe you shouldn't be picking it. Just going to put that one into the ether. Although...
They would be very heavy AP as well,
Yeah.
because Varus kind of has to go AP. I mean, he doesn't have to, but he's kind of only good if he goes AP.
With the Terminus change, I wonder if there is a possibility that you
Yeah.
could like try and go a little bit more physical damage.
You could go more on it for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see what Vitality... I think they're going to ban out the Gnar. That would be my prediction. Ooh, they go for the Vayne instead, that we also talked about.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. The Ambessa ban from Heretics kind of leads down the we want someone a little bit squishier in the top lane. Varus would fit into that wheelhouse. Heretics
The Galio could be support as well. We didn't talk about
True.
that.
We don't see as much Galio support ever since the flash W change got removed, where you can't W and then flash in the middle of it. But he is still solid. He can still do quite a bit of work. The problem is Justice Punch is quite easily dodgeable by good
more
players.
flexes, more flexes. This could go top as well.
Man, it's like you in the gym, flexing all over the shop.
I think it's Shen support.
Yeah.
Galio, I have no idea.
I think they're
I think Galio it is, you know.
I mean, Galio bot lane makes the most sense in terms of where we are in the draft.
Yeah.
Vitality do not need more magic damage, so they're not going to go Rumble top.
Yeah.
There's no point in that at all. They could...
I think now Vitality go the Gnar, and then just a standard engage support.
Yeah.
Nautilus makes a lot of sense.
So then Gnar here would make sense. A little bit squishy as a lineup, but they have a lot of damage.
Yeah, maybe a tank is better. Then you go Sion, but Sion doesn't feel great either.
Could go Akali top or Cassio top.
There's no way they go another AP champ.
I mean, currently we're hovering the Annie, dude.
That would be very strange if they go...
Yeah, what we really don't know. Annie support Nautilus mid.
Ooh, I like the
okay,
Aatrox though.
okay.
I mean, a lot of melee champions on the side of Team Heretics. So this Aatrox is going to be feasting.
So where are you going if you're Heretics? How do you answer this Aatrox, or are you putting the Galio up
I think
into
you go
it?
range top here. I think you go Varus top.
I mean, it's currently looking like the Galio was just picked as a top laner. Nilo the hover. Okay. Gwen. It is going to be
It's so
Galio.
heavy AP though if you go Gwen.
You could go Gnar.
Yeah, I guess it's Gnar. It's Gnar or Varus, I think. But Varus is maybe too heavy AP. I mean, Gnar is just like... It's a good matchup into the Aatrox, can dodge the Qs pretty easily with the movement speed.
Sure.
Provides some of that DPS that the comp needs, but also has the engage and the tankiness. Overall, I kind of like what Team Heretics has cooked up here. I think in the later stages, once the Gnar gets a few items and Orianna as well, I do feel like they outscale, but both comps are very weird, so I say that with like a hesitant tone.
It has an asterisk next to it, right? Because I look at Vitality and they just have a ton of damage. Currently, Aatrox is bot lane. They have until about now to swap, I want to say. Maybe a couple more seconds to see if that swap comes out. Okay.
This is what a lot of teams...
Fiesta mid Aatrox is where we have ended up. Into Galio for 7. Hype
And they
is
were
playing
waiting.
the Orianna.
They were waiting for the last second to do that swap. It's something that I feel like Riot is eventually going to change, that it's just meta of like waiting until the last second to swap.
I mean, we've seen teams do it with all 5 players, just constantly swapping. So I do think that will get changed. But where we sit is Akali top, Lee Sin jungle, Aatrox mid, Cassio AD carry or bot lane, and Nautilus support for Vitality. And on the other side, it's Gnar, Jarvan, Galio, Orianna bot, and Shen support for Heretics. Holistically, how do we feel about these teams, Jack?
Vitality really outplayed them with the swaps, I'm not gonna lie. Because now Akali into Gnar, really nice matchup. Once Akali gets level 6, she can go for the solo kill. Aatrox into Galio, really nice matchup for Aatrox. You're just constantly winning the trades. And then Cassio into Orianna, it's just whatever matchup, they're both just gonna farm. But if it was the other way around, if it was Akali into Galio, then Galio is chilling, just being able to push her in. And Aatrox into Gnar, then Gnar is also chilling, being able to push Aatrox in. So with this swap, they're able to convert 2 losing lanes into 2 winning lanes, and then also really good skirmishing power with the Lee Sin and the Nautilus as well. So I really like what Vitality's cooked up. I still think if the game goes late, I prefer Team Heretics, but Vitality have so much skirmishing power now, such good lanes, that I can see them just easily snowballing this game off that.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're aiming to do. Find some skirmishes early doors, use the base stats that they have on all of their carries to get that extra damage down. And
one thing though...
Oh, hit me with the one thing though.
I am confident that Nakanako can play Akali well. I have no idea if Fiesta can play Aatrox well.
I understand your perturbations, and I think I must echo them. This is his first Aatrox ever in the history of his career, at least on a professional stage. I'm looking to see if he's got some Yone games.
Yeah.
I guess that's AD kind of.
Similar champs.
Some Lucians. Jace, he's got 25% win rate on Jace, which isn't the best. Yeah, it's not really his wheelhouse. And I don't think it's any mid laner's conventional wheelhouse. Where would you put, like...
Leader.
Leader.
He could probably play it first.
He could probably, but we still didn't see him do it.
That's true.
But it does round out the physical damage that they needed for their composition.
Yeah.
I think they could have also gone for a tank and relied on Linsus as their AD. Nako on the Akali already got a little bit of a lead towards that top side. He's pushing in the wave to Tracin, so Tracin should be able to catch a few at least. Nako running Ignite in this lane gives him so much more kill threat. As you said, level 6,
yeah.
Obviously the key point when you're looking for the Mega into Mini Gnar transition, because that's when Nako will go for the play, knowing that Tracin has no way of building up the Rage Bar, no way of getting into that Mega Gnar.
Yeah, and if you land that Shuriken, then it's just a guaranteed kill with the Electrocute as well. It's so much burst damage. As Linces as well has the winning 1v1 against Douglas. So I think across the board, just stronger laners. Bot lane from Vitality got the push as well, and they got the first recall. Fleshy's already in mid lane.
Flash,
I mean,
okay.
you get what he's going for.
I do. However...
But he looks really silly when Saren doesn't flash.
But even, I think he was also anticipating a Justice Punch, right? Because it was almost shorter range than a flash would have been for Saren.
But he doesn't reach him, no? If he Justice punches, because he has to go back and then forwards.
Yeah.
I think he was predicting the flash.
Okay, I mean, either way, he didn't.
It
opponent did not do the thing.
There's
the Justice Punch forward. Infernal Chain's going down. Good Dredge Life from Fleshy. Taunt comes out from Wei into another taunt out of Saren as Fiesta has to flash away. Heal was used by Wei to try and close that gap, but couldn't get there in time.
Not the start that Vitality was looking for. As Fiesta's forced to burn the flash. He's going to be able to teleport back in. The wave is in a good position. So, not feeling too terrible about it, all things considered. Saren's going to have to TP back as well to try to push that wave in. Linces does have a
Ooh, it's going to be bad for Tracin.
Here.
The wave is not in a good spot for him. He wants to step forward and get a couple of these minions. Nako is just going to bait him in a little bit. Shuriken's back to the minion. There we go. Linces dashes across with the safeguard. Dash away from Tracin and has to use the flash. Resonating Strike had connected. Tempest Cripple there would have slowed him. And then Tracin, if you're slowed and then you flash, you're still slowed.
Yeah. And Linces, he doesn't try to do the flashy. He doesn't try to predict the flash. Makes it easy. Gets Tracin's flash.
Are we calling that the Fleshy from now on?
We're calling that the Fleshy from now on.
We have the Insect, the Expeke, the Messiah, and the Fleshy. And the Yellow Star. I guess all supports get a bad play named after them, apart from Mad Life.
Hylissang just gets used as like a crazy player.
Yeah.
So
that's true. Fiesta is, I've seen a lot of people calling him the new Hilly.
That's true.
But in mid lane, you have a little bit more ability to int in the mid lane, not just blast landing. Kazi with the ghost forward. Hype has to flash away. Saren going in for the engage on Fiesta, who has no flash. Douglas here as well, alongside Wei. And Fiesta, it's a party, but unfortunately, you have been uninvited. The Winds of War takes him down as Saren gets first blood for Heretics. Again, we see Heretics with first blood in the game.
Yeah, nice play from Team Heretics. Vitality might have overcommitted on both sides. No, Douglas doesn't want to go for it.
But still 2 minions as well, so they're not even tanking the tower as they walk out.
And Hype lost a lot of minions, though. That's the biggest prize that Vitality gets. And Fleshy put so much time into the bot side while Wei was in mid. Does mean that Hype is going to be down quite a bit of XP now on Carsey. We'll have to see if that manifests into a potential Drake fight, as Carsey will hit level 6 much, much faster than Hype.
It's only his second ever game on this Cassio for Kazi. He lost the first one last week, but I don't know, it feels very Kazi champion to me.
Yeah?
Because you kind of...
I think every ADC, for me, like when I played a bit of Mages, like Cassio feels pretty comfortable.
Yeah,
because
like it's almost an ADC.
Yeah.
Instead of right-clicking, you're spamming E.
Yeah.
And you're running forward.
Yeah.
It's kind of, you know, it's how you play. And you also have a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card with that Petrifying Gaze, as Fleshy tries to put Wei in jail. Taunts doesn't quite land the CC. Like, force out. Kazi, they're down to half HP. In the end, Hype should be able to just catch this wave underneath the tower. The Orianna should manage to get all of them pretty easily.
And I think both junglers, they would really like to play for this bot side or top side crab, as it would get them both level 6. And we'll have to see who can get there. Both Douglas and Linces running now. Fiesta does have the push in mid, and he has the level 6 advantage, despite the fact that he died. Saren picking up the level 6 now as well. Doesn't look like the crab is just going to go over to Linces. So that's a slight advantage to him.
He will get his upgraded smite. Again, Douglas actually faster on upgrading his smite, but Linces able to take the crab away and gets that level 6. Douglas needs these Krugs, gets them himself, so now he has the Cataclysm. Fleshy. Ooh, he's waiting. Douglas will spot him now. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, follow up from Linces. Looking for that Dragon's Rage kick as Douglas trying to escape with a kick flash. Out of Linces means that Douglas doesn't really have anywhere to go until everything misses. And he flashes and flags and drags himself out of a precarious situation.
He lives. I feel like Fleshy was not on the same page there at all with Linces because he ran away after the initial CC landed, but he gets the hook now off the Tracing.
Petrifying Gaze comes out, Hero's Entrance as well, as Tracing's already dead. Hero's Entrance forces Kazi's exit.
Zerion has to burn the flash at least. 1 for 1 across the map. Top laner for bot laner. Say a favored trade for Team Heretics. Although Tracing is in a world of trouble now. Knock Knock go up a full level.
Tracing not in a fun spot at all on this. Now, remember, Heretics are relying on him to put down some of that physical damage later on in this game. He is getting put massively behind. You can see he's got parts of a ton of different items because he's never going back with the ability to finish the Phage or to finish the no magic boots, the Merc Treads. That's what they're called. Mercurial by name and Mercurial by nature. Although they're actually just Mercury Treads, aren't they?
I hope he doesn't go Merc Treads this game, though.
Do you think he's going Hex Drinker?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the enemy team, what CC are you reducing?
I mean, I agree with you, but there is a lot of magic damage, so he's reducing
that is true, but you're
damage.
paying an expensive premium on the magic resist for the Merc Treads. So I think if he just sits on the no magic, or if he buys the Hex Drinker, he might be dead.
Naka flashes in, Tracing here, nowhere near the Mega, as Naka goes in and perfectly executes his enemy laner.
A big misplay by Tracing there. He walks up.
Look at the way he was. Oh, he's so doomed.
Yeah, Tracing is not having a good time. He gets sewn in between the towers in a counter pick. When Vitality swapped at the last second, and Vitality get the grubs as well. So when Knock Knock was hitting this bot tower, he gets even more plates. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, that is not fun at all for Tracing. The only shining light for Heretics is this Galio mid. Seven has picked up both the kills that Heretics have acquired in this early game, so he is about 700 gold ahead. And the Drake now going to be taken by Douglas in exchange for those grubs. You can tell, like, Vitality know they have pushing lanes, so it's like, well, we'll prioritize the grubs. We're playing well around top. If we can get some of those mites spawning as well, we get a ton of damage down on these towers early doors.
Okay, we're getting the replay of this? Bro, this feels like bullying. Like, I mean, well played to Nako. He flashes in. It's just kind of sad to watch. Like, Tracing can't do anything. He just has to accept death. And as you said, Medic, like, Zerion is fed, but that's pretty much the last member that you would want fed on Team Heretics. He is going AP, so he's going to do a bit of damage, but I don't think he's going to be carrying any of these later game team fights.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to carry on a Galio. Very hard when you're dealing with the amount of damage that is coming out from Vitality. You want a little quiz, Jack?
Sure.
Who do you think played the last Orianna bot lane in Tier 1 professional play?
We'll sit in European
should we guess
player?
The year? We'll guess the year to start.
I think like, I think 2018.
2020 was the answer. It was a player from Unicorns of Love. At the time, not European. They were playing for the Commonwealth of Independent States region, I believe, CIS.
Oh, was it? I think I know the player, maybe.
Yeah?
I think I know his name. I think I played against him, but now I'm like blanking on his name.
He was an inspector.
Gadget.
Gadget.
Yeah. I played against them.
They won. It was at Worlds 2020. Played by Gadget. Yeah. It's been a while since we have an Aatrox mid as well. Gam Emo brought that out in the BCS back in 2024. So a couple of years since we've seen this, well, we've never seen this combination before, most likely, but since we've seen these two picks out on the Rift. And for the moment, I think the Aatrox mid is, I mean, he's not doing well, but his team is doing better than the Orianna bot lane team is doing.
I find this meta really interesting because as a ADC player, I don't like to play mages, and I think it's kind of bad. But as like a spectator of esports, I think this is very cool.
Yeah, it's an interesting development, yeah. People didn't say the same about lane swaps, interestingly.
No, but that got really boring.
Dragon's Rage kick on the top side as Tracing feels the 2v1. No lane swap here, but still an outnumbered fight. Flash away from Linces. Okay, we need a replay of that.
Wait, did he miss the
flashed
flash?
Nothing. Maybe he was timing it, but he flashed nothing.
He's in trouble.
Is he?
Yeah.
He's caught in the cataclysm with the heroes then just coming down.
flash.
Okay, yeah, Kazi is very much in trouble. The Winds of War will spell his death. And now Fleshy needs to find a way out of this situation, but I think that's going to be pretty tricky too. 2 kills to Heretics. in answer for the one from Vitality.
And it feels pretty criminal that Team Heretics is getting away with these plays, because it's Vitality that are making the initial aggressive play, but then Vitality on the cross map don't respect, and with the Galio move from Saren, they're able to pick up now 2 kills in bot and 2 deaths on Carsey.
It's a Galio? Rocket Bell?
Galio.
Yeah, Nagnaka doesn't have perfect execution. I think if that was the Gnar,
could be in trouble.
Nagnaka could probably kill him. He's got his Gunblade and Ignite.
Yeah,
so
as we watch the replay of this
here we go.
play.
So it's a nice dive, right? Pretty telegraphed. You know exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, not much outplay for Tracen. But I think he just misclicks flash. And
so he does time flashes. Wow. Okay, observers. Linsus biased, it seems, not showing us the flash afterwards.
Yeah, well,
you know where your bread's
why don't we
buttered.
cut it out? Why don't we cut it out?
Yeah, but Linsus is the flash timer for the team. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was just trying to copy-paste and type out some flashes and did not do it too well. So, Vitality, oh, there we are, picture-in-picture, thank you. Immediately recall.
I think he was planning to recall.
Yeah, so too. So, Vitality 2K ahead. We said in draft that they wanted to play heavy aggression in the early game. They managed to do that through the top side. Nagnako is 2,500 gold in advantage over Tracen.
Yeah.
However, the rest of the map is struggling and falling behind a little bit.
The thing is, when I was thinking of Team Heretics scaling, a lot of that rested on the Gnar. And the Gnar is probably going to hit his first item at like 20 minutes.
Okay.
So I think in this game, like if you swapped the gold on Saren and Tracen, I would really like this game for Team Heretics. I think they could win. Now, though, I think in the side lane, they're never going to be winning, because even a Galio that's a little bit ahead of the Aatrox, he's never really going to win in the same way. So I think in team fights, it's going to be hard for them unless they get a great initial engage with Saren coming down in the Cataclysm, all the circles aligning, because they just don't have the sustained damage that a strong Gnar would provide in this team comp.
Yeah, and I think part of the struggle is Vitality have shown us in game 1. They're very willing just to not play as 5.
Yeah.
Right, Nagnako can just split for days. Who is answering him? It's got to be Saren, really. But if Nagnako is distracting Saren in that side lane, it's going to be so hard for Heretics to actually find advantageous fights. Because he has got 3 of their 4 kills so far. Next Drake up in 5 seconds. Vitality have first move on it.
I think, though, that for Team Heretics, it could be good to fight the 4 versus 4, to not include this Akali. Nagnako does have the teleport, but if you can just make this fight happen before Nagnako can get that TP off.
I think part of the issue is Tracen's just got mini Gnar, and so he's not going to be able to get there with Mega stacked up. Drake will be secured by Vitality, and Heretics, well, they're like a lot of people going to the Odyssey. They've gone to the cinema, they've watched, they've had their popcorn, and now they walk away.
Yeah, they wanted to get in, but all they could do was
I'm
watch.
just surprised they got a booking, right? It's sold out for weeks.
That's because you want the IMAX, no?
Yes.
Go to a normal cinema.
Why would I min if I can max? That's the question.
That's true.
I need to see the full extent of the bodies of the giants that attack Odysseus and his crew. Or something else that happens in the movie. I haven't seen it because it's sold out, obviously. And I don't know the source material. Apparently it's been out for a few years.
It for us.
Ah, yes. That was funny. Backstage, Oda was like, hey guys, I watched the Odyssey. Can I do some spoilers? And we're like, man, it's been out for 2,000 years. I'm pretty sure we all know the story. And then his spoiler was something that wasn't even really about the movie. It was about a general...
You should...
It's like, if you have trauma in your life, you shouldn't be degenerate in dealing with it, basically.
Yeah, you should seek therapy. And it's like, okay. We agree on it.
I think I just need to listen to that Siren song once. That would be good. That's the problem with the modern age, right? We have therapists, incredible, right? Therapists, amazing. Highly recommend going to a therapist.
Yeah.
We don't have any sirens, you know?
I feel like the sirens is the short-form content.
It's doom scrolling. It's the sirens of the modern age. As Nagnako gets pulled back with the shockwave, Stand United on Douglas as he flashes away. Like, looks for a little bit more of a trade, but now Nagnako's able to dash across the wall with his ultimate.
A lot of pressure from Nagnako there. He forces the Stand United, the shockwave, the flash from Douglas, all by himself. That's going to result in a kill, but he can now walk down to bot lane with a lot of pressure on top side for Vitality.
Interesting that Vitality have decided to bring Naknako into the fold in the main squad, those 4, and have Fiesta as the side lane threat here into Trayson. Now, Trayson hasn't got any armor yet, but...
I think at this point you could put anyone into Trayson and they would win.
Fleshy should farm, man. They got rid of the support penalty.
Oh,
Should just farm as we see it engage in the mid lane. Kazi gets in the Herald and dodges the hero's entrance. They gets all the knockups on the way out. He's going to slam himself into the wall, out of harm's way. Petrifying Gates coming down as well as Fiesta joins the fray. 7 down. What a play from Vitality.
Woo! Kazi is the driver. He drifts the Herald into all of them, avoids the CC. Maybe Vitality can pick up the mid tower as well. Naknako's hitting bot. It's bleeding all around for Team Heretics. They tried to go for a desperation play, but it does not work out in their favor.
Yeah, unfortunately for Vitality, they didn't crash the Herald close enough to the tower to get that second charge if we crash into terrain nearby, so they won't take down that tier 1, but they do have a 3,000 gold lead. And after an inauspicious start to their split with losses to KC and G2, Vitality now looking like they're going to make it 2 in a row.
Yeah. At least Trayson picked up the Trinity Force. That's a big win. Still
3 minutes
3,000 gold
earlier
down
than expected.
That's true. As we watch this back, it starts with Wave flashing in, but the CC chain doesn't quite connect. And then Kazi can just roll and drift all over. And the fight just goes in their favor as they can run Team Heretics down.
Oh, man, no, it's bullying at this point. Naknako, come on, man.
This is tough.
Yeah.
This is Naknako kind of back to form, though.
Yeah. I mean,
Our MVP?
It helps when you're this far ahead.
That does help.
It does.
But he got himself this far ahead.
That is true.
He did get 1 dive, but other than that, it's been all him.
Yeah. There's a 50 CS lead and a 4,000 gold lead after he takes this tower.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is Trayson is living up to his name, because that's what they're doing with the chalk outline around him each time he dies. They're tracing it.
This is why Vetty bullies you?
Yes. Yeah, the thing with Vetty is he just doesn't listen to what I'm saying most of the time anyway. But 18 minutes in, it is very tricky now for Heretics. We talked about the fact they might be able to scale well, but Trayson is so far in the hole that really has never come online. And
yeah, maybe at 50 minutes, Trayson will be equal goal with Naknako. As Wei goes in, but I don't think this is really any sort of fight.
Fleshy just dredge lines away. The next objective is up in 40 seconds. It will only be the 3rd drag of the game, and it's 1 apiece between the 2 teams, so neither team has to prioritize it.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, Lince with the kick behind. They jump onto Hype. Naknako assassinates him, and now Seren is there. Gets the taunt onto Naknako, who is tanking the tower. There's a double for the Akali as she walks away in her Twilight Shroud. Lince dashes back with the Safeguard as Heretics go in with the Cataclysm, but this just flashed away by Vitality. Heretics are chucking everything in the kitchen sink after Fleshy, and they will pick him up in the end.
Naknako is so fat. He just does so much damage.
He's living every Akali's dream right here.
He one-shots Hype, takes down Seren as well, and even though Fleshy ends up dying, it really feels like whatever for Vitality. The Drake is up and available, and they'll probably be taking it any minute now. Starts off with Lince getting nice insect on the Hype, kicks him in. The damage is just like, he just explodes. And then Seren is so chunked when he ultis in here that he dies as well. And you can see the low HP bars on Vitality. Team Heretics, they want to go for it. Trayson fails the dash over the wall.
Naknako's going again! Hype tries to rocket battle away. He will escape. Answer down from Kazi as he goes for more. Naknako executes another as Douglas has to flag and drag his way away. Hype still stands underneath the tower, but Vitality will turn their attentions towards this Cloud Dragon.
5,000 gold lead now on Naknako. He can one-shot anybody he pleases, as they're going to be able to pick up the dragon. Hype gets the shockwave, but not really going to matter. Douglas
is fighting with Fleshy for camps.
Yeah.
Not what you want to see.
At least he's not losing like Blabbern.
True. Fiesta fighting with Trayson. Naknako's on his way. Naknako might stop just to clear the way before he comes across.
Nope.
World end out from Fiesta. You had excitement for a second. Fiesta does almost fall. Trayson is going to go mega. Naknako's still coming across. Delayed himself to take the minions underneath the towers. Fleshy lands the concussive blows, staggering blows auto attack. And Trayson's going to go down as Naknako shurikens in, dodging the wallop, then dashes away from Seren. Heretics still throwing everything after this Akali. Another dredge line in from Fleshy. Douglas there with a flag and drag, but Naknako sidesteps it. He's got so much movement speed. This guy's untouchable. Dashes across the wall again, then dashes back to the Twilight Shroud. Wei feels the pain of the Dark in play. Now Nako still looking to be engaged. Perfect execution, about to come back off cooldown. He holds off on it. He decides against it.
No way.
And he goes back in. He just gets another hero's entrance, becomes an exit.
Oh my god, they're just having fun, Medic. They're just making fun of them.
I think we can say the hype has well and truly died for Heretics, as they are now 7,500 gold behind. Nako still has Seekers in case Wei tries anything tricky. And yeah, 8,000 gold ahead at 21 minutes. This one is pretty donezo here, Jack.
Yeah, they're just going to set up the Nasher now and be able to probably end the game with it. They can put Nako on a side lane. He can dive whoever he wants. Tracen can't find any recalls to cancel as well. I mean, he's winning the 1v1 up against Fiesta, but not quite able to take him down. And then, like, this is like top 5 most tragic moments. He tries to flash, but still gets rooted. Dashes, still gets hit by the hook, and then he gets hit by the shuriken, and stuns early, and then like, nothing is going Tracen's way this game. And then after that, I mean, the fight is kind of like a little bit sloppy. It's like people are just fighting, but nothing is really happening. And then Douglas goes too deep, and it feels like whoever Nako wants to kill just dies. Like, he dashes forward, everybody needs to click back, and then Fiesta gets CC chain, and he ends up dying. But then once, I mean, we got another fight here. Nako wants to kill Saren, and I think Saren maybe he wants to kill Tracen too.
Yeah, I don't think you really have a choice after Nako decides that you should die. As Tracen will go down, Fiesta uses the World End to try and close the gap here onto Saren, who's just running to the wrong side of the map. Justice Punch still finds Fiesta, who will auto him one more time to secure the kill. Meanwhile, talk about cross-maps, Vitality are cross-mapping on themselves. They're going to do the Baron, while 2 of their players are in the bottom side of the map.
And Nako allows it all to happen. Team Heretics, they might try to contest the Nash, but they have no vision on it, so Douglas would need to get the flag in to get the vision. Hype might just get one shot over the wall.
Control ward across the wall.
Okay.
There's a it's only Fiesta. Nako can't join.
Nako doesn't have TP.
Okay, come on, Douglas. This one's for all the marbles, and by that I mean you probably still lose the game as Linsus jumps across, Dragon's Rage kicks Hype away, Stretch line in as well, Kazi just tanking the Baron while all of this is happening. Nako's on the inhibitor right now, Wei falling low in the pit. Okay, Vitality win the fight. It's just chaos, and Vitality thrive in this sort of situation as Nako almost takes the inhib
Yeah, that's the perfect
down.
execution. I think he can 1v2 this if
Fleshy
they go too
looking
deep.
for support or combat. Riptide won't be enough to kill off Wei, but another Dredge line dodged away with the Shadow Dash. As you say, Nako probably could have taken the 2v1, decides this time to let his opponents survive. But that inhibitor's going to go down pretty sharpish, and Vitality can just push in 3 lanes.
Yeah, they can get triple inhibitor here and seal Team Heretics' fate. They don't need the soul this game.
If we allowed surrenders in professional play, this is one of those ones where I'm like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, can we get the gold graph up again? What's the gold lead on Nako now? 7,000? Maybe 8,000?
It's probably something around that vicinity. It seems like at the moment we only have the team fight heads-up display. However, you do have a monitor next to you, Jack. If you press X on your keyboard,
I will do that.
It will show you the gold of all the players.
It's not working.
Is it X? Is it O? I thought it was X. So you press Z.
It is X.
It is X, yeah.
So he's up. Now I need to do math, though.
Okay, so
he's up 7,500 gold.
7.5k.
Yeah.
The team now up 12.8. And for Heretics, it's a poor start to their split.
Yes,
I think game 1 they showed us some good slots. Matt, like, the problem is, Jack, I agree. It looked like Fiesta perhaps had inted a little bit.
Yeah.
But even if he dies, the other side of the map is on fire.
Yeah.
You need to get in those planes that get water out of lakes to try and put out this burning for Heretics in their base.
They're trying to go onto Fiesta again, and they should be able to take him.
He's got World Ender, so he's going to heal quite a lot through this. The Stand United from Wei as well, as Vitality now begin to close in. A 3v1 very quickly becomes a 5v3. Petrified Gaze makes it a 5v2. As Saren, I mean, he's going to die. Linsus takes him out. Douglas running the wrong way, as there's still a tower there. Heretics have yet to take a single tower in this game as Nako takes his 3rd inhibitor of the push. Douglas falls as well. Does look like Wei will manage to escape and can try and defend with Tracen and Hype. And Tracen is at 1 item and Nako's on 3.5.
It feels like the inevitable. Vitality have pretty much won the game in every way that counts. They just need to destroy the Nexus, and it doesn't look like it's going to be the day of the duck today.
Sadly not for Nuke Duck.
It's gonna be the day of the Nuck.
Very good. Very good. Top tier there, Jack Spectre. I feel that's kind of...
I learned from a master. What can I say?
It's the level of humor this game deserves.
That's true.
Right? And all credit to Vitality, right? We talked about how if Trayson is able to keep an even kill through the early game, they could perhaps outscale, but...
He did not do that.
Vitality punished very well, man. This is a sinking ship, and we come back to the Odyssey. It's Spiral learning, everyone.
Yeah.
A few sinking ships there as Cersei has had her way with Heretics, and this game they've been more oinking than playing, as they've been constantly pushed behind by Vitality. Dash in from Fleshy, the Nexus Tower is the first target here for Vitality as Wei falls low. Protoplasm Harness healing him up, Kazi flashes for the Petrifying Gaze. Wei is down, the first Nexus Tower goes down as well. A hero's exit coming out from Seven as he just tries to retreat to the fountain, but those waters will not save you. Fiesta heals up with the World Ender, Renar into the wall, the first one we've really seen from Trayson, and they will kill off Fiesta. Linces has a Guardian Angel, and now Nako turns his attentions over to his enemy top laner and helps Linces secure the kill. Hype has the flash from Nako on the fountain. A dash away, but he takes the fountain laser. Vitality should still be able to close this one out, as Seven and Hype just don't have the DPS to stop these super minions.
And it's a 2-0 for Vitality. The first game was pretty close. Team Heretics showed real signs of life, but in game number 2, Nako decided to just stomp the game with one of the hardest top lane carries we've had in a while in LEC.
That was a very 1v5 performance. I won't say 1v9 because the rest of his team still did their jobs.
That's true.
But they just weren't as required as they usually are in a game of League
set him
of
up
Legends.
well. He did the first dive. He did flash on the spot, so he gets bonus points for that.
True, yeah, style
He didn't even
points.
need flash.
Well, if you want to vote for him in your Kia Player of the Series vote, you can. Nako, Linces, and Fleshy are your options. Go to X at LEC and have a vote. Oh, round of applause for the Vitality players as they leave the stage with their second victory here in LEC Summer. For Heretics, a poor start, you have to say, to the split, but they did meet up against a team that placed first in spring regular season.
Yeah.
And has had 4 games now, or 3 series up until this point, of practice on a warming up to take down Heretics.
I would like to see Hype on a more traditional ADC. Not that he was the problem in either of these games, but I feel like when you're bringing this bot lane into the league, I kind of want to see more of what they have to bring, and I don't think you can really show that on the Ziggs and the Orianna. So we'll see with an interview with Nako what he has to say after that performance.
Much, gentlemen. Nako, what do you have to say? That says okay, a Kali game, like went pretty all right.
It was all right. I mean, you should have listened to the draft though. Like, I think no one knew like which champ was going where.
Okay, so it's really clear to me that you knew how to play a Kali. Did your mid laner have any practice on Aatrox? Because you got a good matchup. It didn't look like he got a good matchup.
I mean, he doesn't have the practice. He was asking for the building game for my jungle, and he was saying, you know, I mean, as long as he survives in the lane, I think the draft is pretty solid.
Look, you made it worth it. I was a little nervous at the start of the game, but clearly you just completely popped off there. Do you think that that matchup is just unwinnable for Nar, or is it just the second that he makes one mistake on the opposite side, he can't play anymore?
I mean, I think he kind of griefed the level 1 because he got electrocuted by Akali on level 1, so he had to give the prio. I mean, besides that, I think it's not that unplayable matchup. It's completely fine for Nar, as long as he can buy Null Magic Mantle or Negatron. So, I mean...
Well, you were able to dominate regardless. I'm curious, what's the contrast like for you? Last week, it's first week, you're playing against all the perceived top teams in the league. You're playing in front of thousands of cheering fans. How do you keep that motivation and momentum going after you guys upset Koi, coming into a studio that today is very quiet, very chill? Is it hard for you to like kick it into high gear playing on this stage?
It's just peaceful over here without the fans right now. In Friday, you know, I don't hear any. I can hear every one of my teammates. I mean, in Paris, I couldn't hear my mid lane a single bit because the fans were kind of...
Yeah, they were loud. They were smurfing.
Loud,
Credit to them, but they're interrupting the comp. So now you can finally hear your mid laner.
Now it was pretty peaceful. No one is booing, no one is clapping. So
there you go.
Life was good.
There you go. One last thing. MKoi, you took them down last week. They're playing Shifters today. Quick prediction on that matchup.
Shifters is winning.
Shifters is winning. All right, well, that is maybe a crazy prediction. We'll find out from Anna when we get back from break. But before we go, just a reminder that you are a Kia Player of the Series. Congrats. I think unsurprising
thank you.
when we saw the solo backdoor, you kind of ran down mid lane in the game 1. I don't know. So it wasn't really a backdoor into the Akali performance. Well done, Nako. We'll see how you do.
Thank you.
SK in a couple of weeks, I think, is when we get to see you guys again.
I have no idea about the schedules. Not gonna lie.
That's fine, brother. You just had a great Akali game. You've done all you need to do.
Thank you.
That's enough from us here. We're going to send it to a break. When we return, Series 2, MKoi versus Shifters.
I am gold. I take CS.
I am good.
You can go to bottom.
They are looking here.
You can take arrow, take arrow.
I take. Can fight?
Yeah.
Look, Jarvis.
Can fight. I look.
I'm driving around.
Orianna, no flash.
Look on Galio.
Galio first.
And the fight just goes in their favor as they can run Team Redick down.
Oh, man, no, it's bullying at this point. Nako, come on, man.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the up yell, sorry, that's just not enough. Cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame. That'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
I mean, I think these talks about Slayer or me didn't really affect me. I think it's more of a motivation, and I think people really misunderstood what's the message from it. I think the whole idea behind of what's going on in our team is more like, if I slack, then MCOI has like another top laner, because like our most important goal right now is making worlds and doing good this split. Yeah, as long as I keep working and I keep doing things well, nothing will change. But this is like a good opportunity for both top laners. Like, Slayer is going to be working with us and he will learn a lot for the future. And if he does well and I use Slack, then I deserve to be replaced. I'm the first one that will accept it. So yeah, I think a lot of people are panicking and as you say, like, Slayer will play. But I think it's really misunderstood, and like, people didn't really like understand it basically. I think this pressure is something that every player has to know how to deal with. I think I wasn't the best one at the start of this year when this could have possibly like happened before. Mercer told me if I keep playing this way, maybe like he needs to make a change. And I think at the start I didn't really like deal good with it. But now like how I see it is like I'm going to give my all. This split doesn't matter what happens, doesn't matter the results, and if a change needs to be made, I will accept it, but at least I will have no regrets. I think that's like the most important thing that I want to focus on, is like I do my 100%, and if it's the best for the team, I will accept it, and I will keep cheering on the team even if I'm on the bench or anything. But yeah, I will just focus on giving my all, and I think that's like how I'm dealing good with pressure. It's more of a motivation thing for me, and yeah.
Good to hear from Mirwan directly on this. We've heard a lot of whispers, there are a lot of rumors, a lot of bits and pieces in interviews, but cool that he spoke directly on the subject. Someone behind him puts the pressure on him. Seems like he has a good mentality about it. Now, you guys were never the sixth man for each other on rosters. You just replaced each other. But
well, mostly I did the replacing to him.
I mean, if you do some mental gymnastics, you can get that I replaced all those well.
At some point, yeah.
So talk to me about that. Do you feel like sometimes you just, when you're a player, when you've been on a team for a long time, just this kind of kick in the pants can really be helpful to just motivate you and spur you forward?
I would say so, because I remember even at my best, I would have these moments where someone just lights a fire on you. And obviously that comes in different ways. We saw it previously. Public pressure didn't work, where Melzet was saying, hey, if you don't play good, we're just not going to renew you. But now it really feels like this is the next step and probably the ultimate step, because MCOI, realistically, they're 0-3 and they don't really have a lot of time.
I mean, it's a very complex situation to be in, because at one point you're rivals, competitors, competing for the same spots. But on the other side, you're still teammates. You still want your team to win. So it really depends on the dynamic between those two players. I think if they can be comfortable helping each other grow while still being able to push each other, that is really the one moment where I think it can be really beneficial for a team.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it can be really tricky to manage, you know, competing egos, competing ambitions there, but we'll have to just hope that MCOI can figure it out. Of course, up against Mirwan today is Rooster on the opposite side. Now, we'll talk about the chains and shifters, but I want to start with the top lane matchup, because I was gone for spring, but you guys had a lot of optimism for Rooster.
Hey, you missed the treat, because this guy has been incredibly surprising. He is the only top laner to solo kill Naknako throughout the entirety of spring. Naknako, our MVP, the guy who is usually the one who's just murdering you day in and day out in laning phase.
Yeah, but on the other side, it didn't feel like he was the only shining light on Shifters last split. He felt a little bit left alone. It felt like he really was trying his best but didn't get a lot of help. So I really do like seeing now that Shifters has brought in a little bit more support for Rooster, because I think give this man a team and he is a force of reckoning that can always do a fine job in lane and get advantages for his team.
And it feels like the thing we're most excited about for good reason is kind of Nuke and Sheo being reunited. We got a little taste of it in spring, but now we get the full course meal here. And again, if you've missed these teams, when BDS was at their best, it was this jungle mid duo that was so often kind of defining that lineup. Now with Sten joining the team as well.
Exactly. We saw it at the end of last split. Nuke was so happy. It felt like he was just depressed for the whole split, and finally the light came back into his eyes, because it's as you said, Nuke and Sheo were in that BDS. They were in that consistent top 3 role where realistically they were the gatekeepers to make worlds, but now it is exactly where they need to get back to be this gatekeeper, be happy, because Shifters has really not been up to the standard that I expected them to have.
And I mean, sometimes going back to Rex is the correct play, clearly.
Yes, thank you.
Just like
don't take that advice, please. Wherever you are out there, it's not the right play. In this case, it's different. However, we have to address yet another. We're addressing a lot of elephants, I've realized today.
Yes.
The one we have to address today, we can bring up the Photoshop now. I take full credit for this and the flame that it might inspire in the Karpas. I didn't make it. I don't want to take credit for that. It was my idea, though. The LEC top 3, boys. After last week, my confidence is shook, and it feels like one of these teams is not like the other. Is it fair for me, as a pundit, someone looking from the outside, to be like, it's over? Movistar Koi are no longer in the clear top 3.
Before I hand it over to you, Finn, for the ultimate glazing of MKOI like you usually do.
Yes, sir.
It is true, because they are 0-3. They have 2 games this week. If they end up in 0-5, that's just an ultimate, it spells ultimate doom for them. So it was extremely surprising for me to see them to have this fall from form, because it felt like it was a whole team problem. It wasn't just a Merwin problem. Jojo wasn't playing well. Supa, I felt like he was making some adaptations, but ultimately I felt like the whole team failed to come together. And now, Finn, tell me why MKOI is going to make top 3 like you always do.
Look, I have seen a lot of things. Saying that there's a clear top 2 in LEC, super valid. G2 and KC. But saying that MKOI is not in that top 3,
here it comes, boys.
I think is heresy. Complete heresy. Because they have consistently placed top 3. MKOI has never placed below top 3 with his roster throughout this entire year and last year. Sure, they had a rough showing against Vitality last week. It's a weak one. Although I know you're a massive Game 1 Andy, Week 1 Andy in general. You like to overreact on very simple results. But MKOI is a team that has shown they will bounce back and come together when it really matters the most.
If they lose Shifters here, are you off the train?
No.
You're holding on to faith?
But this guy always holds on to everything he has.
But MKOI is going to make top 3. Like, there's no way they don't.
We'll have to see ultimately what it takes to shake the faith. Excitement for the top lane matchup and for this face-off between Shifters and MKOI. Let's send it over to Casters to get us into Game 1.
Finn is delusional. Like, he just is. Like, saying they're guaranteed to make top 3 because they haven't not made it in the past.
Flawless logic.
It's great logic overall, but also if they lose to Shifters, they're 0-4. Right? Like, you're not making top 3 at least regular season.
Yeah.
At all at that point. You're not making your own roadshow, most likely, where you need to be top 4 at the end of regular season.
Is it not top 6?
No.
They need to be top 4
so
to make the roadshow?
The first week of playoffs, we invite our top 4 teams to go to Madrid for a roadshow held by MKOI.
Oh, that would be pretty spicy.
If you lose to Shifters, I'm just saying there's going to be a lot of KC fans with tickets and perhaps not as many MKOI fans with tickets at that point. For MKOI, yeah, really, really disappointing first week. For Shifters, we've yet to see them. The question is, have the changes done enough to elevate them from the 1-8 where they sat last
I am cautiously very optimistic about Shifters. I think Sheo, Nuke, BDS vibes, right? This team was always top 3. They were always one of the best teams in Europe. They were never quite the best, but they had such a consistent, easy to replicate playstyle. And I feel like with Sheo coming in, having a lot of practice now over the break, they should have really molded back together and bring back the vibes that BDS had before. And Rooster, really good soul laner, like the analyst said. I feel like there's a lot of good parts about Shifters. I think Paduk is maybe the person I'm looking at that can be a little bit too crazy, a little bit Fiesta vibes. He goes a little bit too deep, does a little bit too many crazy things. He has like a few standout really good games, but then also some really bad games.
Yeah.
So that's really what I'm looking at in this matchup, because I do think that Supa can be a player that can really punish a weaker ADC.
Yeah, very much agreed, especially if we see Paduk sticking towards traditional AD carries, because Supa, we've already seen him bring out the Akali. He can look for those assassins to really win the matchup. I think Paduk did bring out a Mel the end of the last split, if I recall correctly, so it's not like majors aren't something he's tried before as we get on into champion select in just a moment. MKOI had right of first selection very quickly. They picked second pick, but Shifters picked red side. So yeah, it's a bit of a topsy-turvy draft for us.
For sure. We'll see how MKOI decide to use that last pick, maybe for Merwin to try to get him a better matchup up against Rooster. But to bring it back to the bot lane, I think one of the biggest worries that I have about MKOI right now, or things that feel a bit weird about the team, is just that it doesn't seem like they're quite sure how they want to approach the draft. Because they did put Supa on the Akali, they've put him on Syndra one game, but they've yet to put him on something like the Ziggs, something like the Cassio. Really, to prioritize mages very heavily doesn't seem like what MKOI like to do. And we've yet to see Alvaro, I think, fully unleashed and very comfortable in the games.
Yes.
Like in the TK game, for example, he had where he got a little bit too crazy and he hit level 5 at, or hit level 1, hit level 2 at minute 5, and just wasn't playing as we're used to him seeing. I think we've yet to see really MKOI find their stride in this meta.
Yeah, very much agree. And we kind of saw it in the Enchanter meta as well, where Alvaro brought out the Rakan and they really found their form again. It just fell off a cliff a little bit coming into summer. Lock banned out, something we didn't see at all in the first series. Cassio is going to be the lock here for Shifters. Something that Nuke loves is his Cassio, but we do have to remember everything can be flexed.
Everything can be flexed. It's also worth noting that Lock got nerfed. We didn't talk about it so much in the patch rundown. We just talked about the items, but that's why probably as well that it has had lower priority in the first series. We'll have to see going into this weekend how it'll develop as Vi is now picked up and alongside the Shen. So it's curious how the support meta has developed, because Shen started out as just this counter pick to Camille, but in doing so, people kind of realized that, wait a minute, Shen is actually just a really good champion on its own.
Yeah.
And we see that happen quite often, that a champion is really OP, people find a counter, and then people realize that the counter is good, and then people find a counter for that one, and that's how you can have this meta that just evolves over time, as we see happen so many times at Worlds, and now the Rel locked in for Sten.
Yeah, kind of that cyclical nature of any role.
Yeah.
You will find something that counters the Shen, and then the thing that counters the Shen is Camille, and then we're back to the start of the whole cycle, as the Olaf and Rel are locked in here for Shifters. They want things that can really run you down. And they have a lot of damage already in this composition as well with that Cassio. MKOI looking towards likely a mid laner pick here. Something that works well with the Vi, anything with CC really, or with good follow-up to Vi's engage.
I really like this Olaf, because I feel like whatever mage that MKOI presumably pick here, Olaf is going to be good into. And in general, if MKOI want to go for a double mage comp, I think Olaf really thrives, because you don't have that consistent DPS that an ADC provides to take him down when he goes deep. And if he then can survive the burst, live through that, lifesteal back up, and just avoid your CC as well, Olaf can wreak so much havoc in the back lines.
I really agree with you, and actually something I've been seeing a little bit in solo queue, Olaf Yumi bot lanes into mages.
That would be crazy if we see that. I mean, he
we're
has
not
the
going to
Rel
see it here because Rel's already locked in, but
that's true. It could be
you can't
Olaf
outpoke
bot.
it, right, because it just survives. And then when you get towards level 6 and you just ghost towards someone, you have infinite healing and shielding on top of you, and you got the slow from the prowling projectile to make sure that your undertow lands.
So it's like Garen Yumi 2.0.
Exactly, but with a little bit more aggression.
Yeah.
Which I like. You're not just spinning on top of people, you're slaying them with axes, I guess. As Shifters put their first ban towards the mid lane, and Nivea are going to get removed, or top lane as well, I guess. They put it towards the bird. Lucian taken away by MKOI. They're trying to pinch the pool of Paduk a little bit, who was one of the first players in our league to win on the Lucian after he went on a 13-series losing streak.
Yeah, I'm thinking Lucian and Ezreal will be the two bans that makes the most sense for MKOI here. They decided to take ban the Ezreal as well.
Nice,
it's
cool.
Paduk's two best champs, really good into mages as well. And we'll see what Paduk can cook up here. It feels like he probably doesn't want to go for the mage. I think maybe a Jhin could make sense here to have some utility, although a mage could also be the option. In this meta, it's weird because it just depends on kind of what the player wants to play.
Yeah.
Like, you're going utility no matter what, but do you want it to be AD utility or AP utility?
Yeah, that is the question. And for Shifters, you're having to pick these not truly blind, because you kind of know what the enemy comp is at least trying to do, but you don't know what your lane assignments are going to be. The Victor could still be flexed mid. With Ziggs getting locked in, that's most likely going down towards the bottom lane. The Shen could still be flexed top, remember, and we could see a different support coming out for MKOI.
And I do think if there is a player to pull out the Shen, it would be Mirwin.
Yeah.
He's always been very inventive with the picks and willing to pick things that other players aren't. As we'll see now what Paduk wants to play into this 6. Does he have a spicy? Ooh, this is pretty spicy. I mean,
I'm a fan.
I really like what Shifters has here for game 1. Vladimir, Gnar, Olaf. They have a very clear idea if they're going to dive your back line, and they have a lot of tools to avoid any sort of CC. Vladimir can ignore the Vi-ult, Olaf can do the same, and then you're stuck either Vi-ulting the Gnar or the Cassio, which you don't really want to do in any sort of team fight, as it looks like it's going to be the Ambessa for Mirwin to round out the draft for MKOI. But I am super excited to see how Shifters can pull off this draft, and this is cool. This is just cool.
I'm a big fan of this composition. The Vladimir AD carry or bot lane is something that we've seen making the rounds a little bit, at least in discussions.
So I think Viper played it in LPL, I'm pretty sure. And for me, I always think of Viper when... I don't see it there on your
I don't
side.
see it. Well, this is only for summer that I'm looking at right now. I don't see it from Viper either, but it's possible that the database I have in front of me isn't 100% accurate. So I only have 2, both of them played in the LCP. It's very possible that Viper has brought it out as well, Jack. Don't feel like you are entirely misremembering. But we have seen a couple of them already in, at least in 2026. And we'll get our stats team to have a check on that to make sure that we are correct. No, there's an LPL game there. Viper into lock.
Yeah.
Vladimir into lock, yes.
It was Viper into lock as well, but yeah, that's the biggest
sometimes on this
biggest Vladimir that I think of. And I'm super curious to see how Paduk can play it. I think the early matchup can be a little bit difficult with how low range he is. He does have a lot of sustain, of course, as everybody knows. It's the lifesteal mage. And we're in with a little pause to start the game off.
A small pause just to kick things off as we get ready for this game. MKOI, after a very disappointing time in Paris, have now come back to Berlin and are hoping for a little bit more victory than they saw over in France. The last Vladimir bot we saw in EU, by the way, was on Summer in 2018, and Vlad, as Viper has played it a couple of days ago in the LPL. Games of Legends, an incredibly good statistical site, but LPL data quite hard to get.
Yeah. They also don't have CS data from LPL, which is always annoying, because it's nice to see like the CSD at 14 from different players.
Oh, I thought you meant Counter-Strike. I didn't realize that we all had a Counter-Strike division, but you know, I'm a League of Legends fan through and through, Jack. I don't know what you want to say about other games on this Riot broadcast, but you want to talk about Counter-Strike? We can talk about Rocket League. That's got League in the name at least.
No, but I'm the bigger League fan because I hear CS and all I think is creep score.
True.
What's a Counter-Strike?
Yeah. What's a Well, it's Jax's E.
Jax's E.
Yeah, nice. You're getting it now, Jack. You're getting it. All right, so on to Summoner's Rift we go. The pause was a couple of settings weren't quite right for some of our players, so they wanted to get those rectified. I wonder if one of them turned on Legacy Cursor when they played a Classic game and then had to turn it back. Because you can't play Classic without the Legacy Cursor.
I played it without.
Oh,
you got me thinking I'm a noob now.
Interface, Classic, Cursor, turn it on, and then turn it right back off as soon as you realize that the new cursor is just infinitely better.
Okay, so what do you think about these two drafts? Because I feel like shifters, the scaling department, I think I favor them because it's so easy for them to ignore all the CC that MKOI has with the Ragnarok and the pool from Paduk, that I feel like they can just run down MKOI if the game goes pretty late. And the Gnar as well, as long as the Gnar isn't 4,000 gold down, as we saw last game, I feel like Rooster can do a lot of work as well.
And Rooster has been so lane dominant that we expect him to be able to get a bit of a lead over Mirwins and Bessa. On the other side, MKOI, it's got a solid team fighting. They've got some poke with the Victor, with the Hextech Ray. You've got the bombs coming out from Super as well.
They also have incredibly good pick.
Yeah.
Like, if Elyoya finds someone in a side lane, if Mirwin starts fighting in a side lane, he can just get the stand united and then make that a 2 versus 1 as well. So I think in the skirmishes and the not straight up 5v5s, MKOI can play a lot faster because they have point-and-click engage and really good follow-up, while it feels like shifters, they need a more standard 5 versus 5 to really make use of that long fight.
It's actually super interesting that we talk about the drafts like that, because we now see Nuke and Sheo back together, right? That's Nuke Duck. That's not Nuke. That's the wrong graphic, I'm pretty sure. That was just showing Nuke Ducks. Oh, no, that was Nuke and Sheo's accomplishments together, but it was a Nuke Ducks picture.
Oh, okay.
So they made LEC top 4 5 times, and they went to Worlds 2023 where they beat Golden Guardians in the play-in match. There we are. There's Nuke and Sheo.
Okay.
It's like a Where's Waldo, but with Nuke Duck. It's like, where's the duck? Anyway, but when they were doing this on that BDS lineup with Adam, you know, with the full squad, they were very much a Dragon and teamfight focused team.
Yeah.
The idea was, let's get an AD carry, let's get into a position where we can teamfight, and let's win that way. And it seems to be, at least from this composition, although they don't have a traditional marksman, they are still looking for that, okay, let's get to teamfights, let's get to 5v5s, and then let's see if we can overwhelm our opponents as Rooster overwhelms Mirwin and forces him to flash away on the top side.
Really good trades from Rooster there, as we didn't see, but Sheo was forced away from the bot side crab due to the fact that MKOI had the bot lane prowl. Even though Sheo's playing this Olaf and really wants to be proactive in the early game, he's just going to go crab for crab. But I think when you look at the nature of the comps holistically, he's still pretty fine with not getting an early lead on the Vi, because we always talk about when there's a Vi in the game, you want to try to punish that pre-level 6, but he doesn't really have the lane set up to try to do so in this game.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky for him. And he can play around the top side a little bit with Rooster getting the push. Rooster already 400 gold ahead, and Alvaro trying to bail out this Ambessa as quickly as he can.
Rooster doesn't have a ward, but I feel like they just don't have the damage.
Rooster did just go mini, which can make it a little harder actually to kill him because he can just outspace you.
Yeah.
But can also make it a bit easier to kill him because he's a lot squishier when he's in that mini Gnar form. Both the AD carries, or bot laners, have been, I keep saying AD carries when I mean bot laners, have been left to their own devices. Paduk using the transfusion to out-heal Super, and this is the problem for Super, right? You can put some poke down, but if Paduk gets that empowered transfusion, just walks up to you with the Crimson pack stacked up, he's just going to absolutely out-heal any damage you can really put down.
I hate Vladimir. That is like the #1 champion that I just hate laning against. Like, I've laned so many times against Elite 500 on bot, and he plays Vladimir. And it's just like, he just heals, man. Look at him.
Yeah, when you see that yellow bar go all the way up, and then he presses Q, he heals up a ton. 2 charges on it, there's the Q. And that's the transfusion from the Chemomancer. Not a vampire, importantly.
True. Yeah.
Chemomancer in the bot lane.
Blood Maid.
Mine sounds cooler, though. I use the Latin words, which always sound cooler, because they're old, like me. Miasma Dab from Nuke onto Jojo from puts the Twins Fangs as well. Noxious Blast didn't connect at the end there, so Jojo is able to walk out. Sten was coming in from the side as well. Another new replacement here on the Shifters lineup. Going across from Heretics.
Oh, Risk level 6 here.
Yeah, needs to build up that Mega Gnar. Mirwin hits 6 as well, has the public execution. Pretty easy to dodge that these days, especially considering Rooster already has his plated steel caps. That has the extra movement speed.
Alvaro invested the heal here. Both mid laners fighting it out. Nuke needs to crash this wave. He's so chunked, but he is going to hit level 6 here. I don't think Jojo can really stop them from pushing in this wave.
I think Jojo's too low mana, but they'll go in with a flash remount. The Miasma down, and there's first blood to Shifters.
And that's the support jungle here from Shifters. The new additions making work, allowing for Nuke to get the first blood, push in mid, and it's nearly 1,000 gold lead with the gold lead from mid and top. As now Elyoya might be in trouble.
Sheo just looking at the Scuttlecraft, Shadow Strike down onto Elyoya.
Sheo
should be able to get this smite down, gets it, Ragnaroks immediately, and is going to chase onto Alvaro. Elyoya coming in from the side as well. Mirwin has to move from the top side, flash away from Alvaro, and now that Viking is on the wrong side of the map. First kill of the game. Over to MKoy.
Okay, Sheo got a little bit too excited there. He wasn't, I think, fully aware that Mirwin was moving and didn't match Rooster's recall. So he ends up going down, trying to take down Alvaro. And a kill back for MKoy to nearly equalize the gold lead that Shifters had built up.
A bit of a waste of the first Ragnarok as well. Like, it's already a third of the way off its cooldown, so it will be back up pretty soon, but I guess if you're Ragnaroking there, you should just run away. You got the Scuttle Crab, just get out of there. There's no real reason to try and chase down Alvaro. You did get his flash at least, and Shifters still have about a 400 gold lead. Most of that, apart from the kill for Nuke in the mid lane, going from Rooster, who has 22 farm advantage.
Nuke is going to flash on him.
Flash, Petrifying Gaze, and the Miasma down means that Nuke just secures the kill. Alvaro unable to help his mid laner. Nuke on his Cassio has a 13 percentage point higher win rate on this pick than his average win rate in the LEC.
Wow.
About 60% on it.
I mean, Nuke is looking really comfortable this game, and I think it's always been, when you think of when Nuke has been at the best, it's been when his support is playing very heavily around mid lane and just kind of camping him like this, and we see the benefits here as Jojo playing a little bit too far up back to back. Alvaro is here, but what's Alvaro gonna do?
I mean, Jojo should know this is happening. Like,
it's a nice play.
It's a nice play from Nuke, but you literally see them both walk around the corner, and then you're like, I can step.
Yeah. No, they just let me push.
Oh, free push, free push.
I do think that that's the biggest criticism that you can have of Jojo, that it feels like he's can be a little bit too cocky, playing a little bit too far forward, not respecting, and then he easily gets punished like this. And I also think we've seen some really bad games from Jojo when he was such a core player for this MKoy. Like up against Fiesta, the game 3 against Vitality on the Anivia, he got solo killed I think 2 or 3 times and was just pretty much useless the whole game. But now MKoy are doing the grubs here. Sheo is moving. Well, US is going to get one.
Taunt from Alvaro just short of hitting onto Stand. Paduk can move from top side first. It will be the first grub, as you say. Shadowing Strike onto Alvaro. Volt Breaker across from Elyoya. And Shifters should be satisfied with getting 2 grubs out of this as one sprints back into the pit just before it dies. Miasma down from Nuke, chasing Jojo out with the Noxious Blast with movement speed as well. Good Satchel from Super will stop Nuke from advancing any further.
A little bit of a shame there for Shifters that the grub reset.
Yeah. I mean, Shao's just going to go back and get it. It's a tempo loss, time loss, but he will be able to secure it. Wanted to make sure he got the Scuttle Crab before.
And is there anything more valuable than time, Medic?
Like, if you gave me $1 million, I'd happily give you a little bit of time.
How much?
I don't know, man. Caster rates aren't what they once were. I'd cast your life for a day for $1 million.
That's very little time. 1 day?
2 days? I'm working the entire time. Like, while you're sleeping, I'm casting.
Yeah.
It's more about how long I can
caster
stay
rates
up
are
for.
low, huh? He wants 1 million for 1 day?
Yeah, well, I know my worth. I do like the fact, by the way, you come in, you're like, oh, Jojo's had a few bad games. As soon as Vedi has left. When Vedi was here,
that's true.
You were all about that Jojo hype train. Now, I will say...
But Jojo was playing better.
Yeah, he was a slightly different player.
I thought you were going to say that when Vedi left, Jojo stopped playing well, but instead you were making it like as if we're just sheep following Vedi, which we would never do.
No, that would be bad.
Like, that was a good one.
Thank you. 700 gold lead for Shifters. Where are we in terms of map state? Well, Alioya has a small lead in the jungle, about 200 gold for himself. Bot lane relatively neutral between the two, but the leads for Rooster and Nuke continue to be there. Rooster hasn't developed much more of a lead on that, apart from that 500 he had, as Super is able to get away with the satchel. The house goes wide from Rooster. Could chase a little bit more, but with Alvaro here, won't be able to do too much more. And just as I say, Rooster isn't developing more of an advantage. He gets his enemy Elena's flash.
That was super cool by Rooster. He kind of buffered the stun and got it as soon as he landed onto Supa, getting his flash. As you say, Medic, the jungle and ADC very equal, but it's really in the solo laners for Shifters that have a pretty sizable lead. Still no dragon for either side. I do think, though, that Shifters are the ones that want to start looking towards it. And you can see that MKOI are putting numbers into the top side, so I think Sheo should just now go and cross-map for this bot side dragon.
Rooster wisely stepping away. Builds up a bit of that Mega Gnar bar, but now with Stend he can step up a little bit easier. Loses 2 minions to the turret and a third to a bouncing bomb coming out from Super, being a little bit too scary for him to step forward. Paduk and Mirwin trading on the bottom side. Mirwin having much better time than he was against the Gnar earlier on as Sheo starts up the drink.
This is really clean macro from Shifters. They put Stend up towards top lane, so now MKOI can't dive. Oh, they might still look for it.
Flash Magnet Storm, Rooster, look for the chaser onto Super, who doesn't get away. The Aftershock procs. Great engage from Stend. That's the second time we've seen him catch MKOI unaware. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Mirwin looking for the dive. The Hemo play coming out. Mirwin needs to get out because Sheo's on his way across. Does have the Ragnarok and has the flash, and Mirwin's already down to 300 HP on the top side. Stend looking for a re-engage. Mirwin down. Stend getting away from the Shadow Dash in. The Wallop doesn't connect as Alioya goes further forward. Jojo with the Arcane Storm can't kill off Rooster. And Shifters are just winning all across the map.
And it's so clean by Shifters. Stend covering for the dive, and he recognizes that MKOI are going to do the dive regardless. So he pulls the trigger. He makes the play happen. And that means that it's 2 kills now as they get kill on bot, kill on top, and they get the dragon. It's just wins across the board for Shifters here with really great map play.
And great stuff from Stend twice now. Once on the mid lane with the mount up play to catch out Jojo. And then secondly here, pulling the trigger before the dive can materialize with that Flash Magnet Storm crash down. Stend on his route, 1-0-2. Definitely been having a lot more impact than Alvaro so far. Alvaro still short of that level 6. No Stand United for that extra protection either.
It feels like Shifters are just so much more prepared for today. They have this really cool draft that they're pulling out, this really great map play. They understand what MKOI want to go for. I think MKOI also made it very obvious that they wanted to go for that top dive, but the fact that Shifters can respond to it so nicely, I mean, this is showing real signs of life of a team that can be really, really good, as now Stend on to Supa.
Super with a good satchel, gets himself out. First items coming in across the board. Both the bot laners have theirs. There's the roll quest as well as Alvaro tries to step forward here. Sheo on the chase. Stend using a little bit of extra movement speed to see if they can close the gap, but instead they'll just deny a little bit more vision. No jungle camps here for Shifters to thieve away.
I think Nuke needs to be careful in bot lane here. Alioya can look to dive him or force him under tower.
He does still have Flash and Petrifying Gaze. As you say, Alioya looking to chase. There's a cease and desist. Petrifying Gaze for the stun. Mega Inferno Bomb coming in as well, but doesn't really do too much damage. The Stand United, though, is enough. And the Taunt comes forward. Alioya gets the shutdown.
Really good use of the Stand United there. Make sure that Alioya can pick up that kill. Nuke decided not to go for the flash. Not sure if he thought maybe even if he flashes the taunt that he's still dead. That means that it's a kill for MKOI without really much of a return from Shifters, so they can't make a play happen on top, and MKOI can pick up the bot lane tower.
Yeah, they did look for some damage on the top lane tower, and they got the wave pushed in, but it looked like Rooster and Sten just wanted to back away instead of staying around. Jojo pathed up there, and they could have gone for a fight, but feels like it would have been a little bit risky as the tower falls to MKOI first of the game, equalizing the gold between the two teams. Mirwin with his Eclipse a lot stronger than he was the last time he faced up into Rooster in the 1v1.
Yeah, the play started off there with Mirwin chunking down Nuke so that he had to back off initially. So Mirwin actually starting to get strong now on this Ambessa and swung the gold in his own favor. That does mean that going into the next Herald fight, I do think that across the board, with Jojo now picking up his first item, that MKOI is pretty strong, unless Sheo and Padak can wreak havoc with their untarget abilities. I mean, CC immunity.
Yeah, it would be really interesting if MKOI mistarget some of that CC, really, because you have to think, you don't want to go for Product. He's got the Sanguine Pool.
Yeah.
You don't want to go for Sheo. He's got the Ragnarok. So you are looking at Nuke. But if you jump onto Nuke, he puts a Miasma down and has the Petrifying Gaze. If you jump onto Rooster, he can dash away as well. And if he's going Mega, you're jumping into someone who's got a wallop for the CC.
Yeah.
So it's very important that MKOI around the next fight, which either is going to be the Rift Hold, which is coming up now that Shifters are setting up for, or the Drake in a minute. MKOI have to pick their targets. Mirwin begins to dash away, repudiate. Shattering Strike goes to the side. Nuke stepping forward as well. This tower's still pretty healthy. Magnet Storm down onto Mirwin. There's Miasma for the follow-up with the grounding. Mirwin Inferno Bomb's going to hit onto Sten. Public Execution does not. Sten managing to survive through it and gets into the bush just in time to avoid any more aggro from the minions. Meanwhile, though, Rooster having to step back from his tier 2 on the bottom side to survive because Alioya and Jojo are in the area.
And a nice try by Mirwin there. Nearly gets out with the fancy footwork if he landed that Public Execution. It does mean that Shifters is not going to pick up the top tower. They're going to get the Rift Herald. And MKOI, all they got was some plates on bot lane and denied a wave or two from Rooster.
With the Drake still 30 seconds away, Shifters can reset in time. Shale will be here a little while longer. There's the Smite, gets the Rift Herald. Sten stepping forward, though, without numbers on this side of the map, was greedy. MKOI play around the fact that Shifters assume they've backed away and managed to steal away a kill and steal away a blue.
I like what Stend is doing in the sense that he's trying to protect the weak side, trying to let Rooster farm, but he overestimates a little bit how tanky he is or whether or not MKOI had already based. So he ends up falling there, but it is going to be a Dragon as well going for the side of MKOI, so a bit of poor timing from... Wait. Yeah.
I mean, it would be...
want to try to
they're gonna battle Herald it. They have the Hemo Plague, they've got the Petrifying Gaze, they're gonna charge in, TP in as well, but the Rift Herald's just gonna make a quick U-turn, go through this minion wave and go towards the tower instead. As Sheo gets some damage down on it. Shifter should be able to take this, although Flash taunt in, Ragnarok out immediately. MKOI unwilling to give up anything for now. They managed to defend their mid-tier 1.
Shifters, they really didn't want to give up that Dragon, so they ended up kind of over-committing for it, using the Herald, using the TP. They're able to get a crash in mid lane, and a little bit of damage at least, but not exactly what they wanted, but Jojo is in trouble.
Petrifying Gaze gets the slow. Sten now on the flank. This wave pretty sharpish, going to be killed off by Nuke. Sten still looking for it. Shadowing Strike, good sidestep, and now Sten realizes he may have overextended as Alioya is on his way across, but as is Paduk. Gonna go Quackers for this play as he does just back away back to mid.
Alvaro also had the stand united, so I think that's why they knew that even if stand lands the combo onto Jojo, they're not able to take him down through that, especially when he missed that Shadowing Strike. But still, I like the proactivity from Sten that we're seeing in this game. He feels like he's both trying to cover the weak side, he's trying to make proactive plays on his own. The def right before the Dragon, though, is definitely going to cost them, as that makes it so that it's going to be really hard for really either team to play for Soul this game.
Yeah, especially since that's it felt like that's what Shifters wanted to do. They wanted to set up, make you take team fights against them. They'll scale up, they'll get to 3 Drakes, and then they'll be pretty unkillable for all intents and purposes. But now that's been delayed, MKOI can look more for picks. They can give up a Dragon to side lane play a little bit more effectively. And because of that catch, it kind of delays all of Shifters' game plans.
Definitely. And we'll see how Alioya can use this Vi ultimate as well to continue making plays. 3-0 right now on the Vi. As he's hovering towards mid, they might be able to just one-shot this mid tower, especially with the satchel. Yeah, it's gone. That's a really big play for MKOI. Getting the mid tower for 6 is so nice, because now he can walk much further up in mid lane. one of the weaknesses of this Shifter's composition is they have very little long-range engage. So it's really easy for Ziggs to take a lot of space in fights and really poke and be really annoying on the mid-waves. So taking that tower is going to give Supa a lot more freedom to play around.
It feels like good flank positioning is important for Shifters as Sheo uses the Hex Gates to get around Ragnarok in as well. Jojo does still have the flash here. That's the San United coming down as well as Alvo looks for it and around the Rosies. Jojo survives underneath the tower. Magnustorm pulls Alvaro back. Petrifying Gaze there as well for the stun. Double TPs coming out as Alvaro's going to fall. Elyoya looking for the engage. Cease and desist available to him. He'll go for Nuke. Mega Inferno Bomb clicks him on the edge. Another TP from MKOI as they're sending everyone towards this fight. Jojo back in the action. Nuke's going to fall to Jojo. Sten falling almost towards the bottom side of the fight as well. Public execution. Sten is decapitated by Mirwin.
And MKOI, they punish the mistake from Sheo. They use the teleports, they run them down, and they get 3 kills for themselves. But Sheo, what are we doing on this Olaf? We're going way too deep. We can't go under tower like that.
Man, he just really hated the ending of Arcane, it seems, as he tries to chase this Victor to the ends of the earth. But the reaction as well from MKOI is great.
I mean, the first mistake is that he throws the axe too far, so he cannot pick it back up to continue throwing it at Jojo. And then I think once Jojo's flashed away, he thinks, okay, I'm already dead, I guess. But I feel like he kind of flash out, try to get out, and bait MKOI in. And their Shifters are able to take down Alvaro, but with all the teleports coming in, 3 teleports. The fact that Elyoya can go in so deep, the rest of the squad, they can back him up and make it a winning fight for MKOI. And then Mirwin hits a really nice public execution here to finish off the play.
And Rooster just isn't there. Rooster's pushing midway the entire time. Didn't have TP up, it seems. Wasn't able to join the fight, and now MKOI have a 1,000 gold lead. Most of that sitting on Elyoya, but Super's joined the party, 777 gold ahead. Unlucky for him, it seems, as Rooster tries to escape Elyoya, but gets caught mid-air with the Bolt Breaker, and Elyoya just absolutely rinses him. A Mega Inferno Bomb there for the follow-up. Elyoya on a rampage. This man just refusing to lose this game.
And Nuke TP'd in as well, and Elyoya is having a stellar performance on this Vi, finding pick after pick, making the difference in the team fight. And the win cons from Shifters feel like they're shifting away one by one, unfortunately.
Yeah, like the sands of time for which we would pay a lot of money, it seems. As the argument for Shifters is, yes, you are falling behind, but all of the things about team composition and about how team fights go do still ring true. The problem is now you are a little bit further behind in terms of gold, so your effective damage isn't as strong as it was.
This is the classic Vladimir. It's like losing the early game, and then it's super difficult. Like if you've watched Elite 500, every game is like this. He loses the early game, then he goes to like 400 CS, and he's full
and
build.
just absolutely one-shots you.
And just one-shots the whole
I like the way you say if you've watched it as if I've never been high enough elo to play against Elite 500.
No, but
that was kind of toxic there, Jack Spectre.
I assume that when you play against
I've
Elite...
been bodied by Elite 500 a ton of times.
The thing is, I assumed when you play against Elite 500, you just stomp and win the game.
Oh,
because you would have
sure,
such high impact on support
yes.
with how strong support is right now.
If I could play Camille, perhaps, but I cannot play Camille. Also,
I think you've made that pretty clear.
Yeah,
that you can't play Camille.
Annoys me no end. I mean, it's a fun playstyle to watch. I just think she does too much. And that's enough about that, Jack, okay? You're going to get me off on a rant right now. There's no Camille. She's banned perma. You're not going to see it. But what
There's
we
a
will
Rabadon
see
on Padak
is, yeah, 2 items on Padak. He is very strong. And I think the question is, for Padak, whether or not he can get a good Hemoplague in these fights. Level 16, obviously a huge power spike for the Vladimir. Your Hemoplague damage jumps by 100. The heal jumps by 100 as well. And so, the base heal, that is. Yeah. Obviously, you get more healing when you've put that Hemoplague down on more targets.
Looking to contest the mid-wave here. MKOI... Mirwin's off on a flank. I think if MKOI go too deep here, though, it's a really easy way for them to just lose the game.
But again, Shifters don't have Rooster here. It feels like if MKOI pull the trigger, Rooster's just not going to be here in time. It's about to build up the Mega. And in the end, no one really wants the fight, so they will just back away.
I think whoever has the position in this game, it's really difficult for Shifters to face check, because now Sheo gets one-shot really easily, like despite the Ragnarok, and it's the same thing for Sten. But at the same time, if it's Shifters that have the position, I don't think Elyoya can really go in. Mirwin can't go in. They need to find a flank or find some sort of opportunity, so position is going to be the name of the game. And neither team, I think, is going to look to play for the Nash that much. At least in the near future, as there's not a whole lot of DPS on either side. The only thing is, though, that since neither team has a real soul win condition in the next few minutes, if we're going to play for soul, it's going to be a pretty long game.
Yeah, we've got at least another 8 minutes before soul is a possibility, and that's assuming that shifters take the next Drake immediately on spawn. At the moment, they are setting up around the top side. When you talk about positioning, though, is it about just being on the objective first, or is there like a line of scrimmage you want to set up for either of these teams?
And I think what Vladimir wants is a really long lane to run down. So, like, if MKOI go a little bit too deep and use their CC on a random target, then Padak can just run them down. But I think it's mostly about the bushes, because if Elyoya goes too deep and they can just kite them out through the bushes, that's where shifters are really comfortable to play. And for the same side, if Elyoya can sit in a bush, charge up the Vaiku, and just one-shot whoever face checks, that's what it's going to really be about. So both of the mid lane bushes, I think, will be key to holding any sort of objective.
It's also why it's important for Sten to have someone by his side as he walks into this vision. He needs to try and get a little bit of protection, because if he face checks by himself, he gets hurt pretty bad.
Very squishy.
Yeah, having Stend around him is going to help out quite a lot. Squishy as well into Super, because he's only got the Locket and the plated steel caps. Not a huge amount of magic resist yet on Stend. Does have a no magic mantle. Looks like he's going up towards possibly a Vandal Pipes next, although, I mean, attack speed on Gnar and Olaf is nice. But we'll see where he decides to go with that second item. Could be a Zeke's, I guess, with the Kindle Gem. Still, a 2,000 gold lead for MKOI. They're going to slow down a little bit here, Jack. Both teams happy just to try and continue scaling up. Void Stuff on its way for Paduk. Sterex now complete for Rooster, who, although he had a good laning phase, after he was no longer playing into Mirwin, has struggled to keep up the advantage that he developed. In fact, now falling behind, at least in terms of that 1v1. Alvaro stepping a little bit too far forward. Does have the flash, is going to try and get out of the back of the pit here, using the Spirit's Refuge to survive through. Flashes, no tower
Alvaro
here.
went to the right.
Yeah, I mean, Alvaro is dead, and there's a vision there. Standing Knight is going to get blocked by the Shadowing Strike. Zeke's will proc, but Shifters will chase him down. Jojo's pushing through top, Elyoya is pushing through mid. Paduk is gifted over the kill on the Shadow.
But I don't understand, why didn't he just go to the left? I think he was fine.
Yes.
Well,
maybe he's one of those guys that has to hold his hands out in front of him to tell left from right. And his team was like, go right, and he was like, I'm not sure which I'm using control.
You know, I had a vivid memory when I was a kid that my brother told me what was left and right when we were playing a video game together. And every time I need to remember, I would think to myself, I was sitting on the sofa, which way was right and left? Very random. Drake swanning, 25 seconds. Alvaro is up, doesn't have the stand united. And one of the things that we didn't talk about so much, I think the standoff really favors MKOI because they have a lot more poke with the Sigs and the Victor. And the engage from Shifters is quite short range. So I do think that Supa and Jojo can try to get some work before this objective spawns, but they don't have time because Alvaro died so early. So now Shifters have full control here. TP in from Nuke. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so Rooster building up Mega Gnar down towards the bottom side. He's going to try and keep Mirwin at bay. MKOI now stepping in from mid lane. The Drake down to 5k. Rooster face checks into Mirwin. That's fine for him. He'll continue to try and trade, as Mirwin does take a chunk of his health. Rooster needs to get that Mega Gnar up. Baron, Drake down to 2k as Elyoya gets into the back of the pit, and Sheo is falling you. Uses the Ragnarok and then runs away. Meanwhile, Paduk is too far forward. Public execution onto Sheo. Cease and desist in as well with the Mega Inferno Bomb coming down, but already Rooster's picked up Mirwin. The Gnar flashed away by Elyoya on the backline. Paduk keeping 3 members of MKOI occupied and getting a kill onto Super. Huge from Paduk, as Shifters get the Drake and manage to get 4 players out.
What? We need a replay. We need a replay, and we need to look at what Supa just did. I think he forgot what Vladimir does, because Paduk doesn't pull the initial CC, and it starts off with Sheo gets the Drake. That's fine, right? Shifters get the Drake, that's fine. But just look at Supa. Paduk should be dead here, but Supa's just ignoring the Vladimir, just walking onto him.
Yes, I see your point, and I agree. Elyoya does a really nice flash to dodge away from a Gnar. Keeps him alive, but that is sole point now for Shifters. Super has his flash, has his TP, doesn't have his Rabadons yet. Instead went for the Oblivion Orb for a bit of heal cut. Baron is available. Shifters will do it pretty quickly.
And Paduk has the Void Staff now, so he's going to do a whole lot of damage. Still doesn't have the Zonias, which is really the key pillar that he would need next to be unkillable, because then he can Zonius, pool, Zonius.
Yeah. It usually is the key tool in your arsenal as a Vladimir. However, the enemy AD carry just ignores you for the fight. It becomes a lot easier to not have to use a Zonius. You know, why buy stasis if not die? As Shifters vie over mid pressure, Alvaro towards the side here, no flash on him, nor on Elioya. Makes their engage options a little bit more sparse, but still pretty sizable if they do find a way in.
I still think it's really difficult for Shifters to try to force Nash, but now because they're sitting on 3 dragons, they don't have to. They can just,
wait it out.
Wait, and play for the dragon spawn and then do the same fight all over again and look for the 50-50. And especially if they can just have Sten sacrifice his life to CC Elioya. That's always a good strategy. And I don't think MKoi can try to force this Nasher either. So it looks like we're just going to go and wait 2 minutes or so.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 40 seconds, Jack. Do anything good in your week since Paris?
Not really. Went to the gym. My boiler doesn't work, so I have to shower with cold water.
Oh, I mean, some people would swear by that.
That's true.
I'm more of a warm water guy, at least tepid.
Yeah.
When it's warm, I don't mind it being colder, but I don't like cold water, you know?
Nah, I think it's fun when it's voluntary. When it's obligatory, it's not so fun anymore.
Yeah, understandable.
Although what I did was I like boiled water and then I used that in like a bucket, and I kind of felt like a medieval.
That's how I used to shower in India.
Yeah,
the bucket showers were big back in those days. Our showers often broke, as did our boilers. Living on top of a mountain, it was hard to find good maintenance staff as well.
Yeah,
so
same in Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, it's Berlin, dude. Like, can't find good internet, can't find good mechanics. Plumbers.
We're seeing good mechanics on the screen right now, Medic.
The segue back into the action, which is not happening.
Yeah, still another minute and a half.
If this was
you can grab a drink, go to the toilet. Probably nothing will happen. I'd be very surprised. And if something happens, you can blame me.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to go grab my drink very quickly. No, but yeah, we have a couple of moments. For MKoi, they are still ahead in terms of gold, but not really ahead in terms of the map, it feels. And we are getting to the point where Shifters have scaled pretty substantially into this game. A death stance now on Sheo as well makes it harder to kill him.
Yeah, I definitely favor Shifters going into the soul fight, especially with the fact that they can play for the 50-50, and even if they lose the fight, as long as MKoi can't end the game, it's still really favorable for them to get that Hextech Soul. But I do think that the way that MKoi wins is in the standoff. If Super can land some nice bombs, if Jojo can get some good poke, then I think they can really blow up in the map. Or blow open the team fight, rather, because that allows Elioya to go in with the public execution from Mirwin and the Stand United from Alvaro. But I think if they don't get that initial chunk on someone, then it's really difficult for Elioya or Mirwin to pull the trigger.
And it's getting harder now with double Seekers. Nuke has one, Paduk has one. Your targets are running out. I think, really, Rooster might be the main target. He hasn't even got his Wit's End complete yet. Still sitting at 2 items, while Mirwin has 3. Did forgo upgrading his boots to get there, but Ambessa has a lot of movement anyway. Don't really need the extra movement speed or the tenacity that Mercury Treads would provide. Super finishing his Rabadons means that he's trying to put a cap on this game. As the Vault Breaker comes in from Elioya, just denying vision here. Rooster's catching mid-wave, just finished his Wit's End.
But MKoi have full control here, really nicely played by them. As Rooster can look for a flank.
He's a long way away right now. Good TP in, his flash about to come off cooldown. MKoi will start up the Drake. Shifters more looking for the fight than for the objective. Mirwin getting chased out. Flash Shadowing Strike onto Mirwin. Transfusion out as well. There's the Ignite ticking on him as he is able to dash out. Rooster trying to build up that Mega Gnar. The Hexgate behind from Sten still has the Crashdown, has the Magnetstorm. Rooster almost at Mega. The Drake at 3k, Shale forced away, still has that Ragnarok as they dive in. Stopwatch from Jojo, Hema play down as well. The Narm into the wall and MKoi are getting routed. Super and Elioya just running for the hills, trying to survive. Vault Breaker will get Elioya out for the moment, but TP behind as Paduk chases Super over the wall with a flash. And the tides of blood enough. Super flashes, gets to the blast cone just in time. A Vault Breaker out from Elioya. Shifters lose the Drake, but they absolutely clean up the fight.
Shifters, they played for the fight, and they played it beautifully. They're going to get 3 kills. They're going to get the Nash. They won't be able to end the game. Maybe if they took down Super, that could have been on the cards. But still, they're going to walk away pretty happy with the Nash, because this Dragon doesn't mean a whole lot for MKoi. It's only their second. They are up against the Sigs and the Victor Wave Clear, though, so we'll have to see how much they can get out of this Nash. And probably it'll just be some tier 2s as we watch this fight back. It starts off with the fact that Sheo is getting quite poked. This is the standoff that we talked about. It's really difficult for Shifters to enter, but Nuke is able to find the Petrifying Gaze. Rooster with a really nice flash Gnar ultimate to get two people into the wall. And then after that, the fight's already lost for MKOI, and Shifters can run them down, but Product not being able to chase down Supa, it does mean that they're not able to threaten anything more than the Nasher.
Yeah, but they will get that Baron and have it for the next 2.5 minutes. We'll see how much damage they can do, because their siege is not exceptional. Right?
It's very weak.
It's very weak, in fact.
The split push from Rooster is decent, but other than that, you're very low range. And you don't have much dive threats.
Yeah, and you're into range in the Ziggs and the Victor, so it is hard for you to step forward. Obviously, the Baron buff will help on the minions. Double cannon wave towards this bottom side. One of them not buffed, the other one, its bigger brother buffed up for now. Nuke will buff for seconds as he walks back into range. Shifter's doing a good job here of trying to cut MKOI away from defending their tower by stepping around, but they can't quite manage it. Boltbreaker in from Elioya, into the cease and desist. Nuke still has a stopwatch. Nuke still has the Seekers. Petrifying Gaze coming down with the Arcane Storm there as well. Mirwin on the back line. There's the stopwatch. There's the Seekers. As Russo joins the fight, doesn't have Mega Gnar stacked up, but he's still enough to kill off Mirwin. Jojo eating the Hemo Plague as well. Serashi will save him for now. Product goes down as Alvaro falls second. Twin Fangs into his back take the kill. But still, MKOI holding on here. Elioya, Jojo, and Super standing strong.
And that's a big win for MKOI because they deny any sort of Baron power play. Yes, Shifters, they pick up 2 kills, but they will not get any real towers with this Nash, as Shifters might have overstayed here.
Oh, Gravity Field down. No Ragnarok for Sheo. He is able just to walk out of that Gravity Field. Product dying with his Seekers still up there.
Yeah, he got full CC chain, had no time to use the Zonius, went a little bit too deep. They're going to get the bot tower, but that's going to be about it. But Elioya waits really patiently here in the bush for Nuke to face check, and they get Nuke already down to half. And then the TP comes in from behind from Mirwin, but with the stopwatch from Nuke, he's able to survive. Mirwin ends up going down, but then Product goes for a little bit much here, and he gets CC chain, so he's not able to pull off that stopwatch. He ends up dying. And overall, I think MKOI can walk away really happy because they denied the Nash play from Shifters.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where they lost the fight, but they did everything they needed to, which was delay. They lose a tier 2, but it's a 2,000 gold Baron power play rather than your Nexus falling, which is what very possibly could have happened. Inhib, right, in that play. We still have Baron for the next 15 seconds, but Shifters don't look like they're going to be able to use too much of it. They do have a wave here, but Baron will expire as it crashes in. The next Drake up in 90 seconds. Shifters will want to reset and make a play around it. Sten's only sitting on 1 ward.
And I think Shifters should be really disciplined here and take the base early. Make sure that you're setting up for this dragon first. Don't allow the mistake from the last fight where MKOI had full setup. They were the ones poking you out. Because if MKOI have all the pressure, it's really easy to put down the Ziggs bomb, to poke them out, and make it really difficult for Sheo to enter. While if Sten is the one with all the vision, then Elioya has to do something heroic to try to win the fight for MKOI.
And that's exactly what they've done. I actually liked from Sten as well. He was backing in the MKOI jungle and said, all it takes is one person to walk up here and I'm dead. So takes the Hex Gate out, backs across the other side of the wall, even though it could have saved him a couple of seconds. Instead, doing it patiently.
MKOI are first, though. They have full setup. So Shifters need to re-enter through bot and do the same thing that they did earlier. And it's still going to be really hard to enter against this Ziggs, who does so much damage with these bombs.
Rooster no flash on the Gnar. Coming up soon. MKOI trying to find the poke. Undertow lands onto Super. Rooster goes Mega, but just using his health as a resource to step in and force Mirwin out. Drake up in 10 seconds.
And Rooster not having the Mega Gnar, it's going to make it a lot more difficult to fight this. He also has no flank. Shifters are going to struggle to find a point of entry here.
Super looking for the damage across the wall. Lands a little bit onto Rooster, who has a Seekers of his own on this Gnar. Watch out for that in the fight. Sten goes for the engage. Great satchel out from Super. The taunt comes in from Alvaro as now Elioya looking for the engage. Vault Breakers in onto Sheo. Sten, Arcane Storm, Public Execution gets dodged with the Seekers by Rooster in the middle of the pit. Alvaro goes in again onto Product, who goes into the Sanguine Pool. The Ragnarok in the middle of the Dragon Pit. Surviving here for Sheo. Elioya comes back alive but dies. The soul goes over to Shifters, and somehow Shifters have just wrangled themselves out of the bottom of a pit to find the win in the fight, to find the soul. Nuke picks up a triple. Super slowed as well by the Hextech soul as Rooster looks through the chase. Super does have flash, will get away. but Shifters somehow wrangle a fight out of nothing.
I don't know how Shifters did that. This fight looked so bad for them to begin with Sten not getting the engage. Sheo got so chunked. Rooster had the stopwatch. They're going to look to end. I mean, Supa, he has such good wave clear, but Nuke is just going to not allow him to get in range.
Bomb is up in 3, though. If he can get a Mega Inferno Bomb on this wave, it will clear it out. They can't end. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. They'll look for it. Rooster tanking the tower now, needs to get out. Rooster almost dies to the tower. Aggro and now Supa and Alvaro. They're shooting fish in a barrel, and the first one's down. Good double gate away by Paduck and Rooster to escape. This game should not be this close.
But it's 20 seconds until Nasher. MKOI can rush it 4 versus 5 as the fight starts off with Sten flashing in. He's not able to land onto anyone. And the fight looks lost for Shifters. Look, Sheo's half, Sten is nearly dead, Rooster's in the middle of the pit. But somehow, with Paduck buying so much time in the back line, I don't even know how they're able to win this. They're able to take down Mirwin, take down Elyoya, take down the Drake, and then just clean up the fight as Supa's out of mana and not able to do anything.
Rooster went Mega in Seekers. Like, he comes out of his Seekers Arm Guard with Mega, lands a double wallop, lands the Nut, and now the Baron the prize for MKOI due to that valiant base defense, but Sheo could look for the steal here. And Blast going over instead. Elyoya says, no, none of that today. Lands the smite, Baron to MKOI. But they are on the ropes. They are struggling in their 4th series of Summer. Looking, I mean, it's only game 1, but they're looking like a 0-4 right now against Shifters.
Definitely could be. We'll see how they can make use of this Nash. Might be to just buy more time and defend their base. As they should still be losing any sort of fights. And the Hextech Soul, I'd say strongest of all the souls, it just allows you to run down any member that's caught offside.
Especially when the fights are so in and out. It's about dash, like for Elyoya, dash in, get some damage, dash out. The same for Mirwin. When you're getting slowed up and taking that extra damage, can be really difficult to deal with. The only benefit, I guess, is that Shifters don't have a lot of ways to poke that damage onto you. They kind of need to be in the middle of the fight to get.
I think actually Cloud Soul this game for Shifters would have
been so good.
That would have been the best.
Or Ocean, I think, would have been solid.
I think Ocean at 40 minutes is too weak.
True. Lots of people hate Ocean, so I'm quite a fan.
I'm kind of a hater. Yeah. I feel like it just doesn't. It used to be like, I remember when Souls got released, it was so OP, but then they nerfed it, and I feel like ever since it's been kind of.
I think we should bring back the old Chem Soul map.
No.
I don't think we gave it a good enough chance. Rengar just jumping at you from red buff somehow. Those are the good old days. Put the smoke back on the Rift.
Elyoya's really far up here.
Goes in with the Bowl Breaker. Sten with the engage as well. They put him down on the Miasma, and Elyoya's dead. Alvaro trying to find the taunt on the backline, but through the Ragnarok, he can't do it. Mega Inferno going down as well as Sten does fall to the Arcane Storm, but here's Rooster and Paduck. Jojo uses a stopwatch, but can only watch as his corpse is laying across the ground. Mirwin going to get chased out by Paduck and Rooster as well. He'll try and escape. Super in the middle of the pit. I don't think Shifters really care about him, but they can still clean him up with the Twin Fangs and with the double axes. MKOI, they're going to try and get Mirwin out, and he will not escape. An ace for Shifters after MKOI stepped too far forward.
And Shifters have done it. They've taken down MKOI in game number 1 here. They're going to do the victory lap and walk into the Nexus. But the death timers are so long, it's only going to be Elyoya anyways. They're not going to be able to hold the gates. And it feels so bad for Elyoya. He's had such a great game, but he steps a little bit too far forward, and he ends up getting one shot. And the rest of MKOI, they want to help him out, but that defines their demise.
His Guardian Angel was not back up. Shifters don't have a wave as of yet. As you say, Elyoya up in 3 seconds. The Nexus Towers have respawned. Sheo's going for the mid lane inhib. And there's Elyoya. Still 8 on Jojo. First Nexus Tower the target. A Ragnarok out from Sheo as he just tries to walk away. Nuke jumps on, but has a stopwatch. And Sheo, he's had enough of this game. He's just targeting down that Nexus. Shifters 1-0 up.
And a really creative draft from Shifters. And a really good game plan as well. Great movement from Sten. Great play from Nuke as well. Rooster and Paduck in the team fights. I think Sheo had a bit of a sleeper. Didn't really show that much on the Olaf. As now, we have a little interview with Nuke.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was a crazy game. Talk to me a little bit about kind of how you guys were thinking about approaching team fights, because they looked really easy for you once we got later in the game.
I mean, I think draft-wise, like, if we get to late game, it's like impossible for us to lose. We have Olaf into Vi, Cassiopeia into Vi Shen, like all those stuff is like so hard for us to lose. But yeah, I mean, they had strong side, which was kind of scary this game. So our goal was just to scale up until late game, so we could just win by team fighting.
Definitely a strong start. You had almost 45% of your support's time was spent around you in the mid lane this game. How does it feel to have your support camping for you? Does that just feel like an excellent way to start the season?
It feels really good. Just flashing on the enemy and killing them, pressuring them. So enemy support didn't much, so we could kill. So it's good. I'm happy.
Looks like a solid setup. Good luck. I'll let you go back to your team, brother. Congrats on winning that game 1. Boys, he got camped mid. We saw the Cassio kills. But the rest of the game, there's a lot that I think we have to talk about. I don't know why I still have this mic. I have one on my face too, but I'm gonna keep holding it. It makes me feel authoritative, like I'm somehow extra special.
I mean, man, where can we start? That draft was something spicy because it's as Nuke said, as the game went on, the explosion just kept getting bigger and bigger.
It was like a clock ticking down every single second, and it felt like there was no way for MKO's come to answer them in the late game. It was just a demise.
But we have some moments where there might have been some counter play, right? And here we see again, as I highlighted, insane jungle proximity. They can't mid. Nuke got 2 kills early, but it's not like it was a clean snowball. Like, shout out to Sheo. Some reportable early deaths there from him. I
too love Nuke Duck on the Cassio. But
my God,
I thought it was great. It's always there the duck, baby.
Nuke and Paddock, bro, I can't.
But yeah, I mean, Sheo, he kind of ran in. He was doing his Haaland walking on the Olaf Viking, just running straight for the towers. He had a few oopsies.
He had a few oopsies. But the thing is, they brought it back. And it does feel like good drafting for sure, set them up. And then later, it felt like pretty solid team fighting from them across the board, I'd say.
I mean, it felt like MKO's comp, it was drafted in a way where they want to go in and one-shot a target. But then they press tab, and there's like, guys, we can't go on anyone. There's like a Gnar. Are we going to go on him? No. Olaf, he can just immune it. Cassio, are we diving a Cassio? That better be a good dive. Vladimir, he has a pool. Oh, I guess we got to engage everything on the Rel then. And they just had no options, it felt like, in the team fighting.
But that's also just because they played that early game so damn well, because they have been so reactive and made such good decisions when in regards to whatever MKOI was throwing at them, because I have a replay over here, if you can bring it up. It all started from minute 12, where honestly, for a team of the caliber of Shifters, I really did not expect. So, if we can roll out the clip, they're doing Drake, while MKOI, if we can take a look over here, they're doing a cross map. They're ready to set up here and set up a dive. But Stand, pause right now, he knows what enemy wants to do. He feels like he can go one step beyond and counterplay them before the fight even starts. So let's roll the clip. LUA is stuck here on the side. He's just spectating as everything is unveiling in front of him. He's not even in this fight by the time he gets in there. The fight's already over.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, this is set up from Rooster forcing Super Stash before as well. This just culminates in this disaster play. And meanwhile, I think Maruman is just getting way too desperate in the bot lane. He's just trying to dive the Vladimir on the tower. Bro, Olaf just took Dragon. You have a ward in Banana Bridge. You know where he is.
Exactly, but again, sure, it's a misplay on the side of MKOI, but the fact is that Shifters put them in this position where they're even able to make this misplay, because the Shifter of old, I would not even see them take this sort of gamble and invite them to play.
I'm sorry, I don't think we've ever said attack the play in the setup in a Shifter.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this is cool.
This is a brand new sentence.
And this the thing is when we see new players added to rosters where we kind of have this baseline expectation, the number one thing you want to see is a sudden explosion in performance. I don't want to come in here when we see a roster change and be like, we'll see how they develop over the course of the split. That's the hype killer. This is a summer roster change, boys. There's not enough time. You really have to hit the ground running, and credit to Shifters, they really did.
Exactly, because the draft was also ballsy, and we saw as the game went on, they just started getting more and more confidence. They felt like team fights were on their side. It felt like they were this impossible wall that MKOI had to try and break at, and I felt like MKOI just wasn't making the correct decisions when it comes to it.
We have one more fight to look at, right? I think there was the Dragon later in the game. Let's take a look at that, and then I'd like to talk about what do we need to see from MKOI. But let's start with that Dragon fight.
Okay, I mean, already the question I like is very great. If you can pause it right now. What would we want to see from MKOI? They are stuck up in a ball, and Shifters is trying to flank from everywhere. MKOI, buddy, just choose anything. Choose here. Choose here. Choose the guy that's trying to flank you. Pick up any of these.
I mean, anyone, to be clear.
Yeah, anyone.
Pick one thing.
But it's so frustrating because they just let all of Shifters entomb them from every angle. It's like you're out in a desert riding on your camel, you know, and you see a sandstorm in the horizon, and you're like, oh, there's a sandstorm there. And you don't react, you don't run away. They just let this happen. All of Shifters just walked behind every single person. They could have just chosen a single one to engage on. I think the Gnar was the best option there. They could have sent everything on him, but
exactly, because
disaster.
Again, we saw it very well. Time was not on their side because because you have the backline. Your backline is Victor and Ziggs. You need to do something because the Vladimir that honestly, he was first time. I have seen him 2 or 3 times this game where he's just getting comboed. He's about to die, but he got so much value out of that pick. And this just goes to show you don't need to be an excellent driver of that champion. You just need to be in good positions, have the proper setup, and you will do wonders in every single one of those team fights.
So what's the bounce back for MKOI? Obviously, really tough losing streak, really tough couple of weeks, and the difficulty is it's single round robin, right? It is best of 3, but 0-4, you can come back. But that's putting a lot of pressure on every single week out from here. So how do they turn this series around?
Look, man, I mean, we have to address. I think Georgiapin is having a horrible split so far. Like, Georgiapin, this game just died two times before 8 minutes. On the Victor, that should be a pushing matchup, or at least a contested matchup with the Casio. He outranges her, he can have control, but he just died to Sten drones time and time again. Either he needs Alvaro to move up there, help him, and then contest them 2v2, or he needs to start respecting.
I think they're just too slow. I think they really need to find some more proactivity in one of those lanes. Elioya, he had a good game. Given that he played the counter matchup, he was pretty good in the game at minute 15-20, but it just really felt like when you put Supa on this mage and you put Jojo on, again, a control mage as well, you just don't have any sort of avenues. You don't have someone to be going through and saying, okay, I'm going to walk through you, you're going to carry this game for me. I really need to see more proactivity, either from Jojo or even from Merwin.
All right, I like what we're talking about. Better performance from the mid lane, more proactivity, higher pace of games. Something we know that MKOI can do. We're going to go to a quick break, but afterwards we'll be back with the second game of this series between Shifters and Movistar Koi.
Champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, Betty. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fire to the future. sit down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Okay, I will flash ult. I TP.
He's dead.
Nice, good job, just play it slow.
Mirwin's already down to 300 HP on the top side. Sten looking for a re-engage. Mirwin down. Sten getting away from the shadow dash. Nuke's going to fall to Jojo. Sten falling almost towards the bottom side of the fight as well. Public execution. Sten is decapitated by Mirwin.
Play slow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good. I like it. I will double. Ziggs no flash. Here. I take the portal.
Yeah, I need to play.
Welcome back to LEC Summer Week 2, where we're here for our second series of the day, with Shifters leading MKOI 1-0. And my question for MKOI is this a single game slump, or is it something larger?
I mean, we're one game away from MKOI starting the season 0-4, which I don't think anybody would expect, especially as Finn likes to repeatedly say. MKOI has been top 3 for now 2 years. Always top 3. And Finn said it's impossible that they don't make top 3. And we might be seeing it.
That's true.
If they go top 3, or if they lose this game, I think at least going top 3 in the regular season is near impossible.
Yeah, I think they would definitely struggle to do that. And often they don't even lose like 4 series across the entirety of a split. Often they are sitting at, I mean, when they were Mad Lions, Koi, I guess sometimes they did have a little bit of a struggle, but recently they've been much more of a team that only loses to like the KCs and the G2s of the world. For Shifters, this new look seems to be working well. Wasn't the cleanest game I've ever seen, but it was still solid from them overall as they get rid of the Akali, the Camille, and one more ban in their first rotation, and it's Poppy and Lock taken away by MKOI.
Yeah, I think it gave way more hope in the lineup for me, seeing a Shifters that can play a much better macro. That always felt like the biggest criticism I had for Shifters, but I felt they were a very dumb team. They only knew how to group up 5v5 and teamfight. While in this game, it felt like they were doing good cross maps, they were matching MKOI well, they were able to play for Drakes, they even were able to play the setups quite nicely as well. And their draft was really cool, which is always fun to see. So we'll see if MKOI was the team that had the fun drafts. We'll see if they can bounce back and do something cool themselves.
They were the explosive, the skirmish-heavy team. There is a Syndra ban next to the Lock and the Poppy for MKOI, even though that's not showing up on your screens. I can see it here. So they haven't missed a ban. Syndra is removed from possibility, and they'll lock in the Jace to kick things off.
Yeah, Jace, really strong power pick in the current meta. Has really good poke. You can flex it 3 ways if you want. Hell, put a jungle if you want to be crazy, you know. It's going to be answered by the Astral, though. This is Paduk's favorite champ, his best champion. Also, the premier ADC in the current meta, because it acts like a mage, as you said, Medic. And we'll see what Shifters decide to pair up with it. Probably a jungle pick, if I were to have a guess here. Maybe a Jarvan could be coming in for Sheo. Would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I agree with the Jarvan. I think that's a solid pick overall. Orianna being available means that that's a much more likely pick. There we are. Orianna, Ezreal.
Well, you say much more likely after it's happened, so.
I'm saying that's a much more likely pick. I'm not saying I'm predicting it.
Oh.
I'm saying, yes, picking Jarvan here makes more sense. Likely is probably not the best word, Jack, okay?
Okay. Fair enough.
It makes more sense. Most teams, if you 9 out of 10 dentists agree that Orianna's second pick here was more likely than Jarvan. Lee Sin is going to get locked in for Elioya as their answer in the jungle. And again, it is skirmish heavy, right? Like Jace, Lee Sin love to skirmish in the early game. We'll see where they decide to look. Something like a Leona would make sense if you're looking for good supports.
So they decide to drop the mid pick. They feel comfortable going with 2 bans, even though the Orianna has already been picked. So we'll see how Shifters can try to punish this, as that's what I'm assuming they're going to go for, and ban out any sort of mid laners that MKOI can play into this Orianna with the Alistar picked up. Pretty standard. It does mean, though, that Shifters, the early game skirmishing, like you alluded to, is going to be pretty difficult for Shifters, because Alistar really needs that level 6 to be able to match the tankiness of Leona. And Lee Sin, probably the strongest early game skirmisher we have right now in the meta.
So the 2 bans we're missing on the screen at the moment are the Nocturne for Shifters as their 3rd ban on the first rotation, and the Syndra for MKOI. Silas going to get taken away from Shifters, because you were talking about this Jace as a probable top lane or AD carry pick. It can still be played mid if you want to. You can take it in for Jojo Pun, but Silas banned when you've got an Alistar already on your team.
Don't want to give him the cow
amount of sense. Yorick will be the ban for this Jace, which means that likely the Jace is going top for Mirwin.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We'll see what the second mid lane ban is for Shifters, or if they want to decide to target ADC instead. So they take away Supa's Kai'Sa. Makes a lot of sense. It's his best ADC, and it's a good pick into the Ezreal as well, and it suits the MKOI comp in general. And I think now Supa will probably look towards a mage, because the damage profile of the team would want some of that AP, and we're just seeing so many mages across the board. If he decides to go for an ADC, something like the Jhin would make sense, but it's kind of like, why would you play Jhin when you can just play a mage?
You can just play Mel.
Yeah.
Right? I think Mel would make a good amount of sense overall.
But we haven't seen much Mel.
We haven't, which is interesting. I wonder if she was nerfed and I've just missed it. Because there's always that patch between like MSI and the next tournament that nerfs happen and you don't always see them.
The Fury for Sheo, though, very explosive, high damage, has really good ball delivery for the Orianna, and has propped up to be really the only assassin that we currently see in the meta.
Kiana sometimes.
Kiana sometimes, Kiana sometimes. And it's going to be Lucian for Supa, actually. So he wants to go for this really strong early game pick. It does mean that as the game progresses, it's going to be hard for him to play against the longer range of the Ezreal and the Orianna.
Also, stepping up into an Alistar Neferi is not something you want to do too often. And MKOI will round out their draft with a Galio locked in. So likely Jace top, Galio mid. The Irelia ban specifically targeted at Rooster because he does pop off on that pick, although he often goes 0-7 and then pops off on that pick. And it's going to be Cassante in the end in that top lane to try and neutralize the Jace a little bit.
I much prefer Shifters draft, to be honest. I feel like they have a really nice, easy front to back. You have good ball delivery and Alistar and Neferi. It's really easy for the carries of Shifters to play. They don't have much to worry about. Like Solar Flare is kind of whatever for the Ezreal. Maybe Nuke needs to worry a little bit, but even then it feels pretty easy. Well, for the side of MKOI, if you're Supa this game, that's very difficult. You need to try to deal a lot of damage to Cassante and Alistar, but Lucian's not a great tank killer. And you're being outranged by everybody else, and you do have good peel, but you're not a hyper carry that can really make use of that peel in any meaningful way. And then Mirwin is kind of just off on the side poking on his own. I feel like MKOI has a lot of pieces here that don't really work that well together. So I'm really favoring Shifters. I do think that the early game is much stronger for MKOI. So if they can snowball off of that early game, that's how I could see them taking this win.
Which is how they've won in the past. And it's a style that has been very good for MKOI generally. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do decide to go along those lines and try and just play incredibly aggressively through the early game. Get Alvaro and Elioya on the same page. That is how MKOI have won in the past. For Shifters, scale, 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 and then use the fact you have this Orianna and Neferi combination. You've got Orianna, Alistar, you have great team fighting, and you have safety for your carries. The Orianna, the only one that should be able to be caught out, and even if she has an Alistar and a Cassante there to block the lines for her.
I also think Paduk this game can really, really carry for Shifters because there's so little threats on the side of MKOI. If he's landing all of his Qs and playing really nice and aggressive, he can do that. Like, he only needs the Arcane Shift to avoid a potential Insect, a potential Solar Flare. And as long as he's doing his due diligence, I feel like he can do so much in the later game team fights. As MKOI want to go for an early game invade, try to utilize this early game strength.
They're going to try and split the map. That would deny some vision here. Elioya will play towards the bottom side. This kind of locks the supports down towards bot lane as well. Alistar doesn't want to roam around and just leave his Ezreal in a 1v3 in essence. And Sheo does go for the counter invade, will be spotted out on a ward as he goes in on the Neferi.
So what this means is that MKOI have a lot of pressure in this bot side. they can look to trade really, really aggressively, and if they get a great trade, they can go for a dive. But in the jungle 1v1, this is completely fine for Sheo. He's going to match Elyoya pound for pound in jungle camps and be completely fine, so it's up to shifters here in this bottom side to not fall behind and make this trade completely fine for them.
And it's up to Mirwin to survive any pressure that might happen topside for MKoi, right? Like, he's already pushed up this lane. There's a possibility it's a level 3 after Krug's gank for Sheo if Mirwin does overstep. Like, Sheo has already used his smite, but we threw these pretty quickly. Rooster at level 2 as well. A flash pathmaker can catch out Mirwin, trying to hold that wave just outside of the tower range. Elyoya's backing on the bottom side. Can't really find a fight underneath the tower. And it is risky into an Alistar as well. You jump in, you get pulverized, you're up in the air, and it's like, well, I'm stuck here. Mirwin does just walk away from Sheo, who doesn't want to delay his clear too long, looking for a gank towards top, as Jojo is just short of finding the Idol of Duran taunt onto Nuke, who forces him away. And he's using that Clockwork Wind-Up well on the Orianna to get the extra damage in the auto attacks. That's not good for Super. That's really not good for Super. Just underneath the tower, gets caught out by Sten. Duck, unfortunately, doesn't hit the Mystic Shot, but it could have been much worse.
And the big thing that Alistar has over Leona as well is the sustain from the passive.
Yep.
So now with the fact that they were able to chunk down Supa, with Paduk hitting level 3 here, I think if he lands the W onto Supa and can Arcane shift forward, can do so much damage. And I think it's really difficult for this MKoi bot lane to now crash the wave, as Rooster gets the Q3.
Yeah, it's just going to be a bit of damage here you have to feel. Mirwin trades back onto him. Rooster doesn't have a huge amount of mana, but used the aftershock damage as well.
If he hit the Q there, he could have forced Mirwin flash maybe. But he didn't land it, so he didn't get the slow to continue fighting.
Mirwin running Grasp as well, just trying to sustain up through this matchup as much as he can. There was a few moments where Sten could have been looking for a Q flash on the bottom lane, but Super has that Relentless Pursuit, so there's always a risk if you go for it.
Also has the barrier,
while
Paduk has the cleanse.
Yeah, so you don't have those combat summoners.
Yeah.
It'll be a little bit trickier. Alvaro's going to team up with Elyoya to make sure they can steal away these Razor Beaks, but on the other side, Sheo's going to do exactly the same thing. In fact, he went up towards Mirwin, who has finished his recall. Sheo should be able to take the Razor Beaks himself. TP in from Mirwin now does put him at risk of Sheo again looking Razor Beaks, Krugs, and then up towards that top lane.
Yeah, Leora looking to path into mid instead though. I think he wants to deny Sheo from taking those Krugs and return more to a normal jungle state as bot lane.
Onto Alvaro. Gonna get the stun as well with the trample. Alvaro walking away here, very wounded. Paduk, almost gets it, but takes a tower shot forward. Only has that cleanse, remember. Super dashing forward, flashing in, and gets the kill with the piercing light. Paduk just too greedy, and Alvaro read it and flashed away.
Really well played by Alvaro there to bait Paduk in, and then Supa could set up with the kill flashing forward himself and allowing him to pick up the first blood. 1,000 gold lead now for MKoi. And a tragic start for the Shifters bot lane, especially when they were the ones winning the trade, finding those angles, nearly able to take down Alvaro. It's now a little pause, so we'll see what the issue.
You don't know it's little yet. We hope it's a little pause. Could be.
That is true. Could be the longest pause of all time.
That was 8 hours long, and I feel like
that would be
at that point we would go home and just play again another day, you know?
That's true. How long would the pause have to be for the match to be cancelled?
There's some European working time directive things. People in the studio can't be here for that long. If it goes past midnight, do we get an extra day rate? We're working tomorrow. I'm working tomorrow as well. Do I get 3 days? How does that work?
Mirwin just wrote, what was that gank show?
I mean, he walked into the lane, and it's very similar to Elyoya's gank mid, let's be honest. At least Elyoya hit a Sonic Wave, I guess.
I mean, it's kind of like Sheo was going to be there anyways.
Yeah.
So might as well
just
look for it.
poke your nose in, have a look.
Yeah.
Make Mirwin aware that you're in the vicinity. As you can see on your screen, obviously, Koi have initiated a pause. A player has reported potential hardware issues to League officials who are currently investigating that. I'll get on top of that as soon as possible. It's performance issues. That's the clarification I have been given. But it's a massive loss for Shifters in the bot lane. The fact that Paduk goes a little bit too deep, gets killed for it, and now there's almost 1,000 gold lead for
And this
MKoi.
is what MKoi needed.
Yeah.
Like when you're playing this Lucian up against this draft, you really need to find an early lead to make that culling really valuable and have it that you're always winning the 1v1, that you can dash forwards. And now with that first blood, Supa should be able to do that and hopefully keep it rolling as well, especially when they get level 6. If they can get level 6 earlier onto Alvaro, get that solar flare, that can set up for a lot of opportunities. And Paduk as well not having the flash for Elyoya if he wants to path down towards bot lane as well. Certainly opens up for a lot of avenues that MKoi wouldn't have had otherwise.
Yeah, and we are just getting through some ready checks again for the player, so hopefully
He doesn't
we'll be
look
in the
ready.
game. Stand it, he's locked in, man. It's the Faker meditation, just horizontal instead of vertical.
That's sleeping, I think.
Hey. Hey.
Well, if you're closed your eyes and you're horizontal.
Don't you tell my wife that, man, okay? She's like, hey, can you do the laundry? It's like, no, I'm meditating, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I just need to meditate for 5 more minutes, then I'll get up.
If you hear any snoring, it's the cats, not me. We are back into the game, thankfully. My wife can't hear any more of my secrets as Stend is trying to get this wave pushed underneath the tower, but Super did a good job of keeping it away from turret range, which means it will slowly push towards the MKOI side.
Yeah, that's...
it's going to be faster because Paduk's there.
Yeah. So
quickly push, I guess.
Paduk can choose to... I mean, it is going to push into shifters.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Paduk decides to do with it. I think it'll just leave it here and last hit, but Alvaro chose to use this tempo advantage to get really deep wards in Sheo's jungle. So currently MKOI has full vision of Sheo. Oh, and Alvaro wrapped around. Paduk has the cleanse though.
Paduk cleanses away, gets Zenith bladed though, and Super can still look for the chase. Paduk, after coming back into the lane, is immediately forced to go back to the fountain.
And he's not a happy duck after that one. He's going to lose quite a few minions here as MKOI pushed this in.
He got stuck with the bill, didn't he, in that bot lane?
So. Yeah. Sten just left. Yeah. As MKOI are able to pick up the dragon here. Really good start for MKOI. Being able to crash this bot wave, get the dragon as well. And there's not going to be any sort of cross map. It's going to be the crab for Sheo, but is that a real cross map? I mean,
he gets him level 6, I guess.
True.
He gets the Hound's Pursuit out of it. Could look for Mirwin in the top lane. Alvaro opening up through mid. He has the option of trying to help out his top laner if required, but Mirwin seems to be doing okay by himself. 300 gold ahead in that matchup. And it looks like Alvaro was actually just protecting the Razorbeak respawn there, Jack.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, we've seen the Razorbeaks.
Yeah.
The trade now has happened 3 times, and the 4th, it shall not happen again.
You say that, Elioya is not going for them at all. Sheo was spotted.
I think Elioya wanted to go for the enemies, but now he will find none.
No chickens to be traded. Nuke though. Hex Flash across the wall here. Nuke a little bit too far forward. Zenith Blade kickback. Good shockwave from Nuke, but still manages to escape with Jojo tanking the tower. That shockwave, really well done from Nuke.
I wonder what happened to the Sonic Wave there. Super might be the one in trouble now.
Yeah, has Pursuit coming down. There's the barrier. Sheo will have the Eviscerate to get some chase down, and Super's dead. Shifter's jungler finding a kill in the 1v1 where MKOI couldn't find one in mid.
And that's huge. If we can look at the bot wave, I think Super's losing quite a few minions here. Yeah, a wave and a half plus the cannon that Super's gonna lose. So the gold lead that Super had built up here is gonna slightly disappear, especially as Paduk can get this plate as well and push in this next wave. Although Paduk is overstaying here a little bit. Alvaro, I think he will look to cancel Paduk's base, but Paduk decides to not go for the casters as well.
Yeah, I think it's smart.
Yeah, that's wise.
If he stays around with no cleanse, no flash,
I
he
think
is
still
likely
he
dead.
stayed a bit too long and he will get cancelled. Oh, he just barely didn't get cancelled. Okay, so we see here, so what happens is the Sonic Wave lands onto the minion, so Elioya doesn't have the follow-up to actually take Nuke down. And then we see Sheo here. I mean, this is just, he just point and clicks him and lands the Qs. And Super has nowhere to run.
Yeah, he's got no recourse. If he had flash, maybe he could have got out with a Relentless Pursuit into a flash, but unable to do so. Now we see Stend and Paduk being put up in the top side by Shifters. The Grub's up in 18 seconds time, so looks like that is their main point of focus. Mirwin up here for now, but is just gonna, well, likely going to recall. He's making sure that he gets a safe back. He doesn't want to be hit out by a Mystic Shot or something there from Paduk to stop the recall coming out. And he can TP down towards the bottom side that Rooster's pushed in. So there's not going to be too many minions lost, although it looks like he is just running.
Yeah, he wants to hold it for the Grub fight. Although Rooster's TP is still down for a little bit. So that does mean that if Mirwin TPs immediately, MKOI can look for the numbers advantage. But it's Shifters that has full control here with the push in top.
And Stend has 6. That Unbreakable Will is a fight changer, as opposed to the Solar Flare being short here for Alvaro. Grubs have been begun. Shale will get the first one without smiting, importantly. Sten goes in, looking for Alvaro. Trample stun, knocks Alvaro back to shoulder daybreak. The Zenith Blade coming out as well as Jojo looks for the engage. Shale jumps up with the core of the pack to kill off Alvaro. A hero's entrance coming out as Sten's going to be the one knocked up, but look at how little damage the Alistair's taken because of that unbreakable will. The next grub taken this time by Super, culling out. Sten distracts MKOI's backline. This is a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of MKOI.
And MKOI, they find the fight, they get the kills, they get the grubs, able to make that play happen despite the fact that Sten had the ultimate. They were just playing it better. A really nice kick from Elyoya and a really nicely played team fight from them as we watch it back here. So it starts off with Sten engaging onto Alvaro. He kicks him into the team, but Alvaro uses that as an opportunity to get onto Nuke, and then they can CC chain him and just take him down before he even gets the shockwave off.
Yeah, that's big.
And that's why MKOI can now, also a really nice kick from Elyoya that knocks 2 people up, and then the calling onto Sten to finish him off. And I think really the fact that Nuke didn't get the shockwave, that was the key in that fight. Because if he got that off, if he was able to CC some of the members from MKOI, that could have been a different fight for Shifters.
Now, overall, still a good start here for MKOI. 10 minutes in, they're 1,000 gold ahead. They've got 2 grubs to 1. They've got a Drake to none, as the Hex Flash from Stend is going to be in retreat rather than attack, as he's on a ward. Products a little bit of damage on this tower, but shouldn't be able to get too much with Super and Alvaro being in the area. You can see as well Shale looking, but is going to be spotted on so much vision as he comes up through that river. MKOI really chucking a lot of vision down towards that bottom side.
And that's 3 kills now onto Supa.
Yeah.
Could be incredibly close to the Essence River. If he can get that now before the Drake spawns, I think we'll really turn the tides of this fight and set MKOI up for an easy second dragon with how much stronger he'll be than Padux. Padux is just sitting on the Sheen, has the longsword, but not really a whole lot of damage on him.
Yeah, he's got a half-bound axe now, though. Ooh, big. The item that people don't even know the name of. That's how unimpactful it is.
I write in chat, oh, if he gets half-bound axe, I cannot play.
Yeah, I can't do it. I can't lane into him anymore.
That's why Paduk is now going top lane, because he realized I can't lane anymore.
Because I have the half-bound axe. Yeah. I'm doomed.jpg. Second Drake will go over to MKOI. And Paduk, as you say, has been sent up towards the top side to try and get some gold back in his pockets. Currently almost 1,000 gold behind his lane opponent.
I don't know if they have... I mean, I think with how strong Sheo is, they have the damage to try to dive Mirrorwind, but Alvaro is already here to protect the cross map. Very similar to last game, how Fleshy matched it. I don't think they can dive 3 versus 2, but they won't go.
Sten just jumps onto Mirrorwind. Alvaro looking for the Shield of Daybreak, gets the stun. There's a hero's entrance as well. Caught to the pack up by Shell, but he's knocked up by the hero. Paduk tanking the tower is going to die. He executes. That went all kinds of pear-shaped. Shifters should not have sent it, but they're sent back to the fountain as Nuke tries to get away from Elyoya and will manage to survive.
It's an absolute disaster for Shifters. Jojo Pyun with the Galio ultimate makes the difference there and makes the play go in their favor. They're able to pick up Stend as well. Paduk at least got executed, but like if that's your silver lining, then it's a pretty poor play for Shifters.
Not the silver linings playbook that I know and love.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be honest.
We'll watch it back here. I didn't think they would go for it because I feel like even if the Galio is nulting, maybe if the Galio is nulting, this is a good play. But I just feel like Alvaro can peel so well. Yeah. Like he didn't land the solar flare, but if he CC chains the solar flare, I think it's really difficult to make this dive happen. But also they mis-executed really hard because Paduk is tanking the tower instead of your Alistar with the Unbreakable Will. So rough. From Shifters?
Yes.
Good response by MKOI.
Yeah, and now they have 1,000 gold lead on Jojo and Super, and the losing streak might be over, at least for one game.
Yeah.
As MKOI have got this early lead that we wanted them to get, and Shifters are really struggling to keep up with the pace, and I feel like MKOI are not going to take their foot off the throttle anytime soon.
Yeah, it feels hard to imagine how this Ezreal will become useful now. It's going to require a shutdown or a big fight to go in the favor of Shifters before he can come back. Now, Essence River completed on Supa, has the level 9 as well, so much stronger. It's a Chemtech Soul, so it's not the scariest of souls for the side of MKOI, but it's still them with all the cards and all the pressure in this game.
Yeah, and for Shifters, you're really looking for a way to get back in. It's probably off Shell, right? If he can find a pick onto the Lucian, onto Mirwin, who has done a very good job weak-siding this game. Give him all credit in the world. Like, Mirwin often maligned, rightly so, I think, in a lot of ways, by fans and by analysts alike. He does struggle quite a lot. at the top level of the LEC.
But I actually think this summer he's been better than he was in spring.
Agreed.
Right? And I think the fact that MKOI has struggled so much even when Mirwin hasn't been the problem and has been really fine in most of their games just speaks to how the rest of the team has been performing so much worse. But MKOI now able to pick up this bot lane tower, and the Shifters are trying to trade it up in the top side, but they only have one grub. It looks like it's going to be first brick going the side of MKOI.
It will be. Duck is on his way across here, but MKOI will get that first turret of the game, as you say. Extend their gold lead just a smidge. It's going to end up being about 2.3k or so after this tower goes down. Wave coming in on its way, and Mirwin and Alvaro are like, yeah, wait. It would be overforcing to try and defend at this point, so let's just not. Let's give Shifters a little bit of gold back because we can't really stop them from doing so. The next key objectives, though, Rift Herald in 45 seconds and the Chem Drake in 1 minute 40. I feel like MKOI are in prime position to take a good fight around it with first items complete across all of their carries.
I mean, Padak does have the Trinity Force at least. Like, I think fighting right now for Shifters in the ADC department at least doesn't feel too bad because the only advantage that Supa has is a Zeal, which is not game-changing. I still think that across the board, it's difficult for Shifters to find the fight that they're looking for. Sheo, I think he's sitting on quite a bit of gold as now. Mirwin is in trouble.
Yeah, he's going to play onto Mirwin. Hound Pursuit goes in. There's the all-out as well. Mirwin doesn't really have anywhere to go as Alioya jumps in. There's going to be a reset here for Sheo on the Hound Pursuit, but I don't think he wants to pursue anything. Meanwhile, he's knocked back by the Mega Blast Cone as Super comes in for the collapse. Rooster down. Sheo short to follow. Shifters are going to try and find some stuff in the mid lane. Some turret plates they've got to push in. Bot as well. Another Blast Cone popped by Super, who is... you know, he's losing some of these trades to Sheo. Eviscerates across, manages to get himself towards the bottom side of the map, and he might have just escaped.
Wow.
Nicely done from Sheo.
And this is super work for Shifters as they picked up the bot tower as well. It is going to be the Rift Herald, at least in response for MKOI, but a really nice proactive play there to take down Mirwin and to waste so much time with the chase onto Sheo.
Yeah, you'll always trade Rooster's life for a kill. He's Cassandra. He's tanky. He can die. That's kind of allowed. The only time you wouldn't do it perhaps is if it's only for Alvaro because it's not as impactful as killing off Mirwin. But if you can kill off Mirwin, it's a huge play. You take the tower, as you say, on the bottom side. MKOI still have a 2,000 gold lead. They are still in the driver's seat of this game. But Shifters are slowly unbuckling that seatbelt. They're saying, hey, I'll give you the Orcs. Why don't you let me drive for a while?
And the gold lead on Sheo is pretty big as well, 700. I think he's sitting on so much gold right now.
Yeah.
So MKOI is going to be able to pick up this third dragon. Don't think Shifters can look to contest it. And Rooster is going to be able to get the deep push into top, but not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage into this top tower.
Super jumps forward. Padak here looks for the damage with the Mystic shots. Stunned from the trample. True Shot Barrage as well. Uses the barrier. Mirwin is here.
But that wastes a lot of time for MKOI, because Jojo was moving up towards top, but because he was forced to move back towards Supa, that does mean that Rooster is going to pick up 2 plates on that top tower, feeling pretty good about himself.
Yeah, you need to give up the Drake for, as you said, Chemsoul, not the most powerful in the game. Still a soul.
Yeah.
Right? Souls are still worth like between 3,000 and 5,000 gold in terms of stats, as far as I recall.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to... They're going to look to fight the soul for sure, but giving them soul point in this game, it's not a Hextech soul, so it's not going to be as scary as it was last game. They're going to staring down the barrel of the gun, as MKOI did.
And there's 2 guns, so they have to stare down the barrels of Lucians, which is scary to do. There's also the really big gun that Jace holds, like a hammer cannon
gun. Shockwave.
It's called a
blast.
Mercury cannon, I'm pretty sure.
Cannon. They're sending down the barrel of a cannon.
Dangerous thing to do.
Scary.
Yeah, although if it's not loaded, it's not quite as scary as Sheo's going to jump onto Mirwin, goes up with the call of the pack, then dashes away. The culling eaten up by the dogs. Sheo thankful to have his pack there to support him.
That felt really unfair for Supa. He just used his calling and just the dogs tanked it up completely.
Welcome to every hooking champion in the game.
Fair enough.
I played Thresh, it's like, oh, at least Spiderling. Oh, Neferi Dog, excellent. Yeah, we'll just block it. Voidlings. Yeah.
Herald invested by MKOI.
Sten trying to get away. Trampled there. There's a Solar Flare as well with the Unbreakable Will down. Padak doesn't really do too much damage, and Super does. As he forces Sten away. Alioya. He went all the way behind them. And still not quite able to land the Sonic Wave. Going to chase onto Alvaro here. Sheo puts the Darking Daggers in. Only lands 1 of them, and Alvaro walking into that fog of war will be able to escape. TP in from MKOI as they look to continue the play. Alioya on the flank. Sonic Wave not hitting the target that he wants.
Bit of a presumptuous TP here by Mirwin. Doesn't end up being any real fight, but it's
it
only
could have been.
It could have been. It could have been. But nobody finds each other. A bit of a crazy herald there. I think Elyoya took it all the way into the base, all the way around. Asten doesn't have the ultimate here, but should be fine.
Yeah, Jojo doesn't have the damage. This is tank Galio we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay for the moment. Second item complete on Super though. 2,000 gold ahead with the Flick Blades and the Essence Reaver. Paduk on his way to his Manamune. Actually might have it on this base.
I mean, Paduk needs the Manamune before the Drake spawns. That's really, really important for Shifters to have any sort of win con in this team fight. Because right now, you saw it in that play. Supa's hitting Alistar, hitting Sten for like 5, 6, 7 seconds. And still, Paduk is not really doing any sort of damage. So we need to get him onto the Manamune if Shifters want that poke to really stick. That we talked about earlier, that Paduk could make the difference in this game. He could be the one frontlining, doing so much in these team fights, and he's just not been able to live up to that whatsoever.
He's just been very decelerated overall, right?
Yeah.
And so he needs to find another gear as Nuke continues to push in the side lane. Trying to get himself as much gold as possible, but he's just going to back away in range so that if this plate goes down... He didn't attack it.
It
so
didn't
he
go
won't
down
get it.
either,
Yeah,
no?
it didn't go down either, I don't think. Baron up in 16 seconds, but the next Drake really the key point of focus for both these teams. Manamune should be there for Paduk on his next recall with the Caulfield's, the Longsword and the Tear already in hand. Should be able to get it pretty soon. Question is, do we have a third item for Super? Likely to be a little short, but might be close-ish. As Jack Spectre struggles with the controls of the keyboard. Got 700 gold right now.
Yeah.
So
that's difficult to try to get. Unless he sells the Dorn's bow, he will not be able to get Manamune. It's 1.1k. Yeah. That is going to make it really difficult for Shifters to fight this if he's not able to get that.
He needs 400 gold, so he just needs to kill someone.
Yes.
If he kills Jojo, he gets the gold.
I think he needs to sell the Dorn's bow.
Yeah, I think he probably will. Has this wave and then needs to recall really to be back out on the map at a good amount of time.
If he stays for the next wave, he gets the Manamune, but I think that's too long.
Yeah, I think you're out on the map. There's the recall coming out. So we will see if he found it. We do not think he did. But
no, I mean, he sells the Dorn's bow and
he sells the bow?
Yeah, he sells the bow.
Sells the bow. Manamune. Upgraded to the Muramana, then rebuys a longsword because he has just enough gold to do that. Extra 1080, maybe enough.
Yeah, because he has the cashback.
Yeah.
So makes sense. Okay, going into this fight.
TP.
Shifters have no control. MKoi have full position. Shifters need to try to re-enter through mid. And Nuke and Paduk need to buy some space alongside Rooster and Sten who can frontline for them.
Nuke TPing back out as well as the Leandries and the Blackfire Torch. Jojo looking for a flank position spotted on a control ward. Nuke's going to chase him out. Chips through that magic damage shield. Not really going to do too much as Sheo is trying to jump into the back of the pit or at least spot out if the Drake has been begun. I think he got a bit of vision in the pit right there. Sheo coming in from the side. Zenith Blade only hitting onto Rooster who dashes away for the re-engage as Sheo starts up his Razor Beaks. Kills them off quickly. Has that Cyclo Sword. Jojo looking for a punch from the top side, but the Winds of War don't really find their mark. Alvo stepping in again. Dash in from Rooster. Trying to get that Q3 charged up. There it is. Sante can do a lot of work in these fights as Jojo is forced out by Paduk, who misses both his skill shots. Q3 onto Alvaro, into the headbutt pulver combination. Jojo trying to get the taunt. Solar Flare flashed away from by Paduk and Nuke. And now the Shockwave will pull them back. A flash out from Miriam and Trusha Barrage. Elyoya with a great kick onto Nuke is going to make him go down as Sheo tries to get out of the back of the fight. A good double knock up, but they just don't have the damage. Sheo tanking for Paduk, but Shifters just routed by MKoi in mid lane.
It's a great insect by Elyoya to set his team up for success here. They're going to get 2 kills. Sheo, he can try to look for the steal, but I don't think he can find it.
He's going to get chased out here. Elyoya going in. Safeguards forward. Rooster too low really to protect Sheo. This will be sold for MKoi. And as you say, a great insect, but also just lacking damage, really, for Shifters.
I mean, you can see the front line from Shifters are strong. They can tank a lot of damage, but the back line is not there. They don't have the DPS to actually take down anyone that Rooster or Sten CCs, which is making it so difficult for Shifters to try to find these fights. And if you thought they were lacking damage before, they're now staring down a Chemtech Soul, which will make it so much more difficult to try to take down any of these targets. As we watch it here from Elioya's pro view, he finds the Q onto Paduk, and then ward hops, kicks, nuke, and just wins the fight based on that.
It gives the hero's entrance for Elioya to get onto that back line. MKoi looked for a second like they might be setting up around the Baron, but they delay it. No real surprises there. They can wait this one out. 4,000 gold ahead. And Shifters have been on the back foot from basically minute 1 of this game. MKoi able to get the leads through the bot side, through Super, who's 2,500 gold ahead. Hasn't completed that third item yet, though, as Paduk dashes away. The taunt's going to land onto Stend, who blew himself up a little bit with a triumphant roar, but might have to reset before he can join this one again. The Solar Flare down, Nuke no flash, nor does Paduk. Super stepping in, Alvaro at half HP, Sten trying to help his team gain mid lane priority. Jojo again on the flank. This is what MKoi did well for the last fight. Sheo's going to try and chase him out. We'll win out that fight eventually with the Dark-in daggers. And dash in Jojo again. Sten knocks him back straight into the wing arms of Sheo. But look at Nuke is in the middle of MKoi again as Paduk puts down the True Shot Barrage. Super is low. Sheo dashing up, but Sten falls, and there's a great taunt again. Sheo dashes across the wall with the Eviscerate. Elioya is on the chase trying to kill his enemy jungler. Safeguards forward, and there's no escape left for the dogs. Sent packing by MKoi, who finally look like they have a game well within their grasps. Paduk trying to put the damage down onto Mirwin, but here's Elioya once again. Good block on the Sonic Wave, but Paduk is just eaten alive by MKoi. All out goes Rooster, but in the end, he's just going home with the rest of his team.
MKoi, they ran them down. They took out all 5. They're going to get the Nash on top of the Soul. And in game number 2, MKoi, they bounced back. They've been winning from the start with the early kill that went on to Supa. It really felt like that decided the pace of the game. Because once the MKoi bot lane started rolling, they didn't stop. And Elioya and Jojo following up on it so nicely. As they're trying to kill Jojo here, they might be able... Yeah, it looks like they're just going to kill him.
He's pretty dead, I think. He's got a hero's entrance, but there's no one in range for him to get to, and even if he did try and get away...
Taking him down so
they're
slow,
using the heal as well. Okay. They'll get the kill. That's a shutdown. Big one for the Orianna. Let's have another good look at this fight, because again, it's Jojo on the flank, who just catches out Nuke, and there's no escape really for the Orianna.
Yeah, really nice flank from Jojo there. And then once Nuke is already down, the damage is already so low with Paduk and Nuke, but with Nuke down, there's nothing. There's no damage. Elioya can chase down Sheo, and then after that, I like the attempt from Paduk and Rooster. They're thinking like, oh, maybe if the rest of them base, we can try to kill them. But they didn't base, they stayed, and Elioya is just so strong. He lands the Sonic Wave, and they chase him down and kill them. But it does mean though, okay, so Jojo died. So the silver lining for Shifters is that there's only 4 Baron Nashers, and Jojo's still dead for 5 seconds. Jojo is gonna teleport back, but if you look at your screen, you can see that Rooster's already pushed top lane quite deep. So that is nice for them.
That, I mean, man, you're looking for a silver lining.
That doesn't really matter. Yeah, they're
bronze
pushing
in my estimations, but
yeah,
we'll take it. Importantly as well, Sheo and Nuke kept around as Paduk looks for the damage onto Super. TP in, Sten using the Unbreakable Will just to survive the engage that he initiated. Nuke on the chase, but Super not in range on Shockwave. As Jojo is just going to clear out the top side. Does have the TP, as you say, join a fight. Sheo looking for Mirwin. Counts Pursuit in. There's the TP, and call of the pack out. Sheo realizes he doesn't want any piece of this action. Immediately retreats out.
Yeah, it's a 3 levels down Neferi. I don't think you're ever winning that. And MKoi are pushing in this mid lane. They only have a cannon waiting for the next wave to come. The bot wave wasn't pushed in. It's a little bit scuffed, this setup from MKoi, especially since Jojo TP'd to mid before pushing out that top side as well. Now he's going to go towards the bot side, and they're going to play 2 lanes and try to set up this Nasher a little bit more properly. As the culling comes out, chunks them to half.
Rooster with a good knockback. There's the Shockwave as well, but Elioya is able to dash away, and there's the hero's entrance coming out from Jojo. Rooster so low, already taken out by Elioya. Jojo keeping the rest of Shifters away from the action. As MKoi react well to Rooster's engage.
Base from Mirwin here. He has the teleport. MKoi could look to end the game here. 5 versus 4, still 30 seconds left on this Nash. Paduk chunk to half.
Alvaro flashing in with the Zenith Blade, and Nuke will just fall immediately again. Elioya dominating on this Lee Sin. Alvaro survives the backline. Elioya and Mirror team up to get Stend. A double for Elioya. And MKoi now 12,000 gold ahead. This one's all done, but Sheo falling.
Nice little kick there by Elyoya to finish the game off. MKOI striking back. They will not go 0-4 in this game. They're gonna bring us to game number 3 and show us what they're made of.
And it was a great game for them. They used the fact that Super got ahead to really snowball this one away from Shifters. And for Shifters, it really does come down to the fact Paduk got caught, and then MKOI just didn't take their foot off the throttle. We're gonna hand it over to the analyst desk to break down that series. They're looking overjoyed.
Dude, we are overjoyed. That was an excellent comeback. Elyoya with the Lee Sin mechanics, pretty freaking nasty with it. But as much as I would love to sit here and praise MKOI, gentlemen, and they do deserve some praise, we have to start with the other side of the coin.
Was it the comeback you really wanted, Finn? Was
Bro,
this what you were expecting?
You know, like, this is actually so frustrating because I wish we had a game where MKOI just cleans it up, you know, locks in, show us what MKOI does.
Yeah, if you miss the first few minutes of this game, maybe you have that.
Yeah, but in reality, this was an early game lead that was generated by MKOI purely from the hands of Shifters themselves. It starts with his play in the bot lane, where Paduk and Mr. Alistar there takes a really good trade, but then Paduk just overreaches, flash Qs on the tower, and here it's once again, it's Stend, knocks the Leona onto his own carry, where Galio is standing.
There was a fraud among them, yeah, just like in the beginning.
Oh, you think we're finished? You think it stops right here? No.
I'd like that.
Show me more.
There's more to come, lads, because Shifters completely handed his early game over to MKOI, and no one wants to praise more MKOI than me, but here it is Shifters once again diving top, forgetting that Galio ult is a skill in the game. Of course he's gonna hover here, save his teammates, and it's just an oddity. It's an amalgamation. It's an enigma how this early game transcribed.
Okay. It's important because the biggest MKOI glazer out there is mad because he probably just expected more from MKOI.
No, but it's just like I would like to sit there and praise MKOI because they finally won a game. But it's just like, yes, they got this early game lead. Yes, they did snowball well. They stacked those dragons. They almost amount to the fastest salt point in LEC this year. I mean, the fastest is 22.16, and they got around 22.35, something like that. So almost had it, still super clean, stacked those dragons, made it hard for Shifters to come back, but come on, Shifters.
Does it count? Like, if I hold a sword up and you run into it, am I a murderer? I guess that's the kind of question we're trying to ask. Like, do you get kill credit if the Ezreal dives your tower for no reason?
I'm not litigious enough to know like that.
I don't know. we don't need to get that deep into it. We don't need to figure it out that much. Obviously, JoJo, though, was a big talking point for us coming into this game. Galio, certainly not the flashiest pick, but you highlighted already with the kind of the replays that you selected, Finn. He was everywhere on the map, and part of the reason that so many of these plays did go awry, did go wrong for the side of Shifters, was JoJo on this Galio.
To be honest,
sorry, okay, I thought I was saying this. This is my boy right here. Let me talk about JoJo, because what we said at the end of the last post game was we need to see JoJo back in form. He just died for no reasons last game, and I feel like maybe Melset agrees with us. Put him in Galio duty, humble him, bring him down back to earth so he can grow out like a big peach tree.
Why peach?
Just a tree.
Okay, well, I thought peach was very important in this analogy, but to be honest, we were kind of being doom and gloom about MKOI because everyone ran into them, but to be honest, we still saw good things from them. I felt like they made proper draft adaptations. They completely scrapped the mages in the bot lane. I felt like they did what I wanted them to do, have more productivity, right? Merwin, all of a sudden,
did they have productivity, or did Shifters have productivity?
I mean, it goes both ways.
No, they had pressure points. They're just pressure points where all of a sudden there's threats where you need to respond to. The Lucian was a little bit out of control. Galio was everywhere on the map, as we say, and Jarvan, not Jarvan, Jace, you always have to think of him. While compared to the last game, that's why they weren't even in this position to receive the alley-oop to the slam dunk.
Okay, so what then do we say for Game 3? Well, you can see this game very clearly, MKOI just about from start to finish. We gave credit to Shifters for making those big fumbles that made it really easy for MKOI. But if you come into Game 3 for either side, what is the most important thing? Jungle has been important in both games. Support's been important for good reasons and for bad reasons. What is your focus as we get ready for this Game 3? Which role do you think has to be the center of attention?
I mean, I still think it's mid. Yeah. Like, JoJo, when he can move, when he can push his wave, make plays happen on the map, just be included in the plays, I think he's a different player. I don't want to see a JoJo that just sits in his lanes, try to like abuse the enemy mid laner to get a 5 CS lead and just gets ganked and dies for no reason at all. That's not the JoJo I want. I want this JoJo. The JoJo that's on the side waves, on the Silas. I don't know what kind of DJ moves you're making.
What? These are your DJ moves. I'm stealing these from you. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what this is, bro.
I mean, he's just because I play with Larson, right? And Larson will do this all the time, where he's just like sitting and just looking at enemy mid laner while he's last sitting and like, I'll hit you.
I think we've learned that talking about MKOI feels very traumatic for you, Finn. It's bringing out a level
He's been through a lot, yeah.
It's bringing out a level of vocabulary and general gesturing that I was simply not prepared for. Oh, do you agree? Is it just mid lane?
It is mid lane. I think it's just 3v3. There's just so much action happening around the grabs. We saw the throw this game around grabs, Drake stacking being a huge objective. I still feel like for both of these teams, you just need productivity on mid, because both Nuke and JoJo are just such huge focal points for both of these teams that when one of them falls behind, you see what happens. JoJo, game 1, he was completely out of it when Nuke was just taking over with the Cassio, and now in game 2, again, the Orianna control mage, yeah, scrap all that control mage BS and just go have a little fist fight.
I want
give me Silas.
Supports roaming back to mid lane. I want junglers roaming back to mid lane, and I want both those mid laners on something that can carry a game. That's the recipe we're looking for. We'll see if we can get it when we come back from the break.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Somebody's breathing.
Well,
in purpose.
Bro, if that's breathing, it's f***ing horse breathing.
Remember the Nafiri Oriana, we can flash.
Yeah. If you're not grandpa, you can. No,
Oh, no, there carries no flash. There carries no flash. There carries no flash, okay? I have ult. There carries no flash.
Ori. He's out. He's out.
I can queue.
Bro, the guy who leased in Oriana, do you remember, by the way? I didn't want to say it because... Were you thinking about it?
Yeah, I was.
Good to hear the MKOI lads in high spirits, although I will say, whoever's keyboard was coming through their microphone, that would tilt the hell out of me.
There was a lot of keyboard. But that's how you know it's pro gaming.
Yeah, the harder you press your key, the more damage it does.
That is true. And it comes off cooldown faster.
That's why we all need, is it wooting that have the keys that you can have different actuator pressure on?
But that's just for like strafing, you know, in like shooter games.
Yeah, the no ghosting or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of words around keyboards that I don't really understand. I just type them and hope my typing works. Maybe that's why I'm Hardstuck Master.
I don't think that's that.
No?
I think in League keyboard, in general, like all mouse, keyboard, monitor, everything can be kind of whatever.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm sure all of our accessory sponsors are very happy that we've said that.
in like a sense of like, it's not like a super reaction.
It's not the defining thing.
Yeah.
You don't need 600 hertz
If
to
you're
be able to
Hardstuck,
flash an Alistair headbutt.
It's probably not the keyboard.
Okay, I see how it is. Well, let's get into draft for game 3 of this series and see if MKOI are Hardstuck at the bottom of the table and where the Shifters can pick up their first win of the split in their first series of the split. MKOI on the blue side, Shifters had right of first selection and picked second pick. So we're going to have Poppy and Lockband away and Camille and Nocturne taken out by Shifters.
And I'm really curious. I think this team, the Shifters team, it feels like it kind of lives and dies by Paduk. I feel like if Paduk has a good game, the Shifters team looks very comfortable, while when he fell behind in that game number 2, it seemed really hard for any of the other members to pick up the slack. I also think since he was on the S role, he had a lot of responsibility that game. And I'm curious to see now if they decide to put him back on the Mage, since he did have a much better game on the Vladimir versus that S role, or they want to give him another ADC.
I think part of it as well was Nuke wasn't able to have as much impact as he did in game 1. On the Casio, he was actually getting some really good trades and generally getting himself ahead. Whereas in this game, it felt every other lane was kind of stable.
Yeah.
And it was on, as you say, the bot lane to really be that explosive force. Syndra, the final ban from MKOI alongside the Lock and the Poppy. Caitlyn, the final ban from Shifters alongside the Camille and the Nocturne. And Rumble is first picked.
Yeah, that Rumble first pick is interesting because the Galio's out. MKOI picked it last game. The Cassandra is out. Shifters picked it last game. So do you go the Sion now, or do you go something more aggressive like a ranged top laner, something like the Varus, something like the Vayne, something that can bully this Rumble in the early game? So we'll have to see what Shifters decide to pull out. I mean, the Sion would be the classic, but I think MKOI can be pretty happy if they can force Rooster just on a generic tank.
Oh, definitely agree. I don't know how Irelia does into Rumble. I feel like she probably gets Flame Spit as she goes in, but you can also build up that passive pretty aggressively.
It's funny they're hovering it.
It's a Rooster special, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Wukong Varus, the picks here for Shifters.
So it's going to be Varus, presumably going to be Varus top, although he can always flex it, but probably going to be AP Varus top going up against the Rumble, as we've seen quite a few times before. And it scales incredibly well. Rumble in the early laning phase can still be quite strong, but once Varus gets a few items going, he can really one-shot with that with the chains of corruption and how high his AP ratios are. And he does really great into tanks, so it's curious that LUA decides to go for the Trundle. The thing with Trundle that's nice so far is that he's playing against an immobile carry.
Yeah.
So the pillar has a lot of value, but no real tank yet to steal any stats from.
But it does kind of indicate, hey, I'm going top lane. I want to try and kill this Varus on repeat. MKOI as well, by picking the Trundle, kind of alleviate Shifters' possibility of going a tank. Like, there's no point when you're playing into a subjugate. Sivir is going to be the lock for MKOI to round out their first half of this draft.
So it feels like they kind of go the Sivir with the idea that if you put the Varus into bot lane, we're going to be fine.
Yeah.
But even if you don't, Sivir does pretty well into all the mages and most of the popular ADCs in the current meta. And I'm curious to see how Shifters decide to respond to this. I think something like the Kai'Sa could make sense because it's a pretty decent matchup into the Sivir if you want to pick the ADC. But they're going to go for the mid laner instead to set the Wukong of Sheo up for some more success with the CC that Nuke provides with this Rise and the Realm Warp that he can use to impact the side lanes as well.
It is a pick he loves, not one he has too much success on. 30% win rate all time on this over 20 games for Nuke, but it is something that he really likes to pick.
Have you asked him?
Oh, I was part of BDS for a little while, so we had conversations.
Okay, okay, fair enough.
He does like his Rise.
That's fair.
Okay. I feel like you were trying to call me out there, Jack Spector.
No, but you just said it. You said it so passionately. You said he loves it, and then you said he likes it. Like you know.
Do you want me to go down? He's indifferent about it.
Oh,
there we are.
Yeah.
Actually, hates the pick, despises it.
He's neutral about the Rise,
He's
actually.
Neutral? No, doesn't work.
Close.
Yeah, so Aurora and Anivia, the first two bans in this second phase. If you're looking at these compositions, Jack, what do you expect them to need to round them out?
I mean, I think both lineups need CC. Shifters less so because you have the Rune Prison and you have the Chains of Corruption, while MKOI currently are sitting at no hard CC. So definitely Alvaro's going to need to pick up the slack there. I don't think you can really find that CC in mid lane. You could go for the Lissandra, but I wouldn't like that at all. But with the Anivia being out, with the Galio being out, I think you're just going to have kind of a standard control mage in mid lane. And then Alvaro can be on the Rakan maybe,
Yeah,
but Rakan doesn't feel great as a solo engage.
It feels bad as a solo.
It feels bad as a... Maybe Nautilus would be the option?
My other thought was, could you go semi-kite back and play like a Renata?
Yeah?
I'm not sure. Like, I don't like it that much.
I don't love it either.
It's like a...
I feel like Renata Trundle, it's very hard
it's very
to make things
kind of
happen.
all over the place. You're right.
Whoa.
Thresh locked in here for Shifters.
That's even more random. I don't know why you'd want to play Thresh into Sivir. She's always going to be able to spell shield your hook.
I mean, it's very true.
It's a very strong match lane, though, Varus Thresh, if that's what they're going for.
It's one of Sten's most played. In fact, his 6th across his career. Almost a 70% win rate on it, so very comfortable. Nautilus and Talia are the answers here for MKOI.
And Talia, the only thing she has is the Nautilus hook, but Talia Naut is a really good combo with how well the Nautilus sets up the Talia shuffle.
Yeah, you do have a pillar as well. A well-placed pillar gets a slow, right?
That's true. That is true.
And your Unraveled Earth is going to be nice into the Wukong, looking for the engage. Callista alongside Thresh. Okay, we're full Shadow Isles in the bot lane.
And I said at the start of this draft, I feel like Shifters kind of lives or dies by Padak, and I think they heard that, and they decided to double down on it, playing Callista Thresh here. And we are going to see the buff Terminus. We didn't think we would see it.
We might see it twice.
We might see it twice, yeah. Could be seen on Varus as well.
Yeah,
that's true. That is true. I think he'll go full AP though. But Callista Thresh, I mean, this is, when you're looking at this Shifters lineup, they want to win early game and they want to win hard. They want to stomp bot lane. Sheo's going to be putting all his attention down there. Nuke is going to roam down towards the bot side, and they're going to try to get Padak fed no matter what. If Padak isn't fed, he's not going to have a whole lot of impact this game. He's playing up against the Talia, which always kind of sucks as the Callista, because once she puts down Unraveled Earth, you cannot dash, and if you do, you get stunned. He doesn't have the most other threats than that, though. The Nautilus is a factor, but playing into the Trundle is pretty comfortable with how easily you can maneuver around the pillar and how easily you can maneuver around the Equalizer and all of Rumble's spells. So I don't think that this is a situation where Shifters get incredibly hard outscaled if the game goes to 25-30 minutes.
Yeah.
I do think, though, that they still really want to get an early lead and make use of this Callista Thresh. Because it's not just the Callista, it's the Thresh too.
Yeah.
And the Thresh, I think, scales worse than the Callista.
Oh, he scales poorly. Like, even though he technically has infinite scaling with his souls, like, you are CCing yourself every time you try and do anything as Thresh, and that's why Nautilus often picked into Thresh. Because if he tries to hook you, as a Nautilus, you sidestep and then you hook him back. And it's pretty easy to land. For Shifters, very important they don't get split map on, again, especially for this bot side. I think both sides will struggle if they're put into a effective 3v1 situation with the jungle on the other side. Sten trying to clear out this ward. Should be able to get it, as he's just doing Rooster a favor here, making sure that Mirwin doesn't have the extra vision early on.
Like, he's going to be so late now, Stan. This is a bit of a disaster for bot lane. As you see how much faster Alvaro is, I really don't like... I mean, it helps Rooster, obviously, the fact that he clears that ward, but I think you sacrifice way too much on bot lane now. You have no pressure level 1. Padak might even get zoned from the XP here. He got the XP from that one, but I think he's going to lose the other melee.
He's not going to get the second.
Oh, he did. Okay, a little bit of a sneak there.
I feel like he shouldn't have got those. He gets the third as well. Okay. I mean, that's really nice for Paduk. Perhaps not as good zoning as possible there.
That is true, but still a really bad start for this Kalista Thresh, who wants to be bullying in the early game. So we'll have to see how the matchup develops. And Paduk is going to get level 2 really early here.
Early play there from Stend as well. Paduk hits level 2 as they look for Alvaro, who is forced to walk away. Does still have the heal. Paduk dashing around, uses the Rend. And yeah, he'll be very happy with how that's gone. Hook landing onto Stend here. Heal comes out from Alvaro and from Stend as they exchange those summoner spells. Alvaro forced to flash away. The Rend of the auto not quite enough from Paduk to get the kill, and now Super begins to open up, and Super with a boomerang even through the barrier. He's still got flash, he's got barrier of his own, flashes forward, good play from Stend. Will save his life as he flashes. Oh, boomerang enough. Super finds 1.
And MKOI again outplaying the bot lane as Paduk gets too greedy, trying to take down Alvaro. And it means that Stend ends up dying, and the lead that they wanted to build from the Kalista Thresh has been completely diminished. As now Elyoya wants to go for top lane gank, but we're not going to see that. We're going to see the replay here from Supa's POV. And even though Stend is level 1, because of the Kalista strength, Shifters still feel comfortable playing forward here. As you see in the picture-in-picture, the gank from Elyoya. He got Varus's flash, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rusa forced the flash away, and then here Super flashes forward. Yes, he doesn't get Paduk, but this boomerang at the end. Stend kind of baits himself into it to a degree by walking that side.
He tries to juke, but then he tries to walk.
Yeah, and then has to walk up. So it's one of those hard positions as the support where you're low in that situation. It's like, well, if I hug this wall, it's a very obvious skill shot, but if I go the other way, it's still pretty obvious for the Civet. As Rooster's flash and exhaust were burnt on the top side. We did see a cross map as well, as Sheo, he got both buffs, but both on the bottom side of the map, whereas Elyoya went in, stole the red, or maybe did his red and then looped all the way around towards the top side. I'm not quite sure, but Elyoya ganked top with only 3 camps done. So he must have either done his bottom side and run up to top, or done Sheo's top side. And Sheo has a full complement of clearage as well.
Yeah, I think Elyoya cleared his both side and then went up. But
okay. It's quite possible. I just didn't quite see it because I was focusing on the bot lane.
I mean, Sheo has a really big tempo lead, that's for sure, as he clears these Krugs now before Elyoya even finishes.
Yeah, he must have done it. Elyoya must have done his bot 3 camps and then just sprinted up the top lane for the gank.
Yeah, that's what I would assume as well.
I mean, the good thing for Rooster is, although he was ganked and did have to burn his exhaust and flash, Mirwin no longer has a flash and Elyoya no longer has a flash. So he got 2 summoners in exchange for his 2 summoners.
Yeah, so not too bad for him. It's really the bot lane that's the worst part of this Shifter's game plan right now. Down a Cull, down a Longsword on Paduk. Still, their skirmishing power is stronger, I'd say. So the Kalista can still continue fighting, but you have to feel that you're kind of already on a clock as this Kalista Thresh, and you just accelerated that so much more. And we've talked about how important time is, right?
It's so important.
You put yourself behind in time. Or ahead in time, I guess. In the you put the enemy more in the future. Yeah, they have more gold.
And we're all time travelers.
That's true.
And going forward, every 60 seconds, I go forward a minute. So
that's true.
Super clearing out vision around here as Paduk comes back, not quite on the Berserker Greaves. Looks like Sheo might be going for an early Drake, which I like. Stack it up as quickly as possible, especially with the reset coming up from Alvaro. And with the Warrior Trickster, Sheo can do it a little bit quicker than other junglers.
And this is the reward of the tempo lead that we talked about earlier in the jungle department. Because Sheo was able to clear his camp so much faster, Elyoya was in base when Sheo was doing this dragon, and also the fact that Kalista and Thresh, even though they died, they're still much stronger. So that's why Elyoya is not trying to run towards this dragon and just waiting for the top lane scuttle to spawn as his own cross map.
Yeah, that 10-second wait while you're just standing next to the scuttle crab is like, okay. It's coming. It's coming. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. It's going to spawn. I have myself some delicious garlic butter crab. But while this is happening, again, it might materialize. Well, it's because the Rise is moving into Fog of War as well and has the Realm Warp, right? So you have to respect the fact that you could be very quickly in a 4v2, which is why Jojo also pathed down through his own jungle. In the end, the 4v2 won't materialize, but there was a possibility.
They did get a plate, so they're closing that gold lead a little bit.
Dining well.
Yeah. As now Sheo returns to his own camp, still ahead in CS on Elyoya. Elyoya should be able to catch up a little bit without much time Sheo spent here on the bot side.
Elioya, sorry, Sheo, just ticks over to 6 as he takes down that Gromp. So now we'll path up towards his top side. Rooster unable to develop a massive lead over Mirwin. The threat of not having a flash and the possibility of Elioya being in the area as well when he was doing that Scuttle Crab. Always a bit of a struggle for the Varus, who's gone for the Phage first here on his top lane build.
The Sten is looking for a gank onto Mirwin, and Mirwin has no ward.
And no flash.
But Mirwin is respecting. He senses the gank, it would appear. I mean, with the fact that Paduk is alone in bot lane, probably Alvaro is saying that Thresh can be anywhere on the map.
It's one of those hard times.
They could just die here.
Sten could just go around the wall, yeah, and Sheo's there. Equalizer down on the wave, not going to catch the entire wave, importantly. There's the ward out from Mirwin. Rooster gets the push in here. Chain of Corruption has already been used. Mirwin's flash still on cooldown, and this Rumble doesn't really have anywhere to go. Flayed knocked up with a Cyclone, and there he goes down. Sten gets the kill. Nuke came in with the Realm Warp as well. Keeps Jojo and Alvaro from forcing any further plays. Paduk needs to get over this pillar, needs to chase away from Elioya, who continues to try and subjugate him down a barrier, though Elioya tanks a couple of tower shots, almost a third. Does manage to walk out with his life.
And a really good proactive play by Shifters. MKOI, they try to respond in the bot side, but they don't have the CC to take down Paduk, nor the damage. So he ends up getting out with his life, just has to burn the 2 summoners.
That's the worst tempo vibes ever for Nuke. Like, he's just, man, I was half a second away from finishing my recall. Now Road just comes around the corner, chucks a hook at him, keeps him around. Paduk now summonerless on the bottom lane, a little bit trickier for him to survive.
So close for Jojo to cancel him again there. He's still gonna lose a few minions, and maybe Jojo can pick up a plate, but Sheo's trying to sneak away the grubs here with the Lantern. They don't know that Elioya is recalling right now at the Krug, so they're quite cautious to try to take these grubs themselves.
I mean, Alvaro and Jojo moving up from mid lane as well. Lantern goes down, perhaps a little early. So you did still have Smite for Sheo, so could have played for the 600 HP on it, but again, not knowing where Elioya is, he can interrupt the Lantern with a pillar.
Yeah.
There's always a bit of a risk.
Yeah, and that means MKOI are going to get 2
Oh, no, never mind. Sheo's coming around the corner, but Elioya's here now. Sheo dashes, there's the Smite, and now Nuke is caught all unawares as MKOI collapse on him. He was trying to join his team, and the Lantern over the wall will pull him to safety. Mirwin's Equalizer not off cooldown yet. The seismic shove into Chain of Corruption, though. Great seismic shove for the knockback with the exhaust onto Jojo into the dredge line. Out of Alvaro, who's low on mana. Rooster takes the first kill. Sheo burns alive. Rooster trying to get out. Elioya down to 200 HP, but a good pillar will stop Sten from getting any closer to that wall. He didn't have flash anyway. MKOI get 3 kills on the play.
What a seismic shove from Jojo Pune there. He hits that 3-man and sets up 3 kills for his team. Has to sacrifice his life for it, but he will say that's damn worth it as we watch it back here. It starts with Sheo wanting to go for the grubs, and then Nuke is really caught on the side. He tries to flash away, but Alvaro just follows him. And then Jojo realizes, okay, I can flash forward, get the W, and be able to pull them all in, and just sets his team up, even though this fight looked quite dicey with the fact that Alvaro was out of mana. It could have gone bad for them. With Jojo setting it up like that, it was impossible for them to lose.
Yeah, great flick back from Jojo. As Sheo and Nuke were able to escape towards the top side of it, but Rooster and Stend caught out in the midst of it, and now a 1,000 gold lead for MKOI. Most of that sitting on Jojo's shoulders. 0-1-3 on this Talia. Has the Weaver's wall back up as well if he wants to try and make a play down in this bottom side. Currently just standing back. Even though the Unraveled Earth is really good into the Kalista, there's still a threat of you getting caught out. She dodges to the side of it. No flash yet on Paduk, so doesn't have that tool to escape its clutches. Drake up, 15 seconds time. Shifter's got the first, will they play for the second? Right now, Mirwin is not showing top lane, and I think Shifters are like, okay. Don't really want to take a fight when it's likely to be a 5v4 with no TP on Rooster.
Yeah, Rooster yet to get the top lane role quest, so he still doesn't have TP. So that does mean that with Mirwin moving, MKOI have full control here, but Shifters, they want a face check. Hook goes wide as they're pathing around.
MKOI will just play for the mid lane wave. You can see Jojo pinging on it, saying we can get some plates here. Bot lane not in the best of shapes for Shifters. Not going to push too quickly towards that tower. You're trying to step forward. Chomp Smite, a possibility for the steal. Jojo now coming in to join the 4-man squad. Dredge line in. The smite comes out from Elioya, Cyclone out from Sheo as well as Paduk is just in the middle of the team. The face call sends Stend out, but on the wrong side of the Weaver's wall for him is Jojo, who chases him down, and MKOI are just absolutely rinsing Shifters.
But what is Shifters doing? They knew that MKOI was there, and Paduk just gets hooked like that?
Oh, the pillar! I think Nuke may have actually stepped out of the Realm Warp because of the pillar. Seismic jump back. It's not done until Nuke dies, and Jojo makes that a certainty.
I'm speechless. Like, I feel like Shifters, they had all the information. They knew that MKOI would approach, yet they still seem so caught off guard. Mirwin looking onto Sheo. Sheo has no ult.
Burning Sheo alive. The Lantern comes out. Sheo will be able to take these Razor Beats as Mirwin shows him even his own jungle isn't quite as safe as he wants it to be.
Like, I don't understand how Paduk can jump forward and then get pillared into Talia W. I feel like he knows that they're there. He should be kiting back and let Sten tank the engage, and then you can Kalista ult him, and then you can play the fight. But the fight is completely lost when he gets one-shot before Sten even dies.
I think it's the pillar that stops him in the end. I agree with you. Like, Paduk dashing forward there really made no sense. And I think some of the inconsistencies that we have seen from Shifters in the past are beginning to rear their ugly head again. Rooster the only one with a lead, and even that only 60 gold, now down to 39.
It's a 4,000 gold lead, Medic.
12 minutes in. And it's all on Super and Jojo.
And he's bought Yuntal. It's a buffed Yuntal.
Oh, it is buff Yuntal. Do you want me to show the graphic?
Show the graphic.
I have to press a button. Give me 1 second. There we are. Here it comes.
Less gold, more attack speed.
Nice.
Now we'll see the value.
Oh, I'm looking at him. I'm thinking,
so much value.
He's attacking probably about 5 percentage points faster than he was in the past.
That's true.
And now Rooster. Oh, he's got flash, he's got exhaust, but Elio's here for the chase. Subjugate, there's the exhaust flash away into the pillar. Jodo puts down the unraveled earth, and there's the red carpet. Rooster's met with a sea of red as MKOI pick up another.
Rooster tries to outplay, uses both summoners, but he doesn't have the Chains of Corruption to lock anyone down under tower. And the cross map from Shifters.
It's a plate or two.
Plate or two on the bot side, but not what you're looking for to try to stem the bleeding that MKOI have been inflicting on the Shifters upon this game.
Yeah, I don't really know if there's much that you can stem the bleeding with here. Like, you wanted early game aggression from your bot lane. That hasn't panned out. Nuke isn't outscaling Jojo anytime soon. He's 2,000 gold behind. Rooster isn't massively ahead. He's just got the experimental hex play.
17 gold ahead.
Yeah, like, if you're Shifters, you're looking at it and things have just fallen apart pretty decisively through this early game. And for MKOI, I'm not going to put it past them. They've thrown greater leads.
They have thrown greater leads.
But if they throw this one, that's pretty devastating overall.
That's definitely in the top 5.
Man, it's, yeah. Over the years, there have been some chunks of change that MKOI have been able to throw. As Sheo steps forward, uses the Cyclone defensively, uses a second cast and the flash to get away. And when you're doing that just because someone's in your jungle, you know things aren't going well.
Yeah, MKOI has full control of the map here, and they're using it quite well. Cheesing Sheo to get his flash and get his camps. Snook is here, but I don't think he does really any damage to Elioya. He might be the one in trouble. The Lantern. Gets him out of harm's way.
Yeah, he manages to extricate himself from a situation that could have been quite sticky. Elioya, though, tanking up the tower because he put down the Pillar of Filth. 1 damage it does.
It's not called the Pillar of Filth, is it?
So it used to be, and now it's called Frozen Pillar? Ice Pillar?
Yeah, Frozen Pillar, I think.
Yeah, but when Trundle was a garbage king, before they made him into this, oh, I'm the king of the trolls, look at me, my stupid smexy body, you know?
I don't think they said that.
I'm pretty sure they did. Have you not seen the splash art they released with him? The King of the Trolls splash art, whichever one it was? I mean, come on. He's a troll with abs, dude.
That is true, but every male league champ has abs.
I mean, every male has abs, just not visible.
That's true.
Right? There's,
every person has abs.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Every person has abs. You see the red tail taken by Elioya. Good size it shoved back onto Rooster here. I don't think MKOI really want to keep it going, but the dredge line in from Alvaro means they do. Face call. Paduk's now right in the middle of MKOI. He walked into them! He gets the Lantern out, but he's just going to die for it. He manages to flash to the safety of his tower, and Merwin's having none of that. The Realm Warp will get only Nuke to safety. As, yeah, that's not gone well for Shifters.
No, it has not. Like many other plays in this game, Shifters are trying something, and I'm not sure what that is, but it's not working out for them. The Herald goes for MKOI, the kills go for MKOI, the towers go for MKOI. Yeah, they're getting everything on the map right now.
And Shifters are getting nothing.
I kind of want to replay. How did Paduk get it there again?
He walked into them.
Let's see. I just want to look at Paduk. So the hook comes from Alvaro onto the clone, then Paduk dashes forward.
Yeah, he walks into them.
So this looks fine.
Okay.
This looks normal thus far.
And at this point?
Still pretty normal. Then Paduk.
Less normal at this point? Or?
A little bit less normal. I mean, I get... The thing is, he was in a tough position.
He's separated from his team the whole time.
He needs to walk around.
Yeah,
that's the only real thing. But then at that point, the fight is probably already over if he does that. But if you try to force it like an ADC like that, you just look like a fool. But they're trying to rush the Dragon.
There's a Weaver's Wall behind them, the Dredgeline coming in as well. The Dragon will go over to Shifters. Shale goes in with the Cyclone, but I just don't think they have the damage to follow this one up. Equalizer on Paduk instead, and Paduk tries to walk over the red carpet. And unfortunately, the paparazzi find him. MKOI get another 3 kills as their losing streak looks soon to be over.
This feels like we're watching a solo queue game, Medic. Shifters are just, they continue trying to fight, but they're not winning the fights, and MKOI are just farming them. 8,000 gold lead at 17 minutes. And Shifters, they got the Dragon, but they did not escape with their lives. And I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to Soul, if that's their goal.
Man, if they manage to survive 10 more minutes and get both the next 2 Mountain Drakes,
that would be impressive.
That is incredibly impressive.
I think we're nearing, we said top 5 earlier, this would be like top 2.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't remember all the MKOI throws.
I remember the one that Vedi did with Na'Vi, where MKOI was ahead like 9,000 gold against Na'Vi, and he was like, there's no way they lose. No way, no way.
Ah, true, actually. We need a Vedi or a Salio. Yeah. One of those would turn this game around, right? Lickety split. But I don't think... Well, Vedi's on sabbatical. He might be watching at home. He's probably playing Riftbound. And I don't think Cadril is inclined to win the game for Shifters at this very moment. It's always a possibility, you know?
Yeah.
As MKOI just suffocating the life out of Shifters right now. And Shifters, after going 1-8 in spring, made a couple of changes, hoping to see things get better. And they did for Game 1. Give them credit. The Game 2 and Game 3 have been a struggle bus, to say the least.
Definitely. And game number 3 the most thus far, as a hook from Stan connects.
And Jojo's hooked up, pulled back, and Nuke going to get hit with the depth charge as Jojo's still alive in the midst of this all, but Paduk will get the shutdown. Shale able to dash away. Nuke trying to get into the Realm Warp, gets himself away from the Dredgeline. Paduk is burning, but a great hook again from Sten will pull Merwin underneath the tower. 2 big shutdowns going over to the Callista.
2 big
Another
shutdowns for
from
Shifters.
Alvaro. Exhaust on super across the wall. The Lantern coming out as well gets roosted to safety. Those ricochets, though. Oh my goodness. Ricochet's almost claiming a couple of scalps at the end.
So if Shifters do that 2 or 3 more times, then we probably have an equal game on our hands. But that's going to be pretty difficult, as this one involved a hook into a flash Chains of Corruption under tower, as we start off with a hook onto Jojo, and then they slowly kill him. And then Mirwin TP's in and goes a little bit too deep under tower, with Sten being able to land another hook, and then Rooster flash Chains of Corruptions to keep him under tower. And that's not the most replicable play.
I mean, it's MKOI. Nuke, here we are, same position. And this time he doesn't really have the backup to help him. He's going to flash early, gets caught out by the pillar, chomp out from Elioya as well. Subjugate, smite for the slow. Elioya flashes for it and just keeps tanking the tower as he walks out.
Yeah, Nuke gets caught out there. It does mean that MKOI now should be able to get this tier 2 bot. They could even start thinking about the Nash, but they have all the time in their lives. They can play this game as slow as they want. Because at the end of the day, we said it, the scaling is in their favor. You're up against the Callista Thresh.
Yeah.
And you have an 8,000 gold lead. Pretty hard to mess that up.
Never say never. But yes, I agree with you, Jack. It's pretty one-sided for MKOI right now. For Shifters, Paduk has finished Ginsu's. You have a Rod of Ages stacking up on Nuke. That's something. Dusk and Dawn just completed on Rooster, so that's a big spike for him. But they are still quite far away from optimal gaming positions, you could say.
Most definitely. Nuke should be close to his second item. I think MKoi, though, they should be looking at pulling the trigger on this Nash soon. Now that Super has 3 items, a really nice spike for him. Although you could make an argument that the only way MKoi lose is if they just start Nash.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they only have 1 dragon, so they kind of need to do this Nasher if they want to progress the game.
Because shifters don't have to fight them over the next 2 dragons. They can just, shifters can wait 10 more minutes, assuming MKoi don't actually accelerate the game state in any way. But MKoi look to be trying to push through 2 lanes while Mirwin answers the top side. It's a 1-2-2 formation. Super steps forward, gets a chunk on that inhibitor tower, as do Jojo and Yoya.
MKoi, they have the full deep push, and they're so strong that they can just hit towers, but I think if they find a pick that can... it's either that or starting the Nasher, the 2 ways of progressing this game right now.
But picks are quite hard to find, because shifters can just play on the back foot, right? Like, shifters have 1 tier 2 left. If shifters just want to stand at where their tier 2 line would be and just catch waves...
Yeah, but I feel like Paduk will die.
Why? Just because he will?
No, but look how far up he is.
I mean, yeah, this is the pick possibility.
Yeah.
But if shifters are playing like...
But right now, MKoi are doing Drake, so that's why he's comfortable doing this.
Okay.
But I still feel like he will die.
Okay.
I just feel like he's died in some silly ways this game.
I mean, he does like dancing forward.
Yeah.
But there's a tower for him, objective bounty.
That's objective bounty.
He's
Arrows the gold lead down to 7,000.
Oh, a huge 3 to drop the lead to 42. Massive from Paduk. Still short of his 3rd item, Hearthbound Axe and recurve bow in his inventory for now.
Should be close to Terminus.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I was thinking for a second he's going to be like Odysseus coming home and he's strung the bow. Because it's all over my TikTok feed, man.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's strung the bow and now he's just getting ready to pluck it, you know? And at that point, MKoi needs to run scared, but we've yet to see the bow plucked.
Yeah, I think it's Super that's plucking the bow.
Well, I mean, Super doesn't have a bow, man. He's got a sword, 2 javelins, and a fidget spinner. He has no bow,
directly
dude.
at the items. Okay.
Yeah.
He has Doran's bow.
Doran's bow doesn't count. That's the kiddie bow, man. That's the one with the suckers on the end.
That's
that
all
sticks to the
That's all
target.
he needs.
No. Because otherwise, they both have a Doran's bow.
Okay, well, Sheo's in trouble. Play by play.
Importantly, not Paduk. Sheo, depth charge onto him. Realm Warp out from Nuke. Sheo won't get in range, but there's the Lantern, and Nuke trying to help out his jungler. Just gets absolutely wiped away by MKoi. Super goes unstoppable. Good hook onto Stend as well from Alvaro. Chain of corruption across the wall from Rooster. As Stend does flash away, the Equalizer will burn him down. MKoi find 2 picks.
And that's Nasher for MKoi. They took down the mid lane in support of shifters. Jojo Pyun is spacing. He has no TP, but you can see Paduk already knows his Nash is gone. He's going to push in the mid lane. You're right, Medic. It was not Paduk that died.
Sheo steal.
Sheo steal?
There's no way, but Sheo steal.
I mean,
Mirwin's
they should
here.
easily be able to stop it.
Alvaro flashes. Sheo dodges to the side of it. Does have flash, can get into the pit. They look for Alvaro and Mirwin. Sheo flashes the wall instead. As Mirwin stopwatches and doesn't get caught out by the hail of arrows. And now across the wall comes Alioya to chase down Rooster, who invested everything in trying to kill this Rumble.
A nice try by Sheo there to get into the pit, but they're so far behind. Not much they can really do. That means Nash goes over to MKoi. The gold lead is extended to 10,000. Sheo's gonna be fine here.
Yeah, I mean, Paduk, there's a face call coming out. Just short, but they get the play. Alioya with a subjugate, almost survives, does in fact. And now the ricochets really begin to rip through shifters. Stend is next up for Super if he chases any further, but went back for the kill instead. Nuke kills Jojo in the mid lane, by the way. That happened. But MKoi is still 11,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to matter, Medic. MKoi, they have the Nasher. They can continue pushing. They're only 3 people here, though. So
They should be fine. It's only Stend and Nuke, right?
Yeah, Rooster's pretty strong. Has the Chains of Corruption.
Oh, he's back out.
Nothing's really going to happen. It's going to take, like... How is Shifters going to win this game?
I mean,
Terminus
like, no.
on Paduk.
No, we just can't. I'm sorry. I generally agree with the idea that there are Shifters fans out there and they want to know how Shifters could get back into this game.
Well, two things just happened in
This
chat.
game is
Okay.
entirely done, Jack Spectra.
No, but 2 things just happened in chat. Jojo just spam ping Trundle, Elioya, so he might be tilted.
Okay.
And then second thing, Paduk just pinged the shutdowns of Supa and Elioya.
Oh, really?
So Paduk is locked in.
Paduk's pinged the 700 gold bounties.
Yeah, so he knows what he needs
Nuke
to
with the
do
Realm
now.
Warp out. Gets to the Lantern in time. And that's mind games right there. That's the mental warfare being won for Shifters. If they win this game, it is truly astronomically unlikely. Like it's a once in a million event, you know. And I don't think I've watched a million professional games of League of Legends. Once in 1,000, okay? If we're being true to actual numbers, you know.
I can see. Okay.
Okay. So here's the push from Enkel. There's the hook onto Super.
That's
no
the one
way!
No way!
Does that happen? How do you get hooked? You're Sivir! You have a spell shield! How the hell does that happen? I'm actually just annoyed now.
We just need a few more of those Shifters. As Stand sits behind the tower. That's why Supa doesn't expect it. Oh, sneaks it in. 1,100 gold in Sheo's pocket.
Okay, Paduk, ping Elioya's bounty again. Ping it again. It worked last time. Okay, so the 5th Drake of the game, 2 apiece so far. MKoi are 11,000 gold ahead. But Super is dead, and obviously doesn't have teleport because he's playing Sivir. Another hook onto Mirwin. There's the play back. Alvaro looking for the hook, but he can't find it with that dredge line. The Drake down to 4k. Jojo looking for a Weaver's Wall, but doesn't have it right now. The Drake falling lower as Alvaro's on the front line. Protoprice from Harness coming out. The objective round claimed. Mountain goes over to Shifters. They kill off Alvaro as well. Face call in from Stand, but MKoi are winning out the fight. Paduk trying to open up, and he just doesn't have the damage. MKoi clean it up at the Drake, and that's more like it, MKoi. A solid fight at a numbers disadvantage, and they should be able to close out the game from here. Jojo flashing the wall to make sure Sheo has no escape as MKoi get the ace.
And MKoi, they shut the door. It wasn't the 1 in 1,000. They're gonna find their first win in LEC Summer and take down Shifters in a game number 3.
The road to the Roadshow in Madrid, only the top 4 qualify. It starts here for MKoi as they finally claim victory in a best-of-3 in LEC Summer.
And it wasn't clean.
It was not clean, dude.
But they got the job done in the end. As Supa finishes one last kill off in the base.
Where he couldn't get any kills in the dragon fight, so he's like, I've got to get my KDA up a little bit here. MKOI's tears are wiped away, are saved by a good team fight at the Drake and by a 12,000 gold lead, but it was not clean, it was not crisp, it was not the best League of Legends we have ever seen. You can vote for one of the MKoi players in your Kia Player of the Series. Vote Elioya, Jojo, and Super are your options. They got over the line. And later on this week, they have to do the same against Fnatic on Sunday.
Yeah.
We will see if they can achieve it.
I think Upset will not play Kalista like that. So it'll be a bit harder in the bot lane, maybe, for Supa.
That is true.
But this was a funny day of League of Legends.
It was a weird one. It was a weird one. We're going to hand it over to Dracos Odo and Jojo Pyun, who are standing by, or sitting by, or doing whatever they want by on PG.
Currently sitting by, Jojo's standing. He's making his way over to sit. Welcome,
Hello.
Mr. Pyun.
Welcome to the couch.
Welcome to the couch, brother. First win.
First win indeed.
Thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, let's just talk us through the vibes in the camp. Like people have been really obsessed in this top lane story, but I don't want to focus in on that as much. Like you guys had a super rough first week, but I don't know what your expectations were coming into this split or how you guys have been in the off season. Like how is everything compared to maybe where you expected to be?
I mean, to be honest, like I'm used to this. Like I feel like the fan notion or the perspective is very in the presence, of course. And of course we go 0-3. It seems like it's the end of the world, but I see it as a good thing, to be honest. I think we still have so much to learn. And I think maybe we were focused too much on the results and the roadshow instead of the process. But I think we all kind of understood we have to focus on the process and the results will come naturally. So yeah, for sure we're going to be at the top at the end of the split if we keep practicing well. I think we're doing that. We just have to fix some incidents because the G2 and the Vitality game, for example, were really free, and I had some, I mean, just just some moments, you know, that doesn't make sense. So I think overall as a team, we're very strong. I think, honestly, we perform even better under pressure. So I see this as a good thing. So, I mean, I'm not too worried.
Okay. You're saying that you had some incidents, and for me, at least from the outside perspective, it felt like you guys are trying to figure out the meta and stuff like this, and more often than not in the times where I feel like you are having like bad performances or you're being caught in mid-game, which I feel like something is very uncharacteristic to you. I felt like it was always from the fact that it felt like you had to do too much because you guys weren't really having a lot of tools to win the game and you had to get creative.
Yeah, for sure. Something we talked about coming into this meta, because for example, G2, KC, they went to MSI and they kind of found the meta very fast. And when we first came, we were kind of slower on the meta, playing faster, the mages, bots, everything. So I think we also struggled in that meta, kind of finding how to actually win the game. I felt like the past 2 weeks we were playing without an actual knowing the win condition or knowing how to progress the game. So I feel like we were kind of lost in that sense. Now we really had a talk. We talked about the meta, how we want to play the game. So I think we for sure just know as a team how we want to progress.
Is that the biggest difference across the board that we see this level up in performance on stage? Is just that you guys now all have a much clearer game plan on how to like get it across the finish line?
I'd say for sure, yeah. I mean, I think me individually too, I haven't been playing as well as LEC Split for sure in the beginning, but I think right now we've all been practicing very well. So I think it's a mix of the meta and also how we've been practicing. I think we've been practicing much better too.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that your season started with playing both of kind of the other top teams contesting you, because it makes it really hard now for you guys to ramp up and maybe steal top seeds from them, like looking super far ahead. But what is the immediate focus for the next coming weeks? Because it's not only important for you guys to like make sure that you have the meta figured out, you know, hopefully no massive changes, but you also just have to keep winning. Like you can't disrespect any bottom of the table teams. You can't take anything easy. Because you started 0-3, it seems like every single game has to be really serious, and that does feel like a lot of pressure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think, like I said, it's very easy to focus on the results, but then I don't think the performances will come because you'll be nervous and you'll struggle. So you have to keep focusing on the process, keep working well, and the results will come, you know? So we're just going to keep focusing really hard, and I don't think anybody's too worried, to be honest.
Speaking of the process, you're sitting next to a coach for the team that you're playing later this weekend in Fnatic. Should we talk a little bit about that matchup? Thoughts on Fnatic? Any scrim leaks you can give us?
I mean, not sure. I feel like Fnatic is always the same. I feel like scrims is very different from stage. It's not real data, to be honest. So I think Fnatic is usually better on scrims. Maybe they'll also be
yes, that is true.
Maybe they'll also be good on stage this time. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Definitely going to be a banger. Odo, I think impressive turnaround. I definitely felt nervous, Jojo. After that first game, I was like, oh, we are witnessing complete and total free fall. I did not trust the process, but you've at least ignited some hope in the process.
I also didn't trust it at times. Like I think in the roadshow, I got pretty emotional in these things. So, I mean, now I think I'm very confident with the team, and the team is also very confident. So.
How was morale after those? Because I found myself as well in these positions where you have to kick it off against the top 2 teams and Vitality, of course, where you feel like you might have the best prep in the world, and then you rock up to one of these weeks and then everything just gets flipped on its head. Was it one of those moments that was easy to bounce back from, or was it just one of the where you just have to put in a lot of work?
I mean, for sure, it's very tough, you know, because like you guys said, if we lose another game, especially to the bottom teams, even making playoffs can be a challenge. So we really just had to put in the extra work, and I feel like it's very easy, these moments, to kind of make or break a team. Either a team completely collapse or you just become so much stronger. So yeah, I hope that we're going to keep getting stronger and stronger and won't get complacent.
Well, it worked because honestly, game 2 and 3, I felt like it was kind of back to the roots, original vanilla style MCOY, where...
super clean, like...
Well, I felt like it was also more of the usual comfort zone. No mage, all of that stuff.
Did enemy team maybe forget that you had a global once or twice? Yeah. Okay. Like I'm not gonna give you. You're not like full like.
I mean, yes. I mean, of course, we can't judge it off one game. You know, I'm not even satisfied off this series, of course. Yeah, so I'm still not thinking we played well. I think we still played bad. Like for example, game 3, game 2, we made so many stupid mistakes. Still, of course, we still have to improve so much more. So. Yeah, I take this win as a relief, you know?
Yeah. A step in the journey. And again, I get the idea you have to trust the process. The results are so fickle, and if you lock in on that, like, you won, but it doesn't... It's good to recognize, you know, this is a maybe not great win. A great win would have been if you played perfectly. But if you just take the wins, then and you walk away from this saying, hey, it's the greatest series we've ever played. Probably
I mean, for sure we're not going to think this is the greatest series we've ever played, you know? And honestly, it's kind of a... I mean, I thought about it. It's kind of like a trap. I feel like ending like first in regular season because I don't remember at least all the times I won in my career and kind of my teammates talking about it too. I feel like, yeah, first place never wins the splits. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's always
I'm not thinking about, I don't remember last splits or the splits before, maybe two, but just whatever team is the strongest at playoffs will just win. Like, I mean, Vitality was first last split, you know? Like, so I'm not really too worried about the standings. As long as we make playoffs. Of course, if we don't make playoffs, then...
Bro, there's a road show in Spain. Yeah, you have to make playoffs, bro.
Of course. Top four, that's top four. Yes, we have to make top four.
It's top four.
I mean, of course, we have to make top four, but if we're first, second, third, fourth, I don't really care.
Sure,
you know?
sure. I will direct attention. Key player of the series was Elio. Shout out to him. Had some clean lease in mechanics. Was pretty solid the Vi game as well, even when it was a struggle for you guys. So definitely a good look from him. It feels like cautious optimism. One step at a time here for the side of the MCOY, but I do appreciate your honesty here. You're not trying to overhype us. You're not giving us, oh, it's a tough game. They're tough opponents. You're giving it to us straight.
Not, yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Looking up for the coming schedule tomorrow, SK up against GX, KC up against Navi. Is there any team that's surprised you in scrims maybe that we should be keeping an eye on, or any player that surprised you?
I mean, I guess Fiesta is very interesting to play against, I'd say. He's like a complete psycho. Like, I feel like I'm kind of aggressive, but I've never met a player that's like that psychotic. So, I mean, I'd say it's fun versing him.
Yeah.
Anybody else that surprised me? Not really. We haven't scrimmed too many. I feel like, yeah, we haven't scrimmed too many of like all the teams. I feel like we scrimmed like a couple of the same teams, so I don't really have a good read on the teams.
Well, we'll check in with you again later. But for now, trusting the process. Thank you so much, Jojo, for taking the time to talk to us, man. Good luck for your matchup versus Fnatic later in the week, although not too much luck, Oda, don't worry. In the meantime, we're going to call it here. We'll see you guys tomorrow with more League of Legends. We get ready for day 2 of LEC Summer. You don't want to miss it.
Just tower U6, tower U6. We can play. We don't need to play fast.
Yeah, we will kill them both. We'll kill them both.
F knock up.
Yeah. Good job, Ibis.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Nice.
Does that end okay?
Yeah, I will play your 6.
Okay, good macro, good macro.
I am good. I take CS.
I am good.
And the fight just goes in their favor as they can run Team Reddit down.
Man, no, it's bullying at this point.
I will flash ult.
I TP. Nice, good job, just play slow.
Mirwin's already down to 300 HP on top side. Stan looking for a re-engage. Mirwin down. Stan getting away from the shadow dash. Nuke's going to fall to Jojo. Stan falling almost towards the bottom side of the fight as well. Public execution. Stan is decapitated by Mirwin.
Somebody's breathing.
What?
In purpose.
Bro, if that's breathing, it's f***ing horse breathing.
Remember the Nafiri Oriana, we can flash. Yeah. If you're not Grandpa, you can.
Oh, no, there carries no flash, there carries no flash. There carries no flash, okay? I have 5 ults. There carries no flash.
Ori. He's out, so he's out.
I can queue.
Bro, the guy who leased in Oriana, do you remember, by the way? I didn't want to say it. Were you thinking about it?
Yeah, I was. I hit on everyone.
Keep going, okay?
Paris is 1.
I will this team.
Go to the pit. No. Okay, we're fine. You can end mid, probably.